Welcome everyone to WLS Summit once again, and this is second day, 6th of November, second half, and you're watching WLS Summit that's happening for 95 countries, participations and speakers from various different parts of the world. And of course, the WLS ecosystem has been created around 1.5 years back, and we have been thriving with multiple number of business opportunities, fundraising opportunities, and startups who are actually coming and going for amazing discussion and business deal, which is a cross-border business deal that we have been doing for so many months. And this platform is actually conceptualized by me and then supported by my good mate, Marco Zamarelli from Australia. We are the co-founder of WLS Summit, and we have created the entire platform to support and encourage others to join, shake hands, and grow the cross-border business opportunity, including business, technology, entertainment, media. We have 25 different vertical of sectors. And guess what? We actually promised you guys that we'll be coming up with a surprise. That's what happened during last couple of months. We came up with our own accelerator, which is our own business accelerator and fund. We launched that very recently, even though there is no news in social media because that was a surprise. We wanted to keep it for WLS Summit itself. And guess what? We have another surprise for you. We promised you guys that we'll be coming up with our own real estate property portal and luxury car and yacht portal, wherein you can enlist your properties and we can do the cross-selling, buying and sell. Plus, it will have many number of IoT solutions which you have, if you have, and we are ready to partner with you guys with multiple level of blockchain solutions and AI solutions and ML solutions if you have that. For real estate industries or for probably the luxury items, we'll be happy to partner and handshake. And guess what? We are not stopping there. We are coming up with our own commodity portal. Actually, the business is happening in the background. And I and my partner, we love doing things first and then declaring it to the world. So we are coming up once again with another portal, which is a commodity buy and sell portal for common people. They can enlist that. No, we are not stopping there. Come on, there are more things that is coming up. We are coming up with a portal which is basically for artists and NFT art. So we have our own portal which is coming up for NFT art and normal art. You can enlist. And we are glad that one of our ambassador, Olga, thank you so much, Olga, for all the support. I'm taking your name. It can be officially declared now. She created the entire ecosystem of artists for us, and she's bringing all of them together so that we can help them to sell their amazing arts to the world. Well, let me not take many of our time. We have amazing speaker lineup for today. First speaker for the second half is Smriti Mishra. She is logging from Switzerland as per my understanding goes. And let me welcome Smriti in my own style. Welcome to WLS Summit 2021, Smriti. Smriti is the head of AI in Art Bank. She's an AI speaker, a computational neuroscience, and a Google Woman Tech Makers. It's a long CV. I'm not going to take a lot of time to snatch that opportunity from Smriti to share her insights. So the platform is yours, Smriti. I'm keeping myself mute now. Thank you so much.
Hello, thank you so much, Arijit, for the introduction. And it's really nice to meet Marco and yourself and learn more about the amazing work you're doing. So as you mentioned, I am the head of artificial intelligence at Earth Bank, which is a fintech based out of Sweden. And it's a climate fintech and a space tech firm, which enables individuals and organizations to offset their carbon footprint using AI-driven satellite metrics to make better financial decisions as well as better climate mitigation decisions. So we provide enhanced carbon offsets to organizations by bundling up precise metrics on reforestation, avoided deforestation, regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, renewable project energy sources, etc. Our mission is basically to make it easy for small landholders to get incentives for their carbon offset, to serve the community and to mitigate against the runaway climate change, which is a huge problem that our planet is facing at the moment. Our vision is to make sure that the global economy and the banking finance system, they shift rapidly to 100% green by enabling a transition to a fully regenerative economy. So I'm here to talk about artificial intelligence and the role it plays in a problem like climate change. So targeting a particular problem, and I'm in India right now. So yeah, Diwali. So I'm sorry about the noise that you may hear. Yeah, so I tried explaining to a lot of kids about not bursting crackers this year, but sometimes it can be a little difficult. So is it okay if I share my screen? And yeah, okay, awesome. So here it is. So as I mentioned, I'll be speaking about the role of artificial intelligence towards battling climate change. So in order to avoid the runaway climate change, we need to draw down 300 gigatons of carbon in the next 10 years to come. Today, we live in a world where climate change is the background context to a lot of big problems that we face already, and it's accelerating and amplifying our existing problems. We therefore need to accelerate and amplify our solutions and our strategies for increasing social impact as well. Hence, I'd like to share with you a little about a solution, the problem we are tackling for both climate change and social inequality. And I'll also share some of our tech stacks and like some artificial intelligence applications that we use in order to bring technology and finance together to create a lasting social impact. So now imagine if you have like a small land, like area of land, like a forest or a farm, and you want to get it incentivized because of the sustainable farming practices that a person might be performing. So in order to do that, a third party audit is required where someone measures the amount of carbon that's been sequestered or stored in that particular area. So now the current methods for that involve someone flying in, like maybe imagine you have a land in India. So someone from USA, they would fly like a team of 25 experts. They would take a flight, which emits a lot of carbon there itself. So they do it, and then they fly with the measuring tapes, and they measure the height and girth of like 1% or 2% of the entire forest. And then they extrapolate the results onto the entire area. So this makes it extremely manual, expensive, exclusionary, and unreliable. Currently, the verifiers, they have to conduct a site study or a site visit with a measuring tape, as I said. So they measure a very small sample size of the forest, and they use that to calculate the average carbon in the forest. So this time-consuming manual method is extremely expensive, so expensive that it makes it viable the minimum size of a forest as 1,200 acres in order to like take out or conduct the entire verification process. So what happens is 500 million small landholders all across the globe, they aren't able to get incentivized because they have land smaller than this amount of area. So this is highly exclusionary for those people. So there are so many people right now who are taking care of their land by not cutting trees, by protecting existing ecosystems, and by utilizing agroforestry growing techniques, and they're not eligible for carbon verification and therefore carbon revenue. So eventually what happens is these people who were earlier involved in it, they end up cutting the trees, plants, and or in some sort of illegal activities like deforestation or poaching of the wood in order to put some food on their plate. So this is the problem that we are targeting exclusively using artificial intelligence. So finally, today's system is inherently unreliable, right? Like, as I mentioned, extrapolating the results, there may be some deforestation going on, some illegal poaching of wood, forest fire. So what happens is this makes the whole carbon credit concept extremely, like there's a lack of trust because you can't really say if the trees are there or not. Right now, a lot of people, they're paying for taking care of those trees, are pledging for those trees which don't even exist. So carbon credits being sold on the market, they're often faulty or fraudulent at this point, either from natural causes such as fire, disease, or even because of some deliberate deforestation. The truth is that many trees whose carbon is being sold are actually cut down at this point. As a result, as I said, people don't really trust the whole offsetting concept as a necessary part of carbon solution. Also, another thing to note here is that most people who suffer the most from the consequences of climate change are the people who don't really contribute much towards it. They don't have access to clean water. They don't have access to a lot of like basic supplies that rest of us do. So what is our solution? We basically focus on deep tech AI solution, which minimizes the need of ground truthing. It makes this entire process extremely inexpensive. It reduces the size of the area of physical verification, which tends to be like major problem or hindrance for most of the landholders. So basically, our deep tech solves these problems by monitoring, reporting, and verifying almost every tree in the landscape, quantifying carbon with up to 99% accuracy for small landholders. This allows us to provide carbon payments and other financial benefits to these all like 500 million landholders, small landholders globally who currently do not have access. We basically offer a three-stack solution. So like a vertically integrated project solution to banks and corporates, which involves innovative carbon MRV, which is the core of what we are doing. We fix the problems in the current MRV practices through these proprietary technology that we have developed. And it's a patent pending technology in 40 countries right now. But it's not enough to, like efficiently and people on the ground are not really getting the benefits of it. That's also something that I really noticed in the work you are doing here. So that's like, I think, an extremely important point, which we understand the value of. So we need to also bring it to the market in an incentivized and accessible way, which we do through our carbon marketplace. So finally, we restore the trust, transparency, credibility of the carbon credits through a real-time audited carbon offset service. So a little about the technology that we're using. So the average carbon credit project size is 1,500 acres or 1,200 acres right now. And what we do is we use satellite images. We have a partnership with European Space Agency. So we use satellite images in order to verify and measure how much carbon is being sequestered in a particular area. And we use supervised deep learning, convolutional neural networks for this purpose. So a satellite image usually has, like a satellite image has 13 bands. So using a combination of several different bands, we can analyze different things like vegetation, the health of vegetation. Even there are some satellites and some satellite bands which help you analyze how much pollution is there, like all these things. So we use these satellite images in order to analyze the amount of carbon sequestered. We measure and monitor the biodiversity and climate adaptation benefits that include social and economic metrics and can support national and financial reporting to various protocols on achieving these targets. So using satellite imagery and proprietary deep learning models, the method that we're currently using is 18,000-fold more efficient as compared to the current standards, like size-wise. Also, there's no expensive ground truthing involved. So the cost is really less. So we use supervised deep learning, convolutional neural networks in order to count and pinpoint each tree on the ground, which makes it reliable, trustworthy, transparent. So we use these high resolution data from ESA and LiDAR data, drone data, etc., for this whole process, as well as some information from people on the ground, like the year of plantation or the amount of, like the type of plantation, if it's a monoculture, heteroculture, etc. So yeah, by 18,000-fold efficiency, I mean that earlier the land requirement that was 1,200 acres, now it's reduced to 0.05 acres. So like 250 square meters. So it's pretty much accessible to everyone who wants to do it. Our technology basically checks 4 boxes. The first one is data-driven deep tech approach, which brings unprecedented access, rigor, transparency to current MRV standards when it comes to carbon sequestration. And by improving access and standards, we help to grow the voluntary carbon market and with high impact projects, which meet multiple social sustainability development goals beyond just climate. We are currently working on 7 SDGs actively, which involves like poverty reduction, reducing inequalities, life on land, life below water, um, partnerships, etc. Also, corporations committed to net zero who want to ensure true reduction impact from data-driven decisions, they can buy these carbon credits with confidence from our marketplace. Also, the API carbon removal service, which we have, it delivers offsets into online applications and checkouts by offering the same level of true reductions impact to the customers. Also, another thing that I think is extremely important to note here is where you work. Like if you work in a climate hotspot, like for example, we have most of our projects in Sundarbans, mangroves in India, in Peruvian and Brazilian, Amazonian rainforests, cloud forests of India, like in the Meghalaya region. So if you work in climate hotspots and generate revenue with the community, share it with the community, create jobs, create livelihood opportunities for local communities. It goes beyond just, like a business where you measure and like count the number of carbon credits. Also, whatever revenue we generate, we share it 50% back with the community so that they can continue these sustainability practices further. I think I've covered most of it. Another thing is when it comes to like carbon credits, it's like the cost can vary pretty much, like a lot. So if someone is working with credits that's more socially, which has more social impacts, environmental impacts, that's always superior. And also it sells for a lot more amount. And I also said like local communities, they receive the carbon revenue, which further helps them or motivates them to continue this further. Other communities, they also can be motivated from this to further continue these sustainability practices. And like right now, most of the infrastructure that we're working on was a little local based. So now we're definitely adding a lot of scalability to it as well, using some MLOps like cloud operating services, etc. So basically, we at Earth Bank, we believe that technology and innovation and science, it should be in the context of helping the community, protecting forests, and in the context of serving to the society. So we come from a systems thinking perspective, and we're trying to look at the system as a whole. Climate change and the climate crisis, it's a symptom, but the underlying reason is the incentives that causes emissions to go to the air. So I think it's really important that we try to reverse the process by providing some incentives to the people in order to put it back into the ground or back into the environment, so that we can bring the carbon dioxide back into the ground. And I think we have seen a lot of like problems when it comes to climate crisis during this pandemic phase as well. So that's something that a lot of us are acquainted with. And like there have been some benefits also, like with the whole travel reduction, etc. So there's a lot to learn. And we'll be sharing like putting up a workshop and sharing some more about it during the COP26 seminar also. So yeah, I think that would be it. And I'll probably love to answer some questions. Thank you.
Beautiful presentation. Thank you so much, Momita. Just a quick question. When we are talking about climate change and application of artificial intelligence in such areas, I believe we are working with many number of data, and collecting such kind of data requires a different level of intelligence. It's always human error rather than the machine error that actually gives us false output. Your comments on the same, how accurate it is, and if it is accurate, what kind of measurement that a technology companies they are actually taking to get the data on a proper accuracy level?
That's a very interesting question. So as I mentioned, like some data that you might require in some sort of like even a similar application, right? Like measuring the number of solar panels, understanding if they're working, or measuring the amount of carbon, like all these things, anything when it comes to renewables or any such thing. So one important key point is, like getting the geographical coordinates of the particular area. So that, and then maybe something around the year of plantation, etc. Like you can always cross verify it using some satellite images. But something like geographical coordinate, if you do not have that right, then the entire project you're building on is pretty much not correct. So it would make it a waste of time. So what we usually do is we collect the data from the people on the ground or any customer, if it's like if we are like auditing for them, and then we also verify it with, so when it comes to especially like carbon or anything, I think there are some reports like with whatever type of credits that was issued earlier, like a voluntary carbon market or a gold standard, or anything. So you can check it with that report or with the government like documents that's there. So it's always important to cross verify those things. When it comes to collecting data, once you have the geographical coordinates, it's pretty much very difficult to collect satellite data. Since we have a partnership with ESA, it's a little easier for us, but still satellite getting data is, when you want to train a model with you want the model to be pretty accurate and you want to avoid overfitting and all that, it's extremely important that we have a good data set, which can be at least 1,000 images. So getting 1,000 good images of some place, you might want to go back to like a year or sometimes even further. So that's extremely difficult. So what we usually do is it's like a mix and match of high resolution, low resolution, like different types of data, even some image augmentation techniques, manipulating the image to create more data sets. So all those things are really important here. So I think those are some measurements that a lot of companies are taking and like in this sector. But I also would like to point out that a lot more importance needs to be given to data governance when it comes to these things. And in my opinion, I haven't seen as much importance as they should have. Like it's not just about business, it's a lot more. So yeah, that's something that I would really like to point out.
Beautiful. If anyone have got any kind of question, please feel free to raise your hand. There is an option in Zoom. You can raise hand and you can unmute yourself and then ask the question, or you can tell me, we can unmute you and we can have the question itself. From panel only. If not, I will go to the social media. Already 2 comments came, but I will give the privilege first to the panel. Marco, you want to go? I'm not sure. You can unmute yourself. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Ajit. No, it's a wonderful speech. Well done. It's a very interesting topic that you're speaking about today because, as you know, our sustainable world has been challenged so much. So my question, we have various issues. I'm from Sydney, Australia. So welcome everyone from down under. And the area that I'm looking at, obviously we have a lot of issues with our climate change in Australia. And you probably heard a few years ago, we had our bushfires, which tore through the east coast of Australia. And it's a pleasure to hear so many people around the world supporting Australia as a great country. So that goes for what we do across the world to help our neighbours and our fellow countrymen in need. So the question that I would like to answer, specifically, if you could pinpoint a few types of natural issues, maybe you can focus on a region, if not a country, and give examples. Say 3 of those would be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that's really interesting. Also, like the the startup that I work in, Earth Bank, the CEO and the CFO, both of them, they're from Australia, actually. They're from Adelaide. So yeah, they'll be coming back to Sweden soon, but like a lot of it is in Australia. And we have been working with New South Wales government also.
Oh, fantastic.
So yeah, like I think when it comes to things like that, for example, like we can maybe take the example of the Australian bushfires. So as you very rightly mentioned, like you can't really, like pinpoint the entire country, but you know that these are some areas that are more prone to it. So in those areas, you can obviously, when it comes to maybe forest fire or bushfires, then there are certain things that you want to analyze, like the exact location of origin, the time, etc. So in those areas, you can monitor some things using satellite images, but also you need some sensors. So maybe that would be pretty interesting. Like you can install some sensors in the hotspots, and you can also monitor it like remotely. But there are some things, like if you want to pinpoint the exact location of where it started, then you need some sensors which maybe take some readings of temperature, and if it's heating up like constantly at some rate that it shouldn't, in that case it alerts the local government or local communities like the forest department and etc. So something like that could be pretty interesting, and there has been some research going on. Like right now, a lot of remote sensing applications are there for forest fire monitoring, but it's not really possible to pinpoint the exact location unless you have something that's not non-remote, because it's so huge. Like a minimum like satellite image, it's of 25 square kilometers. So you can't like really wander around 25 square kilometers. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there probably the next question? Sorry, Ajay, is there other examples that you could give? I mentioned the bushfires, but is there any other specific examples and practically that you guys have been doing to ensure, it's there's a successful outcome?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, like we have been working with Sundarbans in India, the Peru, Amazon region, and also in Ghana, like shea butter plantations. So what we do is we have trained the communities to like, so that they're equipped with certain things like taking, like understanding the geographical location, also some sort of sustainable farming techniques, so that they practice that. Like for like maybe when it comes to like forestry, there are two different types, like clear cut and continuous farming. So in clear cut, you sort of eradicate or remove the entire forest. But when it comes to continuous farming, it's like you analyze if how much carbon they're sequestering, and there might be some trees that sequester more carbon as opposed to the ones that are not, how old they are, and certain information like if they're sick, the health, so those things. And then based on that, like it's selective. So we've trained people on those. We have also worked with like shea communities. They used to make like $40 a month, like amount of money, those people. So it was extremely difficult for them to have a good livelihood with that less money, like when it comes to, and with like 5-6 members in the family, it's extremely difficult. So we worked with them to analyze like even 1 feet tall shea plantations, and also like the ways in which they can maximize the efforts, and also it's sustainable for the government. So something around training and verifying, that's what we mostly do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have one question from social media, then I'll come back to the panel once again if you have any question. Okay, let me check. I just lost that. Okay, yeah. Okay, someone is asking that she didn't understand how you are doing it without any drone or smart cam technology. Are these data accurate? Okay.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the data sources are satellite images, drones, and LiDAR data. So we do use drone data. but it's like most of it is still remote sensing. So drones are mostly to get a better look at things and make it a little more accurate, as the question very rightly points out. So yeah, we do use drones. And we also take like photographs whenever we conduct a site visit with geotagged locations, etc., which helps us analyze things like maybe in Sundarbans, like seagrass, because seagrass, if there's like more seagrass, the carbon sequestration improves like 10 times. So things like that. So we even use like photos, but that's just for maybe like cross verification purpose. That's not a data that goes into the model, but the data that goes into the model are several different resolution satellite images, drone data, LiDAR data, such things. Does that answer the question?
Yeah. Any question from the panel, or you can unmute yourself, or we will move to our next speaker.
And Nina, Arjit, Nina's got a hand up.
Yes,
Yeah,
please. Yeah.
I just wanted to say it's very endearing that, Smriti, you're so enthusiastic and so consumed almost with wanting to improve and work on your subject matter, because Mother Nature's huge. It's a massive thing that we often overlook because we think it looks after itself, and to many respects it does, because it's self-healing. But to have somebody young that's interested, that's so enthusiastic, is actually very motivating and inspiring. So thank you. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much. I unfortunately couldn't go to the COP26 conference this year because there are very limited seats, but like four of my colleagues are there actually. So that's also really like inspiring, and I'm so happy to hear what you said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I think this is the time to ask Smriti to mute herself, and I'll be asking our next speaker, Nina, to unmute her, and so that we can have her in the main window.
Hi everyone. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Nina Olk.
Nina is actually a TEDx speaker, a best-selling author, a London's life coach, a trauma specialist, a global speaker to motivate, inspire, and educate. And she's running a massive program, which is a worldwide one. Not only that, she's all there for humanity and helping others. So over to you, Nina. World Leaders Summit is happy to have you as our speaker.
Thank you so much. I do want to thank the organisation for setting up this summit, because for somebody like me, it's a huge thing to be able to voice my awareness request upon this platform. Any platform for me is very much appreciated. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Nina Olk. I am primarily an activist. I speak out about honour killings and human trafficking because it's affected me personally. The subject matter for my talk today is there any honour in killing? I am an empowerment coach and a trauma specialist. I am a best-selling author, but none of those actually mean anything, because what those parts of my job do is they support my organisation, which is called endhonourkillings.org. I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey, and with that I will wrap up with some things that maybe you can do to help other people, because that's what I'm primarily about. I'm born and raised in the United Kingdom. My heritage is proudly Indian. My parents are from the north of India. But when my parents arrived as immigrants in the United Kingdom to search for a better life, they packed very tightly their cultural beliefs, their cultural restraints, and I don't blame them, because that's all they actually knew. But I want you to imagine a girl at the age of 21 lying on the floor bleeding. She's bleeding because her arm and jaw have been broken. She's been stamped upon to a point where her hip is now broken, and she's barely alive, but she's watching slowly blood trickle down her face into the carpet. That 21-year-old was me. And the only thing I'd done wrong was I'd left an abusive, very abusive arranged marriage. My father traded me at 14 in an agreement for an arranged marriage, and by 16 coming on to 17, I was married to somebody that I didn't really know. The relationship wasn't really for the boy that I'd married, it was actually for his father. So I was given a separate bedroom downstairs, and I never had anything to do with my husband. Is it common? Unfortunately, yes. I'm now at the age of 51, and 30 years later, I find out that my father has a child out of wedlock and takes this 6-year-old girl to India and places her in an establishment that I thought was a boarding school, only to find out that it is somewhere where they harvest organs. So my now 12-year-old sister has either been killed, her organs have been sold, or she has been sent to the Middle East to be trafficked as a servant. Why is it so important for me to speak out? Why does it matter to me so much when I know that I get death threats, I get so much trolling and emails and messages in my DMs every day telling me to stay quiet? It matters because there are lots of other Ninas out there. It matters because there are a lot of 6-year-olds out there being forced into marriage as children. On my social media, I've posted a front cover of Marie Claire, which is a worldwide publication that has a child decapitated in China, and people are walking by like it doesn't matter. I am not against my culture or my religion, and it has nothing to do with religion. I do want to reiterate that. I'm against anybody in the Middle East, anybody in Asia, anybody in Africa that thinks there is honor in killing, because there is no honor in killing. The two words do not go together. The reason my parents tried to kill me is because they said I brought shame upon the family. But the only thing I did was go back to my family begging them to stop being sexually abused by an adult that really shouldn't have been given that privilege by my father as he was. My only fault was to think that they would care for me, knowing that they hadn't, even when I was born, because unfortunately girls in my culture are not wanted. And that's another thing I want to try to re-educate younger people to understand, that without girls, there is no future. This whole stigma of having a girl and not celebrating her, I thought it was normal, and many girls will think it's normal. Only 2 years ago, I discovered love, and that love I discovered was actually for myself, to understand that anything that anybody had ever told me wasn't true, that I was good enough. As a girl, I was more than good enough, just as good as my male counterparts, and that whole education that I received through trauma and just the bad things that have happened were actually good things, in my opinion, because they enabled me then to look back and talk to somebody else, maybe that 6-year-old child, or that 14-year-old girl, or that woman that didn't understand that she can create her own life and deserves that too. So now I would like to get to the United Nations and plead for change, because if you rape a girl in Malta and you marry her, you are not charged with any charges. There's no charges at all. If in the United Kingdom you kill somebody in the United Kingdom with an honor killing, you will get 3 to 4 years. It's not a murder charge. To escape my honor killing, I crawled out of the house on all fours because I couldn't walk, and I hid in a bush. I escaped, but there are so many girls that will not escape. And one of the reasons I left my marital home was not just the abuse, it was because of the screams. I was listening to women, brides, being set alight by their in-laws because they were not producing a boy. I hadn't had a child. I knew my time was coming to an end, and that fear pushed me. So in life, we will come across things that we either decide to give up, or, as I say, I cried a puddle, and I was either going to drown in that puddle or I was going to dance in those tears. And I danced because something kept me alive. And I really do believe the reason I've stayed alive, and I've had numerous death attempts, I can tell you, murder attempts, was because I was supposed to be that voice. I embrace all the bad things, I acknowledge them, but I don't hold on to them. So, as I said, my plight is to change even the mindsets of men across the world. And I'm sure that the panel have an amazing set of gentlemen that have enabled me to have this voice, but there are others out there with the same mindset because they have been taught by their parents that it's the right thing to do. And it's that programming. And for me to be able to sort of say to them, look at me, I've never done anything wrong in my life because I've been too scared to do anything wrong. But I've become this person who is able to maybe help you to understand that kindness goes a long way. 6 years ago, I was homeless with my youngest son. I was homeless because I'd left a partnership, a relationship that I had for 23 years. I didn't understand that domestic violence was wrong. My pillow was set alight as I slept. I woke up because my hair was on fire, and I still did not understand it was wrong. And this goes all the way back to childhood, where my parents told me I was not good for anything. So empowering others, whether they be women or men, and things happen with men too. I acknowledge that because, especially in my culture, if you don't follow a career of your parents' choice, you are not spoken to with respect. They want you to become that engineer, that doctor, that dentist. But look, as parents, let's allow our children to find their own path. Let's allow them to firstly find happiness and self-love, because when you love yourself to the extreme I do, this outside exterior image means nothing, because your light shines from within, that love shines from within, and you feel that you can take the world on, which is why I'm stood on this stage today virtually, saying to the world, I'm going to take anybody on that thinks there is any honor in killing. Thank you.
No words, Nina. We are open for Q&A if you have any kind of question.
Well, probably the first thing, Arjit, you know, myself, I'm a man. Most of the time I grew up, Nina, a very humble young person that, you know, speaks not many words, but today, your story, you're a courageous woman, Nina. For sharing your life story today is amazing. I just want to congratulate you also, Nina, not on what you spoke about today, but the fact that you found love 2 years ago. That's so important, you know, and that highlighted area that you just spoke about, love, for yourself before you can love someone else, is so important. So congratulations. You know, myself and Arjit would love to help you in any ways we can. Obviously today, I always look at now in the moment, and then obviously for the future. So if we can help you in any way, we will do so. My question to you, Nina, is you spoke about working in an area with another global organization. What about your current position in your company? What types of goals can you add value to a particular region of the world or the whole world? What's your micro level focus in achieving these goals?
So I currently work with athletes, male athletes. They're my avatar, I guess, and I understand the frustrations, the discipline, the hard work that athletes have to endure to get to the top. And then when you are at the top, often somebody else's voice is making you feel that you shouldn't be there and you don't deserve that success. So I work with them to unlock that prison that they've created in their own mindset that's stopping them to acknowledge their own wins, to acknowledge that they deserve to be there, to allow the people that have put those doubts in their minds to banish them almost, and also to give them the confidence that they need to have, because often they, you know, on the outside world, they seem like they've got everything together, but they are actually internally struggling. And depression and suicide is a huge thing that comes with success, which I'm also very much an advocate for, because my own children, both of my boys have suffered from depression, and there's no stigma or shame in that. There's actually a freedom of that within that, acknowledging that yourself, that you do have issues and you do have something that's troubling you. My youngest son has just come off the register for he was on the register for suicide, so he was on that register and he's not long come off that, and I've nursed him to come off that by allowing him space and to have his own voice and have his own time to get better. So my main focus, as I said, is to develop end honor killings. Last week I helped a lady who was 23, she's the same age as one of my sons. She left North London, and I won't say where I've helped her move to, but I've helped her move away from the house that she was in. She was from the Middle East. She was married at the age of 10 and she had her first child at 11. Her husband is 40 years older than her, which is very common. And he was sexually abusing their 11-year-old daughter, which I could not face. She heard me speaking to somebody on Clubhouse, and through that she reached out to me, and over the last 4 months I've helped her to rehouse herself. And I think it was last Thursday, we actually got her out. When I say we, myself, and she is now safe with her 3 children, and that's my main thing. So whatever I do, the books I sell, the work I do, it all goes back to that one point, which is to help others. But I am very good at helping anybody with trauma. I don't know if that answered your question, because I tend to go off on a tangent. Sorry, Marco.
No, you sure did, Nina. Thanks very much. No, it's great.
A comment from Farah. Sorry, Marco, just to hop in. I know that you have a lot of questions. A comment from Farah is like, Farah is saying, Nina, I'm speechless, and thank you for having the courage to show up and speak up so authentically. She wants to be in touch with you. Farah is here. She is one of the speakers, Nina. You can see her. She's waving at you. And what I personally feel, we have in our ecosystem, we have a committee, which is basically the Women Empowerment Committee. There are very, very powerful women who are there. They're working without showing a lot of buzz in the social media. And that's what work is. So what I prefer is an open invitation to all of you good women. If you feel that we can help, we can do something, please feel free to join us. It's not a money-making process that we are running. This is basically for the entire community. And that's the motto that me and Marco we usually continue. So feel free to get back to us. The best possible option is write to us in the email. We are pretty active over there. So what happens when you chat in WhatsApp or any chat engine, scrolling is really a difficult option, and sometimes your data goes totally off. But if you put that in the email, the data stays and you can read it and you can reply. And work really can happen with a proper kind of handshaking mode. So we'll be more than happy to help and support. I would love to share something if none of you have a question, even though I'm a host and I'm not actually supposed to ask questions. I'm just a facilitator. So, but in any way, there was an incident, multiple incidents. One of them actually happened in the Orkut era. If I'm not wrong, if you remember, there used to be a social media website called Orkut way before Facebook came. And Google actually acquired that. Somehow it didn't succeed. It went down. But what happened? I was probably in my college third-year days in my economics class. I used to use social media to communicate for my own business purpose. I got in touch with one young lady. She used to call me as an elder brother. I'll just cut the story very, very short. And we used to chat. She's from Vietnam. We used to chat like normally what she's reading, what is the next chapter that she's reading, that kind of conversation. She was really a very small kid on that time. It was probably she was 14 or 15, if I'm not wrong. And while talking to her, all of a sudden one day I found that her picture has been completely changed. Like, from normal picture, there were a lot of picture which is not very comfortable for a girl like her age. So I asked her that what happened? Why did you change your picture all of a sudden? Next morning, I got a message, brother, this is probably the last message which I can do to you. I have been sold to some country. I really don't want to take the name. And probably we will never meet each other. I will miss you forever. And I will miss the good brotherhood that you have shown me. Forget about Rakhi. Probably I will never show up myself, my face to the world. That's the last message. I tried to find her. On that time, I didn't had neither power, neither strength, neither, experience. I was probably 20 years old then. And she wanted to put Rakhi in my hand. I'm not sure how many of you understand Rakhi. Rakhi is basically a ritual in India where a sister usually knots it in her brother's hand for the protection of her. Okay, I couldn't protect her. So this is not a very good gesture which is happening worldwide. I'm really blessed and happy, Nina, that you are speaking it so loudly and speaking it from your core of your heart. I'm not sure how much we can do alone, but I'm sure that we can do massive amount of work together. Open for Q&A. So if you have any kind of question, please feel free to ask question to Nina. We have time for her, maybe for 5 to 7 minutes. We can have a Q&A round. Else, we can move to the next speaker. Okay,
just before we go to the next Q&A, if I can just acknowledge what you've said and to say thank you, because you don't understand what it's like being on the other side and just having someone listen to you. And this goes without, even if you're not a girl that's struggling, living in a difficult situation, whoever you are, male or female, just to have somebody that actually hears what you're saying, that stops doing what they're doing and completely gives you that attention without checking their phone and just giving you that time, it can change your whole aspect, your whole outlook on life. So I want to thank you for being a caring individual and giving that young girl that time, because it's something she will never forget. As they say, people often forget what you do, but they will never forget how you make them feel, and you gave somebody that hope. So thank you so much.
Pleasure, Nina. We got a comment, basically it's not a question. Renita wants to shake hand with you. We will connect you with her. You can probably do something great things together. If we don't have a question, maybe we can move to our next speaker, Charles. Nina, I will ask you to mute yourself and please stay with us. And frankly, it was really amazing. Okay, talking about Charles Hyung. Charles is, of course, one of my good friends. But beyond that, Charles is an AI venture builder. He's an accomplished Singapore professional in fintech, artificial intelligence, advisory, decision management and analytics, aviation and financial services, blockchain, banking operations and technology, and an asset management industry with 33 years of Asia-Pacific region. Welcome, Charles, to World Leaders Summit 2021. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Arijit, and good afternoon, good evening, and everybody. And thank you for joining us. And thank you to World Leaders Summit for inviting me to join this as a panel speaker. I have been in the banking operations and technology for the past 34 years. And over the last 10 years, I've been doing multiple disciplines, from artificial intelligence, from decision management to aviation, private jet operations, to marina development, as well as a family office and private banking. And today I'm talking to you, I'm sharing with you a topic that is very close to my heart for the last 34 years. And it's based on the personal experience that I have and also what I've seen for the market. And along the way, please stop me if there's something that you want to ask me from a personal perspective. And the last job that I've worked for as an employee was Citibank Asia Pacific based in Singapore. And 11 years ago in December 2010, I decided to make myself unemployed, and I refused to be employed by anybody. And after all these years of working, I thought enough is enough, and I want to do something on my own instead of being an employee. So today, I'm sharing with you insider information about what is it like to be in the banking environment, and what do we see the banking business moving forward in the new era. So with that, I always tell people, for some reason, okay, I always tell people banking is about technology, and technology is about banking. And today you can see every single thing that you do in banking is getting closer and closer to you. Like we have seen the $50 billion is being invested in fintech over the last few years. And today you see that 2/3 of the financial transactions are made online because everybody has a mobile phone. And when you want to do something on banking, you want to do it on mobile as well. And the next thing is, when I was in the bank, everybody is getting very nervous because people understand that their banking roles is going to be obsolete. And before they know it, they are going to be cut to 1,000 pieces, and they will end up being irrelevant to the banking industry without them knowing it. And there's one a great speaker from Tencent. He said, bankers, if you are not on your toes all the time, you'll be dead by 1,000 cuts. And during that event 4 years ago in Bank Negara, Malaysia, was during the Islamic Bankers Conference. All the bankers stood up and they were shaken. And during the break, they were telling me, holy cow, this guy is telling us our job is going to be gone. And if we are not doing anything, we are dead. And one banker said, yes, I agree with you. Every year when we go for the bankers conference, you look at me, I look at you, and people ask me, have you done the latest innovation, the latest technology? And the other guy will look at him and say, have you done it? And you look at me, I look at you, and the guy said, hey man, why are we asking this question over and over again? We are like a sitting duck. Before we know it, we'll be shot to death. And that is how financial services is, because we are in a very competitive world. And today, according to the statistic, there are like 5,000 fintech companies that is already established every year, but the figures may be higher. And just as we know it, because the next banking customers are not the type who will walk to the bank and open a bank account. No, they are 20 billion worth of customers, and they are not human beings. They are smart technology people. They are machines that will become the next banking customer. These are the people who's connecting to the banking technology. And traditional banking will see more and more challenges, because in banking world, every dollar that you make, you have to spend a lot of money in technology. So if the dinosaur banks who refuse to change, they find that the banking cost, the operating cost, is going up by 30% year on year. Because if they do not automate, they do not use the latest technology, the cost goes up, the profit goes down. And when that happens, the CEO will be the one who's going to be killed, and he's going to be out of job. So, and why banking is so resistant to change those days? Because everybody think if it's not broken, don't fix it. And if you follow the new technology, their job is gone. And that is the fear. But today, bankers have no choice. If they don't change, the change will make them change. So that is the key for today. And there are more than 2 billion worth of people who is not in the banking system. Like, for example, my boy is only 12 years old, and he wanted to buy something online, and he cannot open a bank account and do a mobile banking. So what I did for him is I helped him to subscribe to a e-wallet. And because of e-wallet, he, from being unbanked at the age of 12 years old, he became banked because he was able to buy things using a e-wallet. And today, banking is not something of a rocket science. In the past, if you have a banking license, you're a big deal, because to set up a bank those days, a full banking license, you need $1 billion. But today, you don't need $1 billion. $50 million is enough for you to set up a new digital bank. And you will give the traditional Wall Street bank, High Street bank, a run for the money. And of course, the next technology is called the blockchain. And blockchain raised like 5.6 billion over the last in 2017. And this is the overall mega trend that is facing the financial services, which is scary, but we are facing it in a very positive way. And when I first started, I told you banking is about technology, but actually today, in today's world, the three major trends of the future of banking are three things. Number one is technology. You must continue to have technology. Number two, you must embrace artificial intelligence. Like it or not, human beings are very expensive. Costs are very expensive. So you cannot do without artificial intelligence. And today, you need a digital ecosystem, which is the cloud. And when I was in Citibank, I was the head of sourcing, software sourcing. I've done 1,000 software deals, and we do build data center. And during my time in 2019, we did something that is out of this world. We built a data center in Shanghai, the most expensive location in China. And every week we supply 20 engineers to go to Shanghai to build data center. And they were on 5-star hotel, they were doing business class. And we built the data center that cost 25 million US dollar. When one of the vendors that I know from India, they said, Mr. Chiao, I can build the data center for you using $5 million in Shanghai. Why is that happening? Because in the bank, as an institution, they have a lot of constraint, and they know it's expensive, but they have to incur certain costs. So those kind of environment is a thing of the past today. Today, banking has changed tremendously, and you have to operate in the lean and mean environment to optimize your existence, to optimize your profit. Okay, in banking system, today we have done a survey according to BCG. Now, what is the most important thing in banking today? In banking, it's all about mobile and internet. Of course, the traditional people will tell you that a bank is a high moral standard because you go to the bank because you trust the bank. But today, the young people, they want to go banking because of mobile and internet banking. 100% of the respondents during a survey says that mobile banking service must be good. It has to be number one. My bank internet banking service must be good, and it has to be number one. And actually, for a bank to acquire a new customer, and that is very important. And that is one of the three key aspects in banking today, from mobile banking, internet banking, customer-centric to account opening. Now, I cannot emphasize more and more that account opening is very important, because that is the first touch point of a banking customer. A banking customer who want to set up a bank account, and if you do a good account opening for them, they will stick to you for life. But okay, unfortunately, I think that some of my slides is being blocked. Can you see the full slide? Yes, yes. So these are the very important things. Account opening, it must be easy to use. And of course, the traditional people will tell you that my bank charges are very expensive. When I want to send something from India to Singapore, it costs me like $40 to $50. But today, this has to be changed. If it's not going to be changed, the bank will not be relevant. And the next generation of the banking architecture, which is the future banking system. And during my time way back in 2010, it's a very taboo thing to talk about a cloud. When you talk about cloud computing, I remember the government of Singapore, the technology arm of the Singapore came to interview me just because I work for one of the largest bank in America, that's Citibank. And they asked me about my opinion about cloud. I said cloud is good because it will reduce manpower, it will reduce equipment costs, it will reduce capital costs. But the greatest step back is because when you have a cloud, you don't have much control. But over the last 10 years, this problem has been resolved. It become a hybrid cloud. It become a private cloud that you have all the technology that you have. As a result, in Singapore, we have like 6,000 technology people. Today, Citibank, they have reduced 2/3 of them. So they don't need 6,000 people to maintain a technology team. They need about 2,000 people. And we just got to change with times. And when you have a hybrid cloud, you have a good infrastructure. The next thing that you do is a business accelerator. And you want to make sure that you have a very efficient platform. And the most efficient thing that a bank has ever done is what I've seen today in most banks in Singapore. And most banks in Singapore and also around the world, the minute you tell them that I want to connect to your banking system, everybody will put their hands up and say, no, don't touch it. This is my territory. And they don't even want to give you the API. And those days, and I remember when I was implementing a technology for online trading with a Danish bank called Saxo Capital. And we wanted to team up with them so that we can do a white label. The minute Saxo Capital says, okay, I can give you a white label, you can have a trading platform, but on one condition, I need you to open the API. And my colleague told me, Charles, I'm not going to give it to them because when I give to them, my whole team will be gone. I'll be out of jobs and we are exposed. And those are the days where banks are facing a lot of challenges because they cannot open the API platform. And today, all banks, if they don't open the API, they can no longer exist in the market. And today we are talking about robot process automation is all done. And business accelerator means that if you can't beat them, you join them. If you are a dinosaur, you don't have a research, you better join the market. You join people who has the technology, you team up with them. And that's the way to go. And so this is the second most important architecture for future ready banks. Number three, as a bank, it's all about analytics. It's about data. How can you make data into something unique, something that you can make decision? In the past 20 years, people talk about business intelligence. So we thought that, wow, it's a great deal. There's a dashboard, very beautiful dashboard. But what can you do with it? But today, we don't need that kind of dashboard. We need something cognitive, something that a machine can think for you on your behalf and provide you with the analytics. And when I left Citibank, I remember I used to do financial analysis for a company and providing that as a service. And it takes me 7 days to analyze a company. And I charged the client small money, $6,000 for 7 days work. So I was dragging myself to do it and it was tough. Today, I can use artificial intelligence. It takes me 2 hours to churn out the financial analytics report, another 4 hours to do a presentation, and all in my total production hours is only 1 day. And I'm charging the client the same amount of money, $6,000. So I spend 1 day, I make $6,000 compared to in the past, I spent 7 days, I make $7,000, which is like, wow, this work. And I'm very passionate about artificial intelligence. And that is where I met Arijit when I worked with this company called MyFinPay. And we are passionate because we are practitioners, we know the business, we know the market. And the last thing that a future ready bank need to know is the omni-channel digital experience. Today, having a very robust platform is not enough. You need to have 360 degrees customer and workforce engagement, which means that you need to be connected not only to your legacy banking system, you need social media, you need all kinds of medias to make the bank relevant, to be agile. If you're not agile, you become a dinosaur, and dinosaur will be gone very soon. So this is one thing. And today we see that the banks will deploy robotics and AI-based automation They are able to slash the cost by simplifying legacy system, by taking software as a service beyond the cloud. And banks today build technologies and capabilities, not because they love it, but they get more intelligence about the customer need. As a result, they have a customer retention, they can acquire more customers. And this is really a no-brainer for any bank to do. And if you look at the retail banking, in Citibank, we have 15 million customers. For corporate banking, we have only 5 million customers. But how can we do something the fastest way and to execute something to the market, to bring a new product to the market? Because today, consumers are very impatient because information is available easily because of the mobile phone, and the consumers demand it. So if you are the bank and you do not have this technology to fulfill the consumer demand, you'll be gone, because the technology competition will keep coming in, and they are not banks, they are all fintech companies. And the challenge is the banks, most of the banks today are not able to deliver those capabilities like service robot, biometrics, robot advisors, AI processors, ID verification, KYC, and AML, which takes up a lot of time. So instead of doing 10 customers in the 1 hour, using AI, using KYC automation, you probably can do 100 KYCs and AML within 1 hour. And we are racing against time. And retail banking is always about big numbers, but small margin. And if they don't automate, they will not be able to sustain. So it becomes a very expensive way to operate a business in consumer banking. So in consumer banking, this is what happened. Now, banks found out a solution. If you can't beat them, you join them. And you have people like JP Morgan. JP Morgan team up with this company, a fintech company called Near.com, and they partner with HSBC, Standard Chartered, and JP Morgan, so that they don't have to reinvent the wheel. They adopt the technology of this platform for Near. And you have people from Bank Colombia, from Southern America. And then they team up with this company called P-Link to develop and sell location intelligence services. And of course, you look at somebody that you probably know very well. My slide got up. Okay, people like Westpac, they team up with a white label AI solution provider to provide the intelligence that they need. And most consumers today, they need this kind of technology not because they are arrogant, but they want to know, as a bank, you take my money, how can you build a wealth building mechanism for me that you can manage my personal finance as a bank, how you can value add to me. And these are very important things. And that's why the bank cannot do it on their own, and they go to the market and talk to those fintech companies who can provide that solution and to achieve the fastest go-to-market strategy. And that's the way to go. And today, people who are using robo-advisors, means they are robotic. And personally, according to McKinsey, robo-advisors today are managing $13.5 trillion US. But if you let the human being do it, most likely you can't do it on your own. It's just like, a month ago, I discovered a way to do automated trading using artificial intelligence, a robotic system, a platform that trades 24/7. I have never come across a system like this in my entire life. When I was doing forex trading, I was doing option trading, that an automated AI system can generate profit for every day, on an everyday basis for 30 days without a single losses. So I did that, and I thought, wow, this is really cool. And StashAway is one of the example of people who do robo-advisor. So today, banking as a service is the way to go. So when I was in the banking system, my colleague always tell me, we want to build a system. And they didn't realize that as a bank, we are not a software company. We are not a developer. We are a bank. A bank means we need to operate on a lean and mean basis. So we don't want to behave like a technology company who build systems. And today, this become a reality over the last 15 years. And banks doesn't want to build technology. They want to deploy banking as a service. They want to work with technology people to market the product in the shortest time. So gone are the days when technology become a differentiator, but today there is no differentiator. The differentiator is how fast can you go to the market? Because having a technology is not doesn't mean that you will be the champion, you'll be the leader. The people who can bring in the customer, who can onboard new customer will be the winner, because that is the bottom line that every CEO has to be measured on. And today you see that in banking as a service, you see there are so many fintech players, like the players from the artificial intelligence, like credit scoring, personal finance, quantitative asset management, compliance, fraud detection, insurance. And all these are the biggest competitor to the bank. And the bank understood today. In the past, the bank doesn't understand that these people cannot challenge them. But today, they are the biggest disruptor of the bank. So you can't beat them, you join them. And you look at another type of player. Okay, so AI is one of them. And another type of player, the new player called the cryptocurrencies, the digital dollars and the future of money. And I remember when I talked to the private bankers, they hate me. The minute I talk about cryptocurrencies, they bang the table and said, Charles, don't you ever talk to me about cryptocurrency. I don't believe it in. Cryptocurrency is a fraud. Cryptocurrency is something that it doesn't work in the banking world because we are regulated by the central bank. Today, nobody talk about this, because there are a lot of people who's writing about how cryptocurrency is disrupting the financial ecosystem, how cryptocurrency digital wallet become the future of money. And today, if you look at the cryptocurrency boom, that poses a big challenge to the financial market. And today, when you talk about the total asset managed, if you look at the left side of the chart, the Tether, US dollar Tether is a stable coin that managed 63 billion. And the US dollar coin is also a stable coin that is pegged with US dollar. They're managing 22. And Binance, one of the biggest exchange platform, is managing $12 billion. Can you find an ordinary bank who can manage so much cash as an asset under managed in any banking? If you combine all the 4 platforms, Tether, US dollar coin, Binance, and DAI, the total asset under managed is almost 100 billion. And as of September 2021, the market value of crypto assets is surpassed 2 trillion and is always upward trend. And I have my partner tells me, he said, every month, if you put $500 to buy Bitcoin, and over the next 5 years, you do nothing, you will make money. So that is how powerful the Bitcoin is. This is according to IMF, and something that we cannot deny, and we got to do it. That the market is going through. And if you say that you are not going to do anything on crypto, you become the dinosaur, you'll be left behind. Like it or not, crypto is here to stay. You must do something before it's too late. Otherwise, you can be the old-timer dinosaur. And you look at the disruption that cryptocurrency lending platform is doing. When the bank is giving you a very low interest rate of 1%, 2%, cryptocurrency can give you, you can look at the interest rate on deposit is 12.73%. And they have all kinds of currency, and the withdrawal limit is 100 BTC. Just to give you a view of how much is 100 BTC. Today, Bitcoin is worth like 60,000 per Bitcoin. So you take 60,000 times 100, that is how powerful Bitcoin is. And when you send a Bitcoin between a peer-to-peer, if I send you a Bitcoin, you receive my Bitcoin in 1 minute, instead of waiting for 3 days going through a SWIFT network, which is a dinosaur, and you pay a lot of money on SWIFT. But today, Bitcoin charge you probably $2 for that transaction. And insurance company like Nexus Mutual is giving you a insurance policy using a smart contract insurance, and the market is worth like 6.5 million. And of course, today your custody, instead of putting money in a safe deposit, a fixed deposit account, you can do a self custody cold storage wallet, like you can put it in a USB thumb drive. And this is very exciting. And today, you see, these are the names you probably have not seen before. Some of these names, I don't even know them. But today, they are giving the banks a run of the money. And you look at the chart on the right, and you see, look at the stable coin, what is the interest rate that when you put money with them, from 8.25 to 1.25 to 12.3, 12.3, 9.5. And what does it tell you? That means it is telling you the bank's position are being threatened because the bank is no longer an attractive proposition. And my customers used to tell me, Switzerland is one of the best place to do the banking. And Switzerland is the best place to put the money because they have the best private bank to help you to manage your funds. But today, Switzerland is no longer the place, and it's become a very boring place to go to. Because when you put money in Switzerland, they charge you 1% for putting money with them. And when you put money with them, you thought that you're going to give them money, but they take it as you become a liability, and that's why they have to charge you. But in all honesty, in any bank, when you give them $1, do you know the bank as a bank, they have the ability to leverage your money. For every dollar that you give them, they will leverage your money 20 times. And yet they are charging you a fee for putting money with them. So, and because of this, crypto will continue to do well, and it will continue to disrupt the market. And if you look at the market today, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi, they have a Ethereum or Bitcoin ATM machine. And it looks like a phone booth. It's so tiny compared to an ATM. And this is going to be the norm in banking. And we have seen the Commonwealth of Australia started to put crypto in the banking app because they know if they don't do anything about it, they'll be gone. And at the bottom of this chart, the Singapore has a grand ambition to become a global crypto hub. And this is very close to me because the regulator, which is the Monetary Authority of Singapore, which is the central bank, they have recruited a lot of my colleagues, which are from Citibank. The chief operating officer is also from Citibank, he's my colleague. And Citibank people have one characteristic. We never say no, we never say die. We created something out of nothing. We create something out of zero. And innovation is the key to success of Citibank. And today, the Singapore government knows Citibank is one of the most powerful bank in the world because they are good in innovation. They never say no, they never say die. And because of this, they are embracing cryptocurrency as the global hub of the world. I remember in Citibank, when we have very limited ability to have branches in India. But with one branch, we created virtual branch, 15,000 virtual branch in India, doing micro lending of 1,000 to 5,000 US dollar by empowering the private bankers or the consumer bankers with one laptop and with all the software and the technology. And they call that a branch. And they go to the remote village when the big banks will not go. And we go at the grassroots level and reach out to those people who doesn't have banking facilities. And we did very well in India. Our margin was not good, but we have the volume and we have the reach and we have the market share. So with that, I hope my sharing of the new era of banking from my personal experience and from the market experience give you a glimpse of what banking is all about in the next 10 years or 20 years. And with that, I thank you. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your participation. And I thank you, Arijit, for inviting me. And I wish you a pleasant evening. Back to you, Arijit.
Thank you so much, Charles, for the beautiful discussion and sharing. I think we have got a question. before you do that, Charles, could you please unmute your microphone so that we can see and we can take a picture of yours?
Yes, I have unmute my microphone on my mobile. Do you want me to unmute my computer?
Yeah, so that we can take a picture because your picture is only showing, it's not.
Okay, yes.
Done. You can mute yourself now.
Okay, yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so we have, I think, Nina raised her hand. You can ask question, Nina, if you wish to. Please unmute yourself and
Hi, Charles. So
Yes,
I want to ask you a question, also say something. Regarding the cryptocurrency, you said that people don't trust it. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's a lack of trust?
yes. Number one, cryptocurrency is seen to be a currency that you can transfer fund from one person to another in the shortest time. Instead of spending 3
Why do you
days,
think people don't trust it? Why do you think people don't trust it?
because you don't have to go through the bank. You don't need to permission. If I want to transfer some money to you, I can transfer straight away. If I want to transfer $1 billion for Bitcoin to you, in 1 minute you receive it. Whereas the bank to go through a very stringent system. And just as they thought there is lack of control, but as a banking technology specialist, everything is recorded, is audited. There's no way that you can do money laundering using cryptocurrency. That's number one. Number two, people has the perception that cryptocurrency is so volatile. If I send cryptocurrency to you, maybe the next moment there is a crash in cryptocurrency. But if I send 10,000 to you and when there's a crash, you end up having $5,000. But today, this has been mitigated because most currencies they peg to US dollar, and we call that a stable coin.
Yeah, I just want to say that when I became homeless, somebody taught me how to trade. He lent me £500 and he taught me how to trade. And through that, I learned how to trade. And I am a total believer in cryptocurrency, if I'm being honest. It saved me from not being able to feed my child and pay my rent to being able to feed my child and pay my rent from my desk. So I'm a total believer. It's just I don't understand why everybody else is so skeptical, why they don't believe in it. And I just wanted to hear your opinion.
Another reason is the high street banker wouldn't tell you that why they hate cryptocurrency, because their job is threatened and they know if they support cryptocurrency, their fear is they'll be out of job. This is really a personal agenda.
Thank you.
Dr. Subrata asked a question.
okay.
Why is
Dr.
the
Subrata
public
is asking why in developing countries like BRICS, poverty, unemployment, and banking is still a challenge.
different countries like breaks poverty, unemployment, banking is still a challenge? Okay, this is nothing to do with technology. It's about human. You know, India produced the best programmers. India produced the best technology, but they are still slow in adopting technology in their own country. And India being such a big country, everybody is doing this for a personal reason. You see, like developing countries, there's poverty, there's unemployment, uh, because of some personal agenda. People do not want to share, uh, and people do not want to share the avenues of making income in financial services, and people doesn't want to share what is the latest technology in the bank, or people in the bank they know that there are some technology exists, and my colleague in Citibank used to tell me, please don't bring new technology. If you bring new technology, I'll be out of job. And this is the real threat. This is the real threat to people in the bank, not because there's no technology. The technology is there, but they want to delay. I remember when we want to sunset one technology that squeezes us dry every year, costs us a few $1 billion to maintain them. Nobody dare to touch it because the minute you touch it, something happens. the production environment go crazy and it's down and heads will roll. And that was the greatest fear. And I challenged everybody to change, because I said, you wanted to change for the last 10 years, you never change. And I convinced the compliance officer, I convinced the head of legal counsel, I convinced the head of technology, the head of consumer banking to change. I said, if you don't change, you will be changed. When I say that you will be changed, means you will lose your job. So that's how it is.
Hi,
Do you have
Charles.
any more questions?
Hi, Charles.
Hi,
It's
Marco.
Marco from Sydney, Australia. Thanks for your wonderful speech. I learned a lot myself. I come from various backgrounds in specialist business areas. As you know, my brother here, Arjit, is a specialist with technology and banking. So my question to you is: you spoke about the word dinosaur. This is an interesting word that you mentioned. A lot of young kids will probably giggle and laugh because they love dinosaurs. With education, how do you feel that you can empower the future generations to ensure they not only keep it simple, but also are effective in their banking?
Uh, I used to do financial education to schools as a volunteer when I was in Citibank. You need to start young. You need to start from the very basic, some fundamentals of how to manage money, and educate young people how the banking system work in a layman method. I always tell them how the bank make money. They don't make big money from you, but they make very, very big money from you. Imagine you give them $1, they can actually unlock $20, 20 times of $1 to do something big. It's just like one analogy that I always use in the restaurant business. I always tell the restaurant, you are McDonald business. Why McDonald make money? Because McDonald is not in the hamburger business. They are in real estate business. But one thing that McDonald never tell you, McDonald is in banking business, because they have 1,000 branch and each branch give them $2,000 per day cash flow. So 2,000 times 1,000, that's a lot of money. And they will take the money and sell the money. They will take the money to roll it in something that generates 10% income. And the same goes to Hong Kong. When I go to Hong Kong, these restaurant people, they will charge you low price. They give you the best food, best money. So I asked the Chinaman, the Hong Kong boss, and said, "Well, how do you make money?" He said, "No, we don't make money from restaurant business. We make only 2%. But we make big money by selling the money. Every day I have 100 outlets that give me $10,000. I have cash. I use the money to sell. And I sell the money, I make more money. Because every time I sell the money for 1 month, every time I sell the money for 1 month, I get 9% returns. Okay. So I'm going to turn off my computer soon because the battery is running flat, and I'm going to switch on to my mobile phone. Okay. Yeah, my computer is
Thanks,
not
Charles.
charging.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else who want to ask?
Yeah. So I think we are getting a lot. Charles,
Okay, I'm back now.
yeah. Okay. So
Technology is wonderful. Sometimes it really gives you a lot of challenges.
not a problem. Okay, so we have got a comment from social media. Someone is placing a comment that crypto till date is not legal from various governments' perspective. And when we are talking about traditional banking and try to manage both crypto and banking together, there are a lot of companies who are into crypto but can't track it by the governmental laws. Your inputs on the same.
Phrase the question again. So you're saying that this is the cryptocurrency is not legal?
Yeah, so from a lot of government, they didn't allow cryptocurrency to be the legal way, like the way banking works.
Yeah.
So your comments on that. Probably that's the question that he is asking.
Okay, the reason that people don't want to make cryptocurrency legal is because people fear that there's certain loss of control. But in reality, today, I am doing business that I receive cryptocurrencies. If I don't receive cryptocurrency, I lost one customer. So I have to receive cryptocurrency. And because I receive cryptocurrency, I do more business. My business double. And I'm very happy because when they send me the money, I will receive the money in just 2 minutes compared to 3 days for overseas remittance from the bank. So to me, this is amazing. This is crazy that I can see instant benefit by adopting crypto. And by having crypto means I do more business. But of course, I cannot let the bank know that I'm doing crypto, because the minute the bank knows that you are doing cryptocurrency, the banks will close your account without telling you, even though like a country, a market like Singapore who support cryptocurrency. That is from the government perspective to tell the whole world they are the global capital of cryptocurrency. But the local banks still felt threatened. So the minute they know that you're trading with cryptocurrency, they will close your account. Or when you start to apply for a bank account opening and you tell the bank that you are doing cryptocurrency business, they will reject you and they will ban you and you will never get an account open. So does that answer the question, Abhijit?
Yeah, looks fine. Looks perfectly fine. Listen, guys, like you need to understand a lot of inputs and information usually happens from cryptocurrency's perspective, but you need to understand cryptocurrency as a whole, as a structure, have got a different financial model, which sometimes don't regulate it by the existing government, depending on the government and their thought process. So it's not that it's illegal or it's not legal. It's not regulated the way normal banking traditional systems are. So it depends on you how you are taking care of such kind of activities. So if you have any more question, please feel free to ask. Else we will go to our next speaker.
Yes, I have a question.
Please.
I'm
Hi, Shankar. How are you?
good. How are you?
Good to see you. Happy to see you.
Happy to see you too. In fact, I had a question that by the way cryptos are going and the amount of increase in its valuation, how do you see it pitted against gold as a future investment? They say that to combat inflation as a hedge, crypto could be. What are your views on that?
I will say that gold and crypto are two different commodities altogether. Gold is a traditional instrument for you to peg against certain currencies. So in the olden days, US dollar is pegged with gold. But after some time, the gold lost the luster, and gold is no longer pegged with US dollar, or US dollar is no longer pegged with gold. And there was a time they pegged with oil. But today, what US dollar is pegged with, nobody knows. And when they need money, they print more money. Compared to crypto, there is a high degree of volume. It's big volume. Is being moved by the market, and because there is no central bank control, the regulators are very nervous. But if you look at it from the positive side, crypto is regulated by the world. Crypto is regulated by the market. So the market is determined by the demand and supply, and that's why it's volatile. And crypto is good currency to deal with, because I personally think that in the market, if you are doing a trading activity, you're trading cryptocurrency or you're trading forex, the more volatile it is, the more you make money, because when you have volatility, you make money, because there is an up and down, and that's where you can buy, you can sell, you take a position. Compared to a currency is so stable and it doesn't move for 3 days, and there's nothing that you can trade. So I think crypto create the excitement. It's just like in the times where before crypto, everybody wants to trade forex because Forex is not a controlled commodity. So it's controlled by the market compared to stock market. If you do trading on stock market, because the stock market can be manipulated because there's some insider trading. But those days, foreign currency cannot be manipulated by one individual, and foreign currency is controlled by the market demand and supply. So for the same characteristic, crypto is behaving the same, but in a much bigger way, and that is why it makes crypto very exciting for traders who knows what they are talking about. And we have to understand, traders and punters are two different kind of animal. Traders means they go to the market, they buy something professionally and seriously. Punters are people who go by sentiment. They say, oh, this US dollar is going up, they buy. By the time you know US dollar is going up and this guy try to buy, he will definitely fail, because the market's rule is buy low, sell high. When the currency is going up, you still go and buy, you lose money. Just like Warren Buffett says, when everybody is panicked, go to the market and buy. When everybody is buying from the market, stay away and get out. And that is the basic rule of trading. And unfortunately, in crypto, some people cannot see that fundamental. Even in Forex, people cannot see the fundamental. And people who doesn't see it often will give you a very negative view of what's happening.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll move to our next speaker. I'm so sorry that we can't take any more questions. It's like overshooting the time at the moment. I'll request Charles to put himself in mute, and the rest of the other panelists, please keep yourself mute, because we have our next speaker. Can I have your microphone and your video turned on? Nazri, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Yes, now we can see you. Okay, so we have, of course, the amazing speaker. He is a great friend, and of course, how do I miss introducing you? Please keep your microphone, others who are not speaking, into a mute mode. Okay, Mr. Nazri is ranked 1 in AI, predictive analysis and digital transformation. He's a venture builder, an honorary council member, a board advisor, and of course a speaker and a thought leader. And he runs an amazing company called MyFinB Group, and of course a strategic partner into the Global Chamber, and expert panel in applied AI. So long CV. I'm not going to take all these kind of information by myself, because I'll be giving the entire platform to my friend to speak and enlighten us about today's topic. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Arijit. Hi, welcome everyone, wherever you are. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. I'm here to talk about the democratization of AI, where 90% of the population, the working population of the workforce, may not have the ability to do coding and programming, may not have the knowledge of AI and machine learning, yet they are given the opportunity to be able to create AI without the need for technical knowledge. So the era has begun where low code, no code kind of platforms exist to empower people. And the people here we talk about, like I said, constitutes more than 90% of workforce of any organizations, whether you're a bank, whether you're a company, whether you're an organization dealing with non-profit objectives, okay, whether you are dealing with the private or public sector policymaker. Suffice to say that there is the belief that, oh, if I don't know coding, if I don't have programming, if I don't know about AI and ML, I cannot build AI solution. We beg to differ. And we are very pleased to share with you some of these experiences, some of the journey that we have embarked on that enables and empowers people without coding, without technical knowledge, to be able to create their own AI solution. So my presentation today in the next 15 minutes or so comes in 3 parts. One is about knowing first the value of your data. What are the survival and the growth tips that are in existence that could help you to transform that into insights. Then we move on to 10 applied AI cases, where AI are actually deployed, okay, whether in a macro level, whether at the micro level, you'll be able to see how data, whether it's qualitative or quantitative, is transformed by AI to create powerful insights to improve your top line, bottom line, as well as overall productivity. Then last but not least is a key takeaway where options to anyone who wants to either build AI, deploy AI, or modify AI. So these are the roadmaps on how to embark on that AI journey, followed by, of course, the Q&A and the discussion. So let's talk a little bit about the value of your data, the survival and growth tips. First of all, the pain points of dealing with data comes as such. It's all over the place. It's fragmented. It comes from multiple sources, too much information, too little information, too much inaccurate information, too much fake news. So there's a lot of information that you get to see, you get to hear, you get to read, but you're not sure what it really means. Or at best, you start to get bias when it comes to picking up selective data, when you start to making erroneous assumptions because the data itself is not accurate. So this is where the pain points of all users of data. Then because many of us still embark on a manual approach, a very labor-intensive approach of processing data, crunching data, preparing data, what we call the heavy lifting of the work is still done manually. So this is, of course, something that we have to deal with, whether you're dealing with financial, marketing data, HR data, operations data, there will always be information that requires you to do it manually. And third, very importantly, is the strategic use of data. How do you link all aspects of data, all facets of data in relation to your cash flow, fundraising, and growth strategies, particularly for SMEs or even startups? Yeah. So yes, there are many dashboards out there. There are many visualizations out there. There are many ratios. There are many aspects where tables are being shown. But what do they really mean strategically? You have to interpret it yourself. You have to interpret it manually. You have to bring consultants to present to you what it really means. Okay, and then the pain point also is about right now, because of COVID, is how to find new opportunities with all the data that surrounds you, with all the data that's all over the place. How do you find new clientele, new markets? Where is the optimal place? Where is the neglected place? Where are the segments that need improvements? Yeah, and because of this, how we deal with data, it has become a very time-consuming process and very slow turnaround time as a result. Now, very simple. The strategy of data is how to explain it, and how to create actionable insights. So think of it like a set of Lego bricks, right? So you have data all over the place, you sort them out nicely, you arrange them into various shapes, then you present it visually, based on colors, based on shapes and forms, right? And then you try to explain the story, you give them the picture of a home, right? Of a journey, of a destination. But AI can be doing this for you automatically. It can identify the data, it can sort the data, it can arrange, it can present visually, it can explain to you in words, with voice, what actually happened with your data. But more importantly is, what can you do about it and what can happen in the future? So in this case, this slide really talks about transformation of AI, transformation of data using AI. How do we do that? We bring them from a weak AI status to moderate to strong. So what do you mean by weak AI? Weak AI means it's just describing things. It's just borrowing a watch and tell you the time in words, right? It then starts to explain to you. It starts to get a bit moderately strong. It starts to explain to you why certain trends happen. It talks to you. It communicates with you. It explains the reasons why certain things happen. What are the red flags to watch for? What are the symptoms for certain events happening, right? And then it starts to get stronger by predicting, by mapping out scenarios for you, by forecasting, by mapping out various outcomes, probability of outcomes happening on your way. Then it also recommends things. It also tells you in stages what you need to do for each step of the way based on priority, based on critical needs. Then following that prognosis and following that diagnosis, it will start to monitor, right, on a day-to-day basis, hour-to-hour basis, to week basis. So this shows the value chain of data, how you actually describe them all the way to continuous monitoring via machine learning. So it's very important to understand how this process goes through. So imagine you have many systems out there, especially the retail systems, the ERP systems, all the various software that you see out there. So you basically have the data coming from the underlying databases. It could be a big, medium, or small system. So the type of data that you see then, step 2, will then see, hey, there's a lot of payment data, inventory data, shipment data, POS data, point of sales data, and so on. So these data are very static. This data is very structured. This data doesn't tell you a story. It's just an array of data segmented into various fields and carries thousands, if not millions of transactions over a period of time. Okay, but it doesn't tell you a story. So from here, the dashboarders, I would call them, the people who is dealing with visualization will start doing the dashboards. Okay, so from the raw data taken down from the system, it gets transposed into a set of dashboards, gets into sets of visualization, makes it attractive, pulls out the news from the web, compiles it all together. There you go. You have a platform where you get to see how the sales have been achieved by customer, by person, by product, and so on. But does it tell you a lot of insights other than visualizing for you? So from a dashboard perspective, you can have marketing person interpret this in one way, HR person, sales person, accounting person, finance person, operations and whatnot, right? Start looking at this and interpret it in their own way based on their experience, based on their bias, based on their KPIs, right? So everybody with different experiences, with different departments, with different background would interpret it in their own way that would fulfill their objectives or needs. So the CEO comes in and says, okay, I want to hear perspective. The board of directors comes in and say, okay, tell me the story. So everybody will have their own story, okay, to explain, but nobody will be the same. Certain trends will be the same, but there'll be certain insights that are not discovered based on just looking at this. So how does AI come in? AI comes in step 4, where it will use a combination of natural language generation, natural language understanding, natural language processing, a form of AI that basically goes through the 5 level of analysis. It tells you what happened. It explains why did it happen. It predicts what can happen, right? It then recommends what needs to be done, followed by it monitors what would change your earlier assumptions and earlier findings, should there be changes, right? So AI has the ability to convert the raw data into dashboards into an explanatory note inwards. So whatever you see here on screen are all written by the system, whether it's a series of checklists, signals, or explanation, or prediction, right? Or explaining the portfolio, or even analyzing your personality. All these can be done by AI as we speak. Okay, so in summary, you can see how from left to right, you get the data anywhere, right? It can be from your dashboard, it can be from your HR, it can be your marketing, it can be for ERP system, CRM, whatnot. It looks at data in a very structured way, right? The second part is, okay, it's very a very boring set of very structured data and tons of spreadsheet looking tables. Then the Tableaus of the world, the Splunk of the world will convert that into visual, right? And then you get the news feeds, the RSS feeds, and so on, right? And all the filtering takes place. But who connects the dots together? AI basically connects the dots together, as you can see in stage 4. Okay, so what businesses need to have, whether you're a business, whether you're a policymaker, whether you're organizations or startups, right, or of any size and shape and form, you need a robo-advisory platform. But this robo-advisory platform is something that you can build your own without coding and programming. So this robo-advisory platform must be able to help you think, plan, and act. You make the decision, but they will do the, heavy lifting for you and interpretation for you. Then humans make the final call. Okay, whether they should proceed or not proceed, and what's the implication, all done by machines, backed by machines. Okay, so these are some examples of how basically the machines look like when you talk about converting from step 1, step 2, step 3 to step 4. Okay, while some of these are relating to market insights, retail, supply chain, right? So it basically is able to provide some form of analysis, okay, in terms of financial, marketing, HR, and so on. Okay, so it is able to tell you what happened, why did it happen, what can happen in the future, what needs to be done, and what needs to be monitored. So all these that you see here are the natural language originally written from scratch to interpret a set of data that comes to the machine. So it can be your robo-advisor across any functions. Now, very quickly, part 2 of my presentation goes through every 5 or 8 seconds or so. the visual of how the AI cases can be applied, okay, across 10 use cases. In fact, these are basically essentially from use case, it became a case study because the clients start to adopt it in various stages and forms. And of course, certain images are deliberately blurred due to confidentiality of data. 10 things you can use AI for: predicting what customers can do, likely to buy. So based on their delivery data, you can look at products they are likely to buy, their profile, what type of goods they want or versus what they need. You can look at the trend of the kind of products that are coming your way, that are happening in the market. So you can pull data from public sources, you can pull data from your internal data, delivery data, for example. Okay, and then you can also predict what's their likely budget range, and then look at the kind of profile that buys certain products at certain price range. You can look at your sales volume, you can look at best case, base case, worst case, and you can plan your inventory. You can look at products that are trending, fastest growing areas, likely declining areas, likely declining products, right? Again, all this can be derived from the public sources, from places like, the e-commerce platforms out there. You can look at people's reviews and remarks. You can get people's comments and feedback about what's the best thing that's mentioned about a particular product versus negative things, about a certain product, and what's the trend. Basically, essentially finding out how people react to your products and services. So AI doesn't just pull and visualize, it can actually explain the story, as I mentioned. It can tell you why do people hate your products, or why do people like your products? What is the emerging trends that are likely to happen coming your way, right? And based on the goods return analysis, the reverse supply chain, you get to see the sources of complaints, the top areas to watch, what people are complaining about, the index, the strength of those complaints, right? And you can monitor how your products have been mentioned in the press, in the social media, and you can track it over time. What's the brand equity and brand whispers and the brand commentaries, relating to your product. You can look at how the competitors are behaving through their distributors, through their channels. You can look at all the trends happening, not just monitoring yourself, but monitoring tens of thousands of your distributors. So at any point in time, you will know. AI will basically process for you, pull for you, process for you, and lay out for you what are the competitive threats that are coming your way moving forward. Then for those with accounting data, you can convert your accounting data into a working capital requirement analysis, where the AI will basically interpret like a robo CFO, like a CFO, like a financial controller, like somebody who's an expert, in finance, will tell you how much working capital you need, assuming the receivables are late in paying, the creditors are asking for payment early. So what's your cash flow gaps? And then what are the action steps that need to be taken? So it doesn't tell you the problem only, it also prioritizes the problem and explains to you how to deal with the problems. So for those that communicates a lot in WhatsApp, in email, in chat bots, you can actually analyze those data, create a series of word-link relationship, and interpret what are the signals, what are the secret hidden signals that are coming out from such discussion. Very fun way to look at how people behave. Of course, when you analyze one or two people, that's fine. But when you are analyzing thousands of your customers, tens of thousands of your distributors, right? Or millions of people commenting about your status, your public status, right? Related to your products, services, or branding. So certainly manually using it, manually interpreting it will be a crazy affair. You have to automate it. Then, of course, at a macro level, you can analyze economic trends. You can look at the sentiment. You can look at the future. You can look at the impact of business confidence, unemployment rate, currency strength, inflation rate on certain sectors. Okay, so the last part of my presentation really is about what's in it for you. What do you have then? After hearing about the potential of AI, the problem statements involving AI, and how do you basically deploy and apply AI. So at the end of the day, you have three choices. Okay, number one is you use AI. So there are ready-made available AI systems that cost as little as $36 US or $10 US a month, or a few $100 for a detailed CFO analysis. So these are things that are already out there in the market. Everybody is going on SaaS. Everybody going on software as a service. They don't sell you CapEx. They don't sell you bombs to get for you to use AI, right? So the other end of the spectrum will be building AI. So building AI means without coding and programming, how can you actually build from scratch based on your core competencies of your organizations? Think of it as your business that is boosted with AI-driven approach, either for internal use or external use. So somewhere in the middle will be customizing it. You are neither using it on its own, you are not building it from scratch, but you are modifying what's existingly out there and you innovate from there. So this is typically how you do it. Okay, and I like to bring everybody's attention to a short clip that takes about 1 minute or so. Maybe my colleague can flash that video and share what's in it on how to adopt the world's first AI certification program without the need for coding and programming. We are pleased to partner with World Leaders Summit in this initiative where people, whether you're HR, marketing, operations, C-suite, board of directors, managers, as long as you have some form of working experience, convert your experience into AI by going through this 3-month online certification program, where at the end of 3 months, you get to learn, you get to build an actual AI prototype and solution, and you get to pilot it back, sandbox it back to your organization. So this is a very exciting program, and we are seeing very good results coming from ordinary people doing ordinary functions, but doing extraordinary things with AI. Okay, so thank you. Just take a quick look at the video and we'll proceed on with the Q&A. Thank you so much for your time. So I've reached the end of my presentation. I would like to pass it over to the moderator and the host, Arjit, to take over the session. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. So what I'm going to share before we jump into the Q&A round, I can see a couple of questions. I'm going to share some exciting news with all of you guys, which is the one that my friend was sharing. This is basically the MOU that we have with our partnership with Mindfield Big Group. And the one that we are doing, we are not only doing with World Leaders Summit, we are doing it with, of course, our accelerator, Co-Innovate Venture. So we are actually going to work with each other together to raise and grow the entire ecosystem with respect to technology, AI, of course, with a couple of finance and fintech. So congratulations to both the groups, both of us. Marco, if you're there, please unmute yourself. And of course, we'll go for a separate kind of announcement, which we'll do very soon. We are coming up with workshop models with them so that we can actually bring many people, because they are one of the finest experts in the term of artificial intelligence. And Personally, I feel that people should learn it for the sake of learning it and uplifting their entire career. So stay tuned to have some exciting news from us. Over to you, Marco, if you can just share a little bit of insights about this MOU. I wanted to have this signing ceremony along with you, me, and Nazi, but somehow we couldn't do it due to the time difference and the gap and the business of all of us, to be very honest. But yes, the signing will actually happen in a separate ceremony we'll do. Marco, over to you, please.
Yeah, thanks, Ajit. No, it's an exciting news for the World Leaders Summit and Co-Innovate Ventures. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to see such fine specialists in technologies in the banking world. So I could say honestly that, you know, I feel very humble. I feel privileged for us, Ajit, to work with fine people that want to make a positive and real difference to people's lives and educate them in an area that I feel, and I'm sure both these men feel, that you know, we can impact young people so they feel comfortable, they feel trusted, and more importantly, they have you know, the future looked after by you know, very strong and very important leaders like we are today. Thank you, Ajit. Nazi, thanks very much for this opportunity. Congratulations. It's a privilege to sign the MOU with yourself and Charles, and we feel very humbled to do that today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marco and Arijit, for participating and supporting in the certification in applied AI launch that you know, illustrates the commitment that you have for technologies and adopters of technology. Just a quick one to this. I think there's a query on the chat box talking about how this can be applied, okay, to the lower you know, continuum of the community. So just to let you know that AI has been used and currently being used by some of the project owners to benefit low-income families. So a particular state government, okay, in Malaysia, for example, handles about 200,000 low-income families in 3 states. Okay, so they are doing it manually. The caseworkers, the managers are dispersing money manually, and they have to go through 200,000 a year kind of disbursements of funds. So they need to profile people, they need to assess the intensity or the gravity of the financial distress that each family may be facing, right? And all of them are under distress, right? But the question is, how much, how little, right? So this is the kind of things that will benefit the bottom of the pyramid when it comes to low-income families. So happy to share with you offline on this, but essentially, they do that for the low-income families, you know, single mothers, people who struggle with broken families, for example, also have been the recipient of this through the disbursement of funds. So to deal with the bottom pyramid means there are people or agencies supporting them, right? So we actually empower the agencies that support them and then come out with the socio-economic roadmap for each family to actually come out of the economic rut, you know, in the next 3 years. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
100%.
Thank
Nazi,
you.
could you
Thank you.
please look at the camera for 1 second, man? I was trying to take your picture and I'm not a great photographer, trying to become one. And I'm sure, I promise you, you're going to be my model. Yes, done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Before you go, I think we have got a couple of questions. I'm going to take 1 or 2 questions for the sake of time. Dr. Shubhrata from India, he's asking, he's one of our ambassadors, by the way. How can AI be used for bottom of the pyramid sustenance? I think.
Yeah, I kind of answered that. Yeah.
Good
Hopefully that answers you, Dr. Subrata.
Yeah.
There's a lot of applications in that. It's just that the AI portion is toned down. So we are not concerned about the technology per se. It's means to an end, right? The most important thing is AI is an enabler to help process 200,000 applications a year, to help to identify the problems that each family face, to quantify, to profile, and to recommend the set of action plans that the caseworker needs to attend to for each. So AI is a very quiet component of this whole initiative. However, having said that, AI right now is being used heavily for social impact measurement. So after monies have been dispersed to help the low-income families, the question here is, post-disbursement, how are the families, how are the individuals like in the next 3, 6, 9 months? Did they get better jobs? Did they get better support? And things like that. So the social impact measurement happens at towards the end, but AI is being used very quietly. So we don't gloat it, we don't expand it so much. So that's how we approach AI for the bottom of pyramid sustenance. Thank you.
Super, super. And thank you so much, my friend, for being here and sharing all the insights, and looking forward to work with my big group and CAAI, along with Co-Innovate Ventures and WLS entire ecosystem of approx 35,000 business members. We'll be happy to handshake and collaborate. And of course, we are waiting for the next speaker at the moment. Nazi, could you please turn off your microphone at the moment? Let me call upon the next person on stage. Paulina, let me introduce our next speaker, Paulina. She's from United Kingdom. I'll give you a small brief intro of this amazing woman leader. Paulina is a seed investor. She invests mainly in 2 to 4 SEIS business a year. It's not the end. She co-founded the Grand Tree in 2010 to help UK tech companies to raise money from the government. Since then, they have grown a team of 35, served in excess of 600 clients, having delivered close to, my God, 60 million worth of equity-free funding.
It's actually 200 million. That must be an old bio. 200 million. Yeah, thanks.
That's a huge number when you're talking about free equity. It's a big, big, big achievement. Kudos to you. Welcome to World Leaders Summit, Paulina. As a speaker, stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom.
Lovely. Arijit, it's an honor to be part of the summit. Thank you all for dialing in, listening, being with us today. If we didn't have the amazing audience, it wouldn't be the great event that it is. So thank you. And well, before I really begin, I would like you to imagine for a moment a world where people work as a fundamental expression of their potential. And because as human beings, we are actually wired to do great things. I would like you to imagine a world where we work to express our brilliance and develop mastery, as opposed to earn enough money to perhaps in our spare time do something we actually care about. Well, my name is Paulina Tenner, and that is on my mission. Today, I will be talking to you about workplaces of the future. So my company Grand Tree, which Arijit kindly mentioned, is an interesting company from the perspective of how we manage work, how we manage ourselves, because there are no bosses in my company, no managers, people self-manage. And I will dive into how we managed to achieve a culture where financials are transparent, people set their own salaries, there is no gender or any other pay gap. And I'll give you some tips how to implement some of those elements, if you wish, in your companies or teams, so that you can be on the bleeding edge of the cultural revolution in the workplace. So there is admittedly plenty of work still to do for the kind of world where people work as a fundamental expression of their potential to be possible. So to give you some stats, according to Labour Force Survey, 882,000 workers in the UK alone suffered from work-related stress, depression, anxiety, be it new or long-standing, and that's in the years of 2019-20. And in the same period of time, as many as 17.9 million working days were lost due to work-related stress, depression, or anxiety. I'm going very quickly switch on my timer just to make sure that I don't overrun. 20 minutes is what we've got today. And As you will know, you're all busy professionals who have probably experienced the whole variety of different workplaces. Many modern organizations, particularly corporations, what's typical within them is the KPI-driven rat race, political games, and significant churn as people are looking for the kind of workplace where they could actually be trusted, respected, where they could feel that they can develop their potential and explore their weaknesses as well. So what I believe is that there is a different way of working, a way of working which balances profitability with investment in people. And we've proven that it's possible to achieve. And there is a way of structuring your company so that people feel respected, trusted, and act from a place of power as opposed to fear. So a lot of managers out there, unfortunately, threaten people into performance or scare people into good performance. And that is not the way an empowering, truly empowering workplace works. And that is possible while people are also very clear about their accountabilities and what it is that they need to do in order to achieve good performance. So as I mentioned, in my company, Granttree, now 11 years old, over 50 people actually, so we've grown. All financial data, which is typically kept secret in companies, it is transparent and people are empowered to set their own salaries. I'll tell you a little bit later exactly how that works. I would like to share our story, the lessons we've learned along the way, and help you figure out how you might be able to implement some principles of open, transparent, and empowering culture in your teams and organizations. So, casting my mind back to 2010, my co-founder Daniel and I started Granttree back then. Granttree, by the way, as the name suggests, deals with government grants. So as discussed earlier, we've raised over 200 million sterling worth of equity-free government funding for our clients. And when I started Granttree with my co-founder, the only thing we knew is that we wanted it to be fundamentally different to the kinds of companies and cultures we left behind. So Daniel just came out of Accenture. I have experienced a variety of workplaces as well, and I had a very clear idea what I didn't want Granttree to look like. So we decided to give people access to financial accounts, and we empowered them to set their own objectives and measure their own performance against those objectives instead of relying on managers. And our first sort of performance, very rudimentary performance self-management system was actually a big whiteboard where people received green ticks against the self-set goals that they met. And enough green ticks in a quarter meant a pay raise. So back then we did not have self-set pay. And that was the case until we got a piece of a very interesting insight and feedback from one of our team members who said that she felt like she was getting a gold star in a kindergarten when she received those green ticks. And we kind of stopped and thought about this piece of feedback. And also we thought about what she said later, which was that she wanted to achieve her goals simply because she believed in our mission as a company and believed in what we're trying to achieve. And that was her motivation other than the kind of external financial goals. And that's when we discovered that people are often intrinsically motivated, and those are in fact the kind of people we would want to attract to our company. And that hasn't changed until today. So I'll give you a few takeaways, like bite-sized takeaways or lessons kind of throughout this presentation. And here comes lesson number 1. And that is, make information, particularly financial, transparent as much and as early on as possible. This will help avoid political games in your company. Information, as you well know, is often used as a tool of power to gain political advantage over others. And lesson number 2 is empower people to manage themselves. And in order to do that, equip them with tools to assess their own performance on a regular basis. And it's then that they're actually likely to show you levels of commitment and dedication to their job, which might surprise you. Okay, back to the story of Grantry. So we realized fairly early on, there were maybe a few people on the team at that point, that we needed to organize the way we work together in order to be more effective. So it felt a little bit like a bunch of people, very intelligent people and hardworking people, pulling in different directions. So we hired a kind of traditionally minded organizational consultant who, I remember it like it was yesterday, kind of on our big whiteboard, he drew an org chart and told us, okay, so this is what your company will look like in 5 years, and this is what it might look like in 10 years. These are the reporting lines. This is the CEO, CFO, CMO, CSO, CTO, etc., etc. And this is kind of the hierarchy that you will have. This is who will report to whom, etc. And at that point, our hearts literally sank. Why? Because this kind of stiff, hierarchical, very traditional setup represented exactly the kind of company that we wanted to avoid building. And you know, this model actually derives from the beginning of the 20th century in Ford's factories. So those of you who have seen kind of black and white photos from that point, there used to be like a people working on the machinery, etc., and a manager start standing aside, overlooking them, you know, not really getting involved in the work at all. And you know, since then, I believe we've outgrown that model as a civilization, really. So what we did back then at Grantry, we started researching alternative company structures, and we actually took charge of consciously choosing what kind of company we wanted to become and what our future would hold. And that's when we came across many very interesting books and founders. So some of you might be aware of a fascinating Brazilian entrepreneur, Ricardo Semler. He also has a very good TED talk about self-managing schools and educational system that he's building now. So we read his book Maverick and 7-Day Weekend. We've read books from Valve Software, from Frederic Laloux, who is the author of Reinventing Organizations, Zappos, the shoe company sold to Amazon that some of you may be aware of. And we kind of started seeing an alternative route to building an organization. And after a few years of experimenting with different systems and procedures, we decided to commit to a full implementation of a system which is known as holacracy. It's a kind of organizational management an operational and governance system, which is in fact alternative to hierarchy. And you know, in a very big shortcut, it's a decentralized management and organizational governance where there are self-managing teams, so-called circles, which people belong to depending on their roles. People are never there is a hierarchy of work, so somebody could be doing a more senior piece of work, but there is not a hierarchy of people. People are equal, and people can and do participate in governance of the company through governance meetings that happen regularly, and can implement changes very quickly when they see something that gets in the way of them doing brilliant work. So, holacracy, and do look it up if you're interested in alternative company structures, is sort of a revolutionary approach because it distributes authority and decision making through, you know, a set of self-organizing teams, and it assumes that the founders or leaders of the company will give up control and pass the managerial and decision powers to teams themselves. So I've seen many kind of failed implementations of holacracy because founders or leaders were not ready to give up that control. And that's a very important piece of it. So holacracy is something that we're using to this day, and it helps us to remain agile and responsive to changing market conditions in our industry, because people are able to quickly kind of implement changes to their roles, to policies. Things can move and change quite quickly in our company. So lesson number 3 of empowered organizations is find the right structure to embody your company's soul and values. And like I said, most modern organizations are structured like Ford's factories at the turn of the 20th century, and it really doesn't go in line with how human consciousness evolved and transformed since then. One of the books that I mentioned, which is Reinventing Organizations by Frederic Laloux, talks exactly about that. So it's a fascinating study of how organizations have evolved on par with the evolution of human consciousness, from so-called amber and red organizations, which are primarily kind of command and control based, through to so-called orange organizations, which are kind of profit oriented. This is how most corporations operate today. It's all about generating shareholder value. Through to green organizations that are consensus driven, so a lot of charities and co-ops operate that way. And finally, top of the pyramid is teal organizations, and those are the ones that operate like a bit like a human organism or an ant colony. So there's no one that's particularly in charge, but the different parts of the organizations are interlinked and communicate together. So that's a very, very brief overview of the methodology of Frederic Laloux. And, you know, you can go with the safe choice of creating a company very much like those, you know, that have been operational since Ford's days, or you can choose to be on the bleeding edge of the new wave of organizations, which I think will slowly but surely take over as the Gen Zs, which are now coming into the workplace, are more and more demanding when it comes to what kind of culture they want to be part of. So, you know, you can build the kind of company that is designed to serve people's ongoing development, and the kind of company that combines a focus on commercial sustainability, because let's face it, if we are in business, we are in business to turn a profit. We're in business to be commercially successful, but we can combine that with wholeness and humanity. And the two go actually very, very well together in the long run, because in the short term, you may need to make some investments in your culture. So finally, to the self-set salary piece, which I'm sure quite a few of you are interested in. So for us, the bleeding edge involved empowering people to set their own salaries. And that was a multi-step process. So we started that by creating a committee that comprised of people from different parts of the team with varying levels of experience. And their mandate was to create a pay system for the whole company. And they decided to center that system around complexity of people's roles, which is obviously related to levels of experience. The more experience you have, the more complexity you're prepared to handle, and the uncertainty that they have to face in their work on a daily basis. So complexity, uncertainty. And they placed everyone on the team on that matrix, which was supported by peer-to-peer reviews that they received. So every single person in my company was reviewed by 3 other people and also reviewed free. Loads of data to compare. I think someone needs to mute. So every 6 months or so, there would be a reevaluation of everybody's pay across the board. However, a couple of years later, we decided we were actually ready to let people reevaluate their own salaries based on a process that we created. And I'll tell you a little bit more about that process. So we require our people to have completed at least 6 months worth of monthly self-assessment, to do a job market research to back their decision by evidence, to seek advice from at least 2 members of the team, including the budget holder for their so-called circle or department, to make sure the company is actually in a position to pay somebody more. Finally, they have to make a decision knowing that their salary will be visible to everyone, and therefore they're also responsible for any conflicts that may arise if they were to choose to not pay themselves fairly. So lesson 4 of empowered cultures is the following. If you're looking to implement self-set pay, make sure to equip your people with the right tools, processes, and information to make a responsible decision. And the last point and last lesson I wanted to bring up is that related to recruitment. So a lot of fellow founders that I know get really curious how we manage to find people who are willing to face all these challenges to do with a transparent, self-managing environment. And the way we do it is that firstly, we over-communicate from the very start. So from the very job specs through screening calls to actual interviews, we over-communicate what we expect from our candidates and what they're actually getting themselves into by joining our company. And secondly, we have an interview stage which is focused solely on culture and getting to know who the candidate is as a person, beliefs and values included in that, as opposed to as a professional or a function. And for us, that stage comes actually before the role fit, where we assess their professional capabilities, and is an open-ended question interview based on a framework which is designed by a Harvard scientist called Robin Keegan and his team. And as part of that interview, we get to understand exactly how the candidate sees the world and forms relationships in the workplace, how they make meaning, how they think really, what it's like to be in their world. And we've had some really positive feedback from people that took part in this interview. So I remember one particular entrepreneur who actually wasn't offered a job. There was somebody who performed slightly better in the last stage of the interview, but he took the time to get back to us and just to say that he really appreciated how we cared to get to know him as a person, as opposed to just a professional function. So lesson number 5 of empowering cultures is the following. Have a clear process around getting to know how your job candidates think and who they are as people. Interview them not just for culture fit, which is a term I personally hate, but what I like to call future culture fit, which means that you choose people who won't just blend in with whatever you currently have, but have the capacity to help you transform your culture and take it to the next level. I think we're just on time, so I'm going to take 1 or 2 minutes to recap on what we've learned today. So lesson number 1 was make information, particularly financial, transparent as much and as early on as possible. And this will help avoid political games, as information is often a tool of power, which can be misused to gain political advantage. Lesson number 2, empower people to manage themselves and equip them with tools to assess their own performance on a regular basis. Lesson or tip number 3, find the right structure to embody your company's soul and values. So you don't have to revert to hierarchy. There are plenty of other structures, sociocracy, for example, cooperative, apart from holacracy, which I talked about, which you can actually adopt. You can be on the bleeding edge of the new wave of organizations that are designed to serve people's ongoing development and combine focus on commercial sustainability with wholeness and humanity. Lesson number 4, if you're actually looking to implement transparent and even self-set pay, make sure you equip people with the right tools, processes, and information in order to make a responsible decision. And finally, lesson number 5 is have a clear process around getting to know how your job candidates think and who they are as people. Interview not just for culture fit, but future culture fit, which means the capacity to help transform your culture. And that would be what I wanted to share with you today. Thank you so much for listening, and I really hope that your companies and teams create exactly the kind of brave, compassionate, wholesome leaders that the world really needs right now. Stay well and enjoy other talks that this summit has to offer. Arijit, do we have time for a couple of questions, or would that be it for today?
We always have questions for the speakers. Okay.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Yeah, so the floor is actually open for Q&A. If anybody have got some question or want to comment, please feel free to unmute themselves, raise your hand, and I'm gonna do the magic to unmute. Please, Marco, noise.
Yeah, thanks, Paulina. That was very enlightening. My question to you is, when you spoke about, when you were speaking about your particular topic and supporting, obviously, corporations and SMEs and entrepreneurs alike in their leadership abilities in management and in other valued areas, can you give us some specific practical probably niche areas that you might be looking at, or your company's looking at to orientate themselves? So post-COVID, we see that the leadership, as you mentioned, follow a positive direction. So maybe some of your niche focuses and goals.
Niche focuses, interesting question. I mean, one thing that we have considered, and that's still kind of at the back of our heads, is implementing a 4-day working week. So there are quite a few studies that show that people can actually be more effective in 4 days because they know they have a very specific amount of time. So it is something that we're looking at that we may do. What else? We have adopted like flexible working, which means that people can work from anywhere in the world. We've had somebody working from Hawaii for a while. We had somebody who did a so-called remote year. There's an organization that offers that service where every second month or every month, I think, they take you to a different country. They obviously provide a workspace, Wi-Fi, etc. So we have that. Yeah, self-management is a big one for us. So, you know, if you're interested in kind of new wave of organizations, I'd say look into self-managing teams. Scrum, for example, there's a lot of it in the IT world where there are several methodologies that help teams and leaders to be kind of more self-managing.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. Actually, just
any more question, please feel free to ask her. I'm so sorry, I'm doing multitasking, so couldn't
That's all right.
give a lot of time to the summit. Yep.
Actually, Paulina, just a couple areas you just mentioned to the audience. The 4-day week, I started my career as a teacher quite a few years ago. And it was very efficient. You're right. Like having working 4 days, I found as a young man, starting my career in education as a high school teacher and a sports teacher with my background in elite sport and various other industries when I went through college and university. So the 4-day week is, I find, very efficient. And it was very efficient for me, like I said, quite a few years ago. So I can see that's been a positive change. Also, you mentioned about, you know, having remote working space is very important for people to get the best out of themselves. You know, you might be, as an entrepreneur myself and our fellow colleagues out there, sometimes you know, you can't be at home all the time. At times I'm in the car. I've got 2 kids. I had kids late in life, and I drive them to different extracurricular activities, or I have other duties as a father, and I balance that out, like you said. And we need to be on the road. Everything's live, and you need to really move in that direction, I think, in the future. But in saying that, it's also very important to have a balance with family as well. So, yeah, thanks for. Thanks
and
for
we've
your.
got quite a few fathers and mothers on the team, actually. So we've got some very attractive paternity and maternity benefits. I think it's crucial to empower people to kind of manage their life and their work life however they want to, and to help them really take ownership and take charge of how they want to structure their working day and working week.
Yeah, correct. I know sometimes, Paulina, you know, obviously, you know that the WLS team is hosting this 5-day summit. Remember last year, our first year that we had a great summit as well in 2020. You know, we've now condensed it to great speakers like yourself, Paulina. And I said to Arjit, like, you know, it's not about quantity always. It's about the high quality that you can support other people across the world. And I think that's I feel I come from a place, and so does Arjit and our WLS team. They want to provide high quality and obviously go across various nations of the world, but in doing so, keep really in touch with what the needs are.
I'm just going to put in my email at and also I have a book coming out. I'm just going to paste a link to it here.com book. It's a book which talks a lot about our journey as a company and how we arrived at that kind of empowering culture. And it talks about the leadership of the future, so the masculine and feminine leadership qualities that we all have. At the moment, in the run-up to the publication date, which is 26th of this month, I have quite a generous offer, so I'm opening up slots in my diary to those people that kindly pre-order the book. You can email me with a screenshot of that pre-order, and I promise to find 30 minutes of time before Christmas to discuss with you, what steps you could take for your organization to become, for your workplace to become more open, trusting, empowered. And since I'm an angel investor, I can also give you feedback on your pitch and or your business idea. So that's the offer that I have. I think that's all from me for today, but thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of the summit.
Thank you so much, Paulina. I can understand, because being a angel investor and running a venture capital fund, which we started, I can completely understand the business that you have. Not only that, the kind of exciting life that you have, and you're sharing a lot of good things with all of us. Pardon me, because I had to do a lot of shifting from here and there. So sorry for this, but there's a comment from Farah. Thank you, Farah, for the comment. Great HR policies, people management, and empowering of workplace cultures. Number one, make info transparent, especially in terms of financial, to avoid political games. No micromanaging, find the best structure for the company, equip people with the right and complete tools, government best practices, of course, generating asset value, teal organization, workplace culture, and she is trying to give you a thanks, Paulina, for all those inputs. Thank you so much,
Sure.
Paulina.
My email is in the comment box if anybody would like to get in touch. I'm very happy to continue the conversation offline.
100%. Not only that, we actually have a system wherein we usually call upon our speakers who are actually willing to work with us, continue the journey with us into our cohorts, into our accelerators, or probably willing to check the next generation startups who are actually pitching to us. We'll be more than happy to have you in our panels. With this note, let me ask you to probably mute yourself, and I'll be asking our next speaker, Sumant, to come on stage. Sumant, if you're there, could you please unmute yourself and turn on your video? And next we'll go to Daksh. I guess Daksh is already here. Yes, I can see him. Sumant, could you please turn on your camera? And
yeah, thank you. Hi, thank you, Arijit. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll not take a lot of time. I will just introduce you. Sumant is actually from India, and welcome to World Leaders Summit. Sumant, please, the stage is yours. We are running approximate 5 minutes time gap, but I'm sure that we are gonna adjust that in due course of time. Don't worry about time. The stage is yours. Please feel free to speak and enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom.
Thank you, Arijit, and thank you, Marco, for organizing such a wonderful summit. I'm really glad that I got a slot in speaking here and to bring my thought across the AI and other emerging technologies on this learning forum. And this is the global forum. That is one of the best thing you are trying to achieve. I'm integrating the leaders, the next generation leaders, on a world leadership forum. So I'll just straight away go and ask a question to the audiences, whoever hearing, or maybe later on. So how many of you think that AI could have prevented a pandemic like COVID-19? So I personally believe that had we implemented the advanced artificial intelligence system, then certainly this kind of scenario could have not been seen, because I have a believe that AI, artificial intelligence, has tremendous potential, and we are still scratching the surface of AI, and I mean, there was a system, the organization, a startup organization named as Blue Dot. So they are the Canadian startup tech startups. They develop a AI intelligence-based system, and they in fact they claim that they first time detected some kind of contagious disease, not COVID, and they alerted the WHO also. But I think that was a some kind of pilot project. I mean, though after COVID breakout, they expanded their team, they expanded their product portfolio, but still it is, can be said, in the pilot stage. And from my analyst perspective, I would like to say that these are the gap areas where the market forces need to come in and fill in, public health sphere, even in the personal health sphere also. So as an analyst, I remain analyzing the new innovations in AI and robotics space. And definitely, if you ask me, these are the gap areas, the public health has to be a neglected one. But one thing this COVID has done, that it has delivered confidence in technology. Now almost all people believe that technology is a way forward. Technology is the future, and particularly the digital tech enabled with emerging technology like AI and blockchain and IoT. So if I have to again talk on how we can use the emerging technology like artificial intelligence to safeguard the public health, I would like to say that the world needs to evolve an AI-based epidemic intelligence and management system, that is EIMS we call it. So in some form, as I said, one couple of startups are doing in pockets, but these pockets need to be integrated at the world level. Now what happened that in UK, one project got started recently after the COVID breakout, that is known as Participatory One Health Disease Detection, PODD. So it's a pilot project on surveillance and control of zoonotic diseases. Zoonotic diseases, that is the diseases which are spread from animals that could possibly infect humans and causes the economic losses. So these projects recently got funded to the tune of $8 million by Trinity Challenge, and then Trinity Challenge and another custodians of a couple of leading enterprises, again targeted for evolving solutions, next generation solution for dedicated for preventing the pandemics. So AI is now coming in full force in the future pandemic prevention, and even the intelligence generation, that hey, look at this area, the certain virus has jumped from animal to the human being and is likely to spread. So at least that kind of intelligence system also going to help the masses and the people and the government as a whole. So I mean, that is the future aspects, but now last 1.5 years, a lot of data got generated in our medical establishment, our medical setup, be it hospitals, be it the diagnostic centers, be it the CT scan centers. So do we have do our governments or enterprises are doing something on those data, those X-ray scans, chest CT scans? So I think there are some, these are again happening in pockets. So I think there is a need to use harvest augmented analytics and AI to consolidate these data also, to integrate these, because these are the data which possesses a lot of knowledges, a lot of insights which can be used for preventing any future pandemic occurrence. And even if something happened, that at least the insights how this need to be tackled. So I would like to mention here one example of one of the latest NHS project, the NHS UK, Great Britain. They have the NHS X. So they are set up the AI lab, which is supporting the testing and evaluation and a scale of promising AI-driven technology through the 140 million pounds budget. So they have launched a project called National AI Medical Imaging Platform, NMIP. So this platform aims to provide large-scale data collection on a national scale, meaning AI developers have access to the kind of high-quality data needed to train AI models and AI products. The platform would include larger volumes and types of medical imaging for use in testing and developing AI technology. Another setup the NHS has done is called the National COVID-19 Chest Imaging Database, NCCID. So as I mentioned, the lot of X-rays and scans, they're scattered here and there in hospitals and health centers. So they are trying to integrate these all data sources, and not only from UK, but from the other country also. So the country like India, they need to also leverage these kind of information available in their various health centers and hospitals, and build up the next generation insights and knowledge on these available unstructured data. So in India, had the one advantage that number of COVID patients here are very large, I mean, so they have more data available here, and they have the more insights available here, So India need to lead these aspects also. So Coming to the medical side, we all saw how the availability of medical resources, even oxygen, became constrained during the COVID period. But through AI, the targeted and personalized medical care need to be provided even through the virtual medium. So that's happening. India. If you look the India, the e-consultation, the e has progressed well. Even government launched certain of their platform for e-consultation, and they claim that the many people from remotest past of India use that platform to consult some of the known doctors, government doctors, even the private doctors across the various cities of India. But what's happening? These are still dependent on the physical resources of doctor. We need to deploy AI to replicate the doctor's intelligence and to deliver the personalized and targeted medical advices to the masses of the people through remote consultation or through remote access, using the telemedicine. So that is the area when as a country and the world need to work, that how to capture or train the models, the AI models, from the combined knowledge of various medical professionals, and to make those models available to the millions and millions of people, so that they never get denied with any medical advices when they are under need, and these medical advices get delivered wherever they are sitting and wherever they want it, right? So the medical the healthcare need to be decoupled from the physical side and from some personal manpower availability. It need to be decoupled, and that happens only through the technology, be it the telecommunication, ICT technology, internet and communication technology, be it the AI technology and IoT. These all technology are converging for providing the next generation e-healthcare solutions. Now, one factor I like to mention when we are talking about healthcare, it's not only about the patients. So the virtualization and robotization of healthcare delivery need to be done for the safeguarding the healthcare professionals also. If you see during the last lockdowns, the previous lockdowns due to COVID, it was estimated that around $120 billion both medical value creation got lost, that practitioners, because their clinic were closed, they were shut off, so they did not earn anything. So if you combine these all revenue losses of medical practitioners, around 120 billion gone in last 1 year. So I believe with better AI and telemedicine technologies, even 40 to 50% of such losses could be avoided in a similar circumstances. Now, another aspects, the doctors should not believe that AI is their competition. Rather, they should accommodate AI as their peer, or sometimes as most productive friend. Because I was talking to in one of the conference in India, which was totally focused on AI deployment in medical field. I just said that a doctor is limited by their own physical constraints and bandwidth. But if a doctor trains an AI model, right, so they can create even 5 to 10 similar kind of doctors, and they can deploy at least for the basic investigation or basic patients, kind of diagnosis. So it's the income multiplier. A doctor which was earlier constrained with their physical limitation of availability and time ability, and they used to see, say, 20 to 30 patients per day. With the AI tools and AI assistant, they can actually scale their entire their earning potential, and up to 4 to 5 times, because they can handle more patients, because they deploy their robotics avatar, where they can diagnose many more patients. At least at the initial level they can do, because not all diagnoses happen in one day. There need to be some basic diagnosis, some basic consultations, so that can be automated. So I think it's not for only doctors, for other professionals also. They need to treat AI as a friend, and not as their job eaters. So I predicted emergence of robo entrepreneurs. So robo entrepreneurs are going forward a great business model. So I'll explain quickly what these robo entrepreneurs mean. So I was just watching the previous session, and somebody puts a question here in the chat box. So can we have 7-day weekend? So yeah, I know this today is luxury, but going forward with the robo entrepreneurs, it may be possible that as I imply, you need to deploy your robots, which you train with your skill sets, your knowledge, your experience, and then you become an entrepreneur in terms of deploying your robot and AI models in the work environment. So if I am a IT professional, I know certain skills I have, I can train to my AI avatar or AI model, and I can produce such like 50, 60 such models and deploy in one employer or multiple employer. So this how then then what will happen? The employee will not earn through their own physical labor, but rather they earn through their the knowledge model or AI model which they have created. So so physical work, as I said earlier, the founder of Tesla also said earlier that when they were launching the Tesla robotics, Elon Musk said that physical work will become an option in future. If you want to work physically, then fine. Otherwise, you can transform your work, your knowledge, your expertise to the AI and robots. So that's the future. So it's possible to have a 7-day weekend. I mean, once you have trained your robots, they can take care of the work, provided you have to be alert in giving some training and supervision to such AI models. Now, I come towards the AI and robotics, how it is going to impact leadership. That is very important. In 21st century, I believe, particularly in post-COVID world, those who lead in AI technology race are going to be true leader. Traditionally, leaderships was evolved around positions and PR. So if I in India, if I win an election, I hold some position of like MP and MLA, then people see me as a leader. That is fair enough. I have the equity from the people, and then I become leader. But going forward, simply holding a position won't be reflecting my leadership capability. I need to bring some value from technology. I need to derive some value for people welfare using the AI technology. See, today, the China is giving challenge to the many countries, those who are believed to be global leaders, only by using a higher scale of technology, and particularly they are using the AI and robotics in mission mode. So if we have to safeguard us from the Chinese expansion, then of course we have to push our robotics and AI technology capability also. It can't be the business as usual. So the leadership is those what I'll say that traditionally the leadership was evolved around position and PR, but future leadership shall be evolving around AI-led innovations and people and institutions who knows about deriving and delivering value from AI technology-led innovations. So they are going to be most sought leaders in the world, and to become torchbearers of new age innovation-led leadership. So that's the new identity. And if I just briefly discuss how why AI is now important. Now recently the US intelligence officials warns about the federal government of United States of America on the 5 key technology sector which will determine whether China overtakes US or not. So these key tech sectors are AI, artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence comes first in the priority list on this intelligence inputs submitted to government of USA, about their own intelligence wing. These are artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, semiconductors, and autonomous system. I think all these 5s are interconnected. AI system can't be flourished without good computing in place. The quantum computing is the future of the computing, and the semiconductor crisis we all are facing. So today, the world has not moved out of silicon. I mean, though I predicted the emergence of non-silicon based computing, there is air computing. Going forward, we need to transition our computing environment from the material based, that is silicon based, which is constraining because the Moore's law is no longer valid, you know. So you can't multiply the chip density to speed up your computing, but your AI need faster and faster computing. The AI apps are becoming resource hungry as far as the computing is concerned. So world is looking towards the alternate mode of computing, and one alternate mode of computing is quantum computing. So we will not go in detail of the computing and biotechnology and semiconductor and autonomous system, but these, what I mind to say, these all are interrelated. So as the intelligence agency has alerted US to make competitiveness in these 5 sectors, so I think it is applicable for all countries, including India, to emerge a leader in these 5 sectors. So if you see further the impacts of AI in business continuity, so we observed during last lockdowns, since last 1.5 years, so how severely the business continuity got impacted, you know. So but still we believe that 70% of particularly Indian GDP, I personally analyze this space, how because I am based out of India, so I am mostly impacted in India, you know, and I analyze that 70% of Indian GDP, which we lost during the last lockdowns and the COVID related restriction, would have been saved by deploying higher technology, including artificial intelligence and robotic automation, you know. So factories under Industry 5.0 to be run by robots and can be remotely controlled also. These are the new concepts which we are bringing, how we can run our factory by using the emerging Industry 5.0 framework, so that one need not to go even to the factory site for running some processes. It can be done either through robots or can be done through remote control basis, so that if future some disruption happens, then I need not to be physically present over there. Okay, so then 3D printings and all those things will come for helping the future of manufacturing. So COVID-led supply chain disruption like semiconductor shortages to be resolved with AI-led interventions, and contactless logo distribution is going to be accelerated. Now, I'll quickly summarize my couple of points in next 5 minutes. I'll mention about the AI application in defense. So in defense and military. So what the era of man-to-man fight to end, AI robotics warfare to start. As I said, the China has already started this game. So the world has to follow it. I mean, there's no alternative about that. I particularly believe that India need to deploy robots on borders for facing first bullet of enemies. You know, daily news, we hear that our Jawans and soldiers get died while performing some kind of duties on the border. So this can be also prevented by using robots over there. As per an estimation of 5-year research that the company which I run, India may need to deploy over 1 million robots at various international borders for enhancing country security and reducing troop casualties. So the AI and robotics-led warfare should be the next priority for this country. I personally don't want to promote AI in defense and military application, but you know, the situations are coming like that. The threats from neighboring countries are like that, that we have to also augment our drone and AI capability and robotics capability in defense sector. Now, well, we have spoken about the defense sector. One sector I want to highlight here is the education sector. So in last COVID lockdown, education sector suffered a lot. You know, the many students got totally disrupted in their education process. And though virtual education came up for rescue to some extent, but it's missed one-to-one coaching and guidances coming from the teachers. Many students did not pick up course content or desired level of learning these courses. Hence, there is a need for professionalized AI-based robot tutors for teaching many of the underprivileged students who do not get access to formal education and tutors. So a lot of personalized tool sets, AI-enabled tool sets, and need to be developed. Already the edutech sector is warm and it is growing very fast and a lot of innovation is happening. But still, I believe that the most of the sector was focused on the remote access of the education. Now we need to focus on AI-enabled coaching and mentoring and tuition, right? And we need to develop more and more robot tutors. They can supplement the physical teachers, and to make the teaching very focused and personalized. Right now, it's for the masses, it's for the classes, but each student in a class, they have their different learning requirement and different grasping capability. So that customization need to be done through AI. I'll briefly talk about works and collaboration through AI. So robotics avatars to grow and employees to becomes can transform their skill set to these robotics avatar, as I mentioned, through the robo entrepreneur models. So the collaboration right now, what we are collaborating through Zoom, this can be further augmented with AI help, and we need to evolve our future collaboration technology with the help of 5G and AR and VR and AI models to bring real-time interactive experience, as if the persons are interacting in close to each other in what we generally feel in a conference room kind of format. Last, I will discuss about the very important sector, the pharma and drug discovery. So recently, the Google parent company Alphabet has set up a new lab, isomorphic labs, that will use AI to try to discover new drugs by using another Google company tools and technology is known as DeepMind. So drug discovery is going to be the key focus sector for AI. So in here, this Alphabet venture, the key focus is to reduce the cycle time of drug discovery by using artificial intelligence, big data, and analytics. We saw in the COVID vaccination discovery that a lot of AI tools were used. That is the reason we could shorten the vaccine development time cycle for the COVID.
I'm so sorry. So sorry, you're overshooting the time.
Oh, sorry. So I just finished up. That was my last point. So with this, I will say that AI need to deliver on many sectors, and we can see the next decade is coming to be the AI decade. With that, I like to finish my talk. Thanks a lot, and sorry for taking some extra bit of time. Thank you. Thank you, Arijit. Thank you, Marco. Thank you all attendees here. Any question you can ping me right now, or you can text me. My email ID is sumant_parimal@inogress.com. I'll type it here also.
Sure. Feel free to do that. Even though actually we have a ecosystem connection separate platform, so you can probably connect with others in our own core communication process. Not only over the email, you can actually coordinate with people online as well. Anyway, talking about the same, if we don't have a question, probably I'll ask Mr. Sumant to mute his microphone. We'll take the question later on after our next speaker is done. Please, Sumant, please stay with us. We will have the Q&A round after Daksh is done. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Dr. Daksh Agarwal. If you are there, could you please turn on your microphone and your camera? Hey.
Hi.
Daksh has got 8 plus years of work experience in the semiconductor industry and big data. He completed his PhD from University of Pennsylvania and engineering from IIT Kanpur, which is close to my heart, of course. Been there multiple times into a lot of IITs. He has co-authored several US patents, books, and peer-reviewed articles, which have pushed the frontiers of the science in the field of semiconductors and nanotechnology. Moreover, he is actually friend of one of my very near and dear friend, brother, I would call him, Amit. So that's welcome to World Leader Summit as one of our speaker. The stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your speech and your knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those kind words of introduction. It's an honor to be here and to give this talk. Am I allowed to share my screen? Okay. So let me know if everyone can see my screen. Okay, perfect. So the topic of my talk would be the hardware enabling the future. Arijit already gave a nice introduction about me. So I don't think I need to spend a lot of time here, but I would just like to state that my experience in the field of big data, as well in the semiconductor industry, gives me a unique perspective to be able to give this talk. Not only am I working on the hardware side right now, but I have also worked on, on the applications for which this hardware is being used and will be used in the years to come. So let's jump right in. The microelectronics industry is continuously being pushed because of rapidly evolving technology, because technology always wants faster, smaller, and more energy efficient devices. And so the industry has to keep pace with that. So 6 key sectors are driving this growth. The first one is IoT. I'll talk about that in the next slide. The others are data centers. So the data center market is projected to be about $117 billion and is projected to grow at 11% over the course of next few years. And it should be $112 billion by the end of 2028. The artificial intelligence, as the previous speaker was talking about, is another hot area and is expected to grow at 43% annual CAGR over the course of next few years, from 16 billion right now to about 126 billion over the next few years. The other sectors are automotive. As we all know, autonomous cars requires a lot of chips as well as storage, EVs, and then sensors and communications as well. With the advent of 5G technology, smartphones, and streaming, once again, we need the next generation of microelectronic devices to be able to keep up with the pace. As I was saying, IoT is another very hot area. This graph here projects that by the end of year 2025, every individual on this earth will have on average about 9 smart devices with them, which can connect to the internet. Right now, this number is 4, right? So the amount of smart devices that we have is rapidly exploding. And what that does is that it increases the overall data that is generated in the world. So just in the year 2020, about 59 zettabytes of data was generated in the world. And this number is expected to grow at an exponential rate and should hit about 150 zettabytes by 2024. So what this does is that it puts a lot of pressure on the industry to manufacture the hardware to keep up with this, right? Just if you think of how many flash drives we would need to save this much of data, that number is really huge. So what are the different kinds of hardwares that are needed, right? The first and the foremost is the processors, right? The brain of the computer or of any device which makes it work. And obviously we need faster, smaller, more energy efficient, as well as a large number of processors, right? To be able to power all the devices that we have. Another key component is the memory. So, there are 3 main kinds of memory, which I will briefly talk about. The first one is SRAM, which is static RAM, which is used in CPU registers in caches. This is integrated with the processor. It's the fastest memory that we have. And the read-write time is about 10 nanoseconds. The second one is dynamic RAM, which is the main memory of the computer. It's again extremely fast with a read-write time of about 70 nanoseconds, and it interacts with CPU directly. The problem with DRAM is that it is volatile in nature. And so if we don't continuously refresh, the information is lost. And the third main kind of memory is flash. This is a non-volatile memory, which means that when the device is powered off, the information continues to be stored in that device. And so this is used for long-term storage. And with the advent of 3D scaling, this has led to high packing density. So the focus of industry has been to work and develop the next generation of memory devices, enhance each of these memory types to make them smaller, faster, more energy efficient, but at the same time come up with new memory types which can better keep up pace with the requirements that are put on the hardware. Just to give some number on to give some context on how far the technology has come, the first computer was called the ENIAC. It was built in 1946 at the University of Pennsylvania only, where I got my PhD from. So that computer had a speed of 5 kilohertz. It weighed 30 tons, required 200 kilowatts of power to be run, and its storage was only a few words. Compare that to the iPhones that we have today. The clock speed is more than 3 gigahertz. The chip weight is less than 170 grams. They use the 5 nanometer technology, and the storage is of the order of GBs and TBs, right? So this development has taken place because of breakthroughs in fabrication technology, which led to the development of microprocessors. And then every individual component was made smaller, which allowed a larger number of them to be packed together, which led to this development. So in the next few slides, I will discuss the types of memory devices that will enable the technology of tomorrow. So let's start with the flash memory. So this technology is based on silicon. The information is stored as a charge, and every flash unit can store up to 4 bits of information depending on the device architecture. Since this is a non-volatile memory, it can be used to store information over longer periods of time. With the advent of 3D scaling, the packing density is really high, but the disadvantage is that the speed is much slower. To give some context in terms of market numbers, the global market was about $18 billion in 2020, and it is projected to go at 22% for the next 7 years, reaching about 74 billion by the end of 2027. On the right, we can see a schematic of the 3D NAND memory, where you can see the alternating layers and the pillars as well. So every intersection in between the layer and these pillars actually corresponds to a flash unit. So we have multiple flash units horizontally as well as vertically, and this is why this is called as a 3D NAND, because we have scaled horizontally as well as vertically. So how did this scaling happen, right? And where's the technology right now? When we first started, flash was actually two dimensional, and as can be seen in this schematic here, let me get the laser pointer. Yeah, as can be seen in the schematic here, there's 2 electrodes, one at the bottom and one at the top, and in between these 2 electrodes we have the flash storage unit, right? So this is still a planar structure right now. Now as we started to shrink, each of these dimensions got smaller, and at one point the industry decided to scale into the third dimension, which is the height. So if you think we can invert this entire stack vertically, so the multiple electrodes that we have along the plane, now we can stack them one on top of each other, right? So now we already have a lot of flash devices, but we still have one more dimension to add more stacks, right? And so this is how flash was scaled from 2 dimension to 3 dimension. The first 3D flash device was launched by Samsung, and it had 24 layers in the stack. This was a 128 gigabit device. Today, 64 to 96 layers are available in high volume in the market, and then 128 to 176 layers are to be launched soon. So some of the ways which are being explored to increase this density even further is by increasing the number of vertical layers in the stack. So 256 layers and beyond are being explored. The other area that the industry is working on is to have multiple stacks on top of each other, right? So let's say if each stack has 256 layers, and if we have multiple stacks on top of each other, we can potentially go to 512 or 1024 or even more layers. So this will further increase the storage capability of the NAND device. And then new device architectures are continuously being explored to enable faster and smaller chips. And then what are the key challenges to be able to achieve these goals, right? So one of the main issues with fabrication of these devices is that these are all high aspect ratio devices. Aspect ratio is the ratio of the height to the smallest dimension. And these aspect ratio can be as high as 50, sometimes even more than that. And to give some perspective, Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, has an aspect ratio of 9. And the building with the highest aspect ratio in the world is actually in New York. It has an aspect ratio of 24. So to be able to fabricate something which has much higher aspect ratio at a much smaller size is incredibly difficult. The other key challenge being faced is that this technology cannot be scaled beyond a certain point because of device architecture. If 4 bits are being stored in every flash unit, then it needs to be of at least certain size to be able to store each of these bits without confusing one from the other. And as a result, this technology can only be scaled to such a small size. Let's move on to DRAM. So DRAM stands for dynamic RAM. This is the primary memory in that device. This is again a silicon-based technology. In DRAMs, the information is stored as charge in the capacitor. So on the right hand side, we can see a schematic of the DRAM, and these white cylinders on the top, these are the capacitor. These again have high aspect ratio, which makes it harder to fabricate them. The advantages of DRAM is that it has fast speed, high packing density, as well as they're easy to fabricate. But the disadvantages is that this is volatile in nature, which means as soon as we turn the power off, the information is lost. The scaling limitations for DRAM are also starting to be reached, which means new architectures would need to be explored. And again, to look at some market numbers, the growth in the market is driven by rapid adoption of high-end smartphones, which need faster, which needs more memory to be run faster, increasing number of data centers, generally the growth in semiconductors industries, as well as the IoT growth across sectors. The 2020 market is 63 billion US dollars, and it is expected to reach 110 billion by 2026. Again, if you look at the scaling that has happened and that will potentially happen for DRAMs, is that if we just look at the device size and compare it from the 1970s to the early to mid 2000s, the device size has come down by orders of magnitude from more than 10,000 micrometer square to less than 0.1 micrometer squared. And at the same time, the capacity is also increasing from about 1 kilobits to 16 gigabits in this case, and now much larger sizes are available in DRAM. So one of the most recent DRAM device that was launched by Micron has a device size of, or has uses the 10 to 19 nanometer technology node. So significantly smaller than where we started off with. So the key areas of development that are being explored is obviously to decrease the size even further, but physical limits on scaling may soon be reached. One of the very active area of research, which was also alluded to by the previous speaker, was the requirement for high bandwidth memory, especially in artificial intelligence. And in order to meet that requirement, multiple stacks of DRAMs are stacked on top of each other. And right now, 4 to 8 stacked DRAM devices are available, with 16 stacks available to be available soon. So this is one stack. What industry has done is fabricated multiple devices, one on top of the other, to be able to have a DRAM which has much larger capacity. Another way that is being explored is to scale the DRAM vertically, just like 3D NAND. But because of this tall capacitor, it would involve a large number of DRAM stacks to be placed on top of each other to be able to make this technology viable. Some of the challenges that are being faced is that the conventional scaling will be ending soon, and so new architectures are being explored. So emerging or the conventional memories can only get us so far. They each have their limitations as well as advantages. And so new memory types are continuously being explored to further increase the speed, packing density, energy efficiency, endurance, and reliability. And so multiple different types of RAMs are being explored. I think I'll only have time to talk about two of those, the magnetic RAM and the phase change RAM, and some other examples such as FE-RAM, ReRAM, and NRAM. I can talk about them at a different time, or people can read up about them, if they are interested. So let's talk about MRAM. It stands for magnetic RAM. This is one of the most exciting new memory technologies on the horizon. As the name suggests, this stores charge in the form of, it stores information in the form of magnetic charge as opposed to an electric charge. And this uses materials involving iron, cobalt, nickel, and boron, and so which are very different from the conventional silicon based devices that have been fabricated in the past few decades. The target applications for this are automotive, IoT, as well as artificial intelligence. So the MRAM 2020 market was about 989 million, so a bit smaller than the conventional memories, but it is expected to register a CAGR of about 62% over the next 6 years. So this is a very rapidly growing area. Some of the benefits of MRAM are that this has really fast speed, about 25 nanoseconds, so significantly faster than DRAM, but somewhat slower than SRAM. This also allows it to be used as a hybrid memory, as a combination of SRAM and DRAM, or even 3D NAND, since this is a non-volatile memory. This is also highly reliable with unlimited endurance, which means that this doesn't degrade over time. And another key exciting feature of this is that this requires extremely low power, which means that it could be used in wearables as well as RFID based applications. So the challenges that are being faced to fabricate this is that since this employs a lot of the new materials, especially metals, the fabrication processes are extremely complicated, and the industry is still learning about it. This requires deposition of very thin films, which should be of precise thickness, and so very good control over the process parameters is needed. The testing of MRAM devices is also challenging, which makes it harder to test them as well. And that brings me to the last kind of memory device that I will be talking about, which is PC RAM, or the phase change RAM. As the name suggests, the information is stored in the form of the phase of the material itself, which could either be a high resistance or a low resistance phase, depending on the amount of current that was flowed in the circuit. This typically employs chalcogenides such as tellurides. And the target applications are again potential replacement for NAND, for DRAM, as well as for SRAM. The market size for PC RAM is a bit slower than MRAM, about 407 million in the year 2020, and is projected to reach 4 billion by 2026, which corresponds to a CAGR of about 44%. Within the individual targeted segments, PC RAM could be used as DRAM, and this market again is projected to grow at 46%. And similarly, PC RAM for applications in SRAM segment is also projected to grow at about 45% CAGR for the next 7-year period. Some of the benefits and challenges associated with PC RAMs. The benefits are that since
sorry to interrupt in between, you're overshooting around 5 minutes of time, so if you can wrap up.
Okay, yeah, this is just my last slide. So PC RAM is a lot faster than flash and also degrades much slower, and it has much lower limitations on device scaling, which makes it a lot more exciting. But at the same time, this requires higher current density and has temperature sensitivity, which are some of the parameters that the industry needs to keep in mind as it ramps up the production of PC RAM. So this brings me to the end of my talk. I hope this talk was informative to everyone, and please let me know in case of any questions.
We have, of course, a lot of questions. Before we jump into this, let me ask you one question before we go into the pure question part. What is your comment when we talk about high-end PC? I'm not sure if you know my details or not. So we run one of the finest game development company for the last 23 years, and we started that in India, expanded into a couple of other countries as a horizontal expansion. And when we deal with several bit of memory management in today's world, there are heavy lifting RAM. Not only that, there are SSD, there are sectors which is actually connected the hardware, implementing the same thing with the data centers directly. There, usually on the basis of high-end rendering process, there is a lack till date that we feel is there. Probably it's not. I would say it's not collaborating with either the LED based kind of RAMs, or sometimes it is overshooting the memory. What's your take in this? What is the best possible reason and what is the best possible solution?
I think the data centers are actually moving to an even different kind of technology. They are starting to use light as a means of communication instead of electron. So if you probably know, optical interconnects are starting to be heavily used in data centers, right? And which allows for much faster communication speeds than can be reached conventionally. So that is one technology area that is being used in data centers. But you are right, the data is exploding at a rapid rate, and like faster DRAMs as well as other emerging memories such as MRAM or PC RAM, what would happen is that some of these will be used for specialized applications, and I see at least one of them being used in data centers as well as in gaming, right? So at least in artificial intelligence, the high bandwidth DRAM is being used, in which we are able to stack multiple RAMs on top of each other, right? So it is likely that that particular segment will continue to be used in the gaming sector as well, which needs high-end
I'll
graphics.
give you a small perspective. What happens? It's not
Mhm.
a normal kind of game that we make. We actually digitalize normal human being, in the sense celebrities or actors who are real actor and actress. There is a process that we follow, of course, with motion capture that we follow. But then when we convert them utilizing our own AI-centric solution, and when you do that online, because nowadays we are doing everything almost in remote working mode, and when we go for a third-party kind of communication process, it's not about only my company, it's about a pain point for all the gaming companies who actually run it. When it goes for an online rendering process, it gives a lot of different kind of feedback. I shouldn't say it's good or bad, but it's like the feedback is not that cozy till date yet. So my question is, do you feel in near future we are coming up with some kind of solution, probably on the basis of high-end rendering process, either on maybe the memory management or maybe the cache, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. You see that something is coming, because your presentation was really interesting, and I was fascinated the kind of information that you are sharing. So just wanted to ask you this. I hope that I'm not taking a lot of audience's time asking this question.
So
Any new technology that you see that's coming up, maybe in near future, optimizing the memory management?
yes, so as I was talking about, right? So MRAM is one possible memory that could be used, as well as the high bandwidth DRAM, right? These both have a high speed, and the advantage of MRAM is that since it is non-volatile in nature, uh, it can lead to faster communication, right? Imagine if you could integrate your SRAM with DRAM, or your DRAM with your long-term storage memory, right? That would decrease the communication that needs to take place within the components of the device itself, right? So what that would lead to is an overall much faster speed of the device. From what I have read, this high-end gaming and artificial intelligence are among the two most computational intensive fields to be, right? Because there's just so much data that needs to be processed really quickly, right? So in time, memories or memories will be customized to be used in these particular areas. Right now, one of the issues with high bandwidth DRAM is that it is definitely needed, but but uh, but the but the financial incentive for industry to work on it is not there right now. But with the advent of artificial intelligence, it is expected that enough funds would be invested into high bandwidth DRAM to be able for it to be commercially viable for everyone. And that may be the fastest form of memory available until a new emerging memory takes over, right? So to some degree, it's a question of what is the size of industry that needs that high speed memory, and is it commercially viable already for the industry to start making it? So machine learning or artificial intelligence is one segment which is large enough to be able to pump that kind of resources into the industry to be able to make that happen. And I'm sure like gaming is definitely contributing towards that trend as well. So definitely faster speed devices and memories are almost on the horizon. It's just a matter of time for people to be able to invest enough time and money in it.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much for your answer. Yes, so we will move towards our next speaker. At the moment, we'll skip a little bit about Q&A because of the timing. please stay with us for at least next speaker's speech. Michael is a great speaker, and I'm sure that you're gonna enjoy his speech. So ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Michael. Michael Barnes, please unmute yourself. Welcome to World Leader Summit. Michael is a director at PricewaterhouseCoopers, where he heads the AI and FinTech practice. He is an AI thought leader and a FinTech veteran with 17 years of international experience, having run client engagement for the 5 continents. Oh my God. Michael, welcome to World Leader Summit once again.
Thank you so much for having me, Arjit and team. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me share my screen, and then we take it from there. Is that working fine for you? Okay, then we go. So earlier this year, as part of my TED Talk in Frankfurt, I was taking some time out to research the combination of AI and sustainability. Not that I hadn't come across it before. In fact, I did interview a number of authors and some startups about ESG ratings in the year before. But you know, with COVID ongoing and with digital world moving on, with the focus on sustainability, I found it necessary to dive deeper. And today, given COP26, I thought we can rehash some of the main themes from that and dive into those for a little while. But before we do that, I always like to start with a definition of artificial intelligence. As we all know, the artificial is rather easy to define. It's the intelligence bit that is tricky. Not only could you say that it's the emotional, the social, the standardized intelligence. There's different flavors, different parts of it, and even by any modern definition, it's difficult to separate this. In the same way, picking one particular definition of intelligence from Merriam-Webster, they're saying it's the ability to learn or understand, to deal with new or trying situations. And that was for me the key definition when I think about sustainability and what we actually have to do in order to move forward. I also included a statement from Kai-Fu Lee, one of my favorite authors on the subject, in his book AI Superpowers, where he, of course, writes about China and Silicon Valley. I feel by now he could as well write about India and the startup scene there, but okay. He's talking about that AI deployment will have a massive impact on the planet. You can say, okay, that will be around $16 trillion, and this is still now 9 years out, but nobody will kind of underestimate that there's a tremendous change going on. My question then became, how do we tie this back to some of the work I've done in my earlier career, which was in the area of sustainable development goals? One of the Silicon Valley startups that I worked with in a big data setup in 2013 and 14, we were contributing to some of those, given that we calculated hurricane, earthquake, tornado risk, and a few other risk types to be able to create safer housing and more accurate prediction for how you should protect yourself from outfall from the environment. When you look at this list of sustainable development goals from United Nations, you realize that kind of directly only 3 of them pay directly into what you could say is climate. You could say, okay, climate action, life below water, life on land. But you realize in order for the planet to move forward, what you need is a safe environment where also the water is clean, where people have safe jobs, where the health is stable, and a lot of other factors that actually make people think and have the capacity, the spare time, and the money to really make a difference. So you could say that these are all interlinked somewhat, or you can say this is like a game of weakest links. There's some way when we are not able to sort out one of those problems, we will not be able to get enough attention for sorting some of the environment problems that we also face. So just to also throw this in here, based on some reports earlier in the year, and then based on numbers from 2019, you could see that, you know, taking a flight from New York to San Francisco would kind of be 2 units of pollution in terms of CO footprint, and training an AI model would be like 300 times that. Back then, I think the researchers didn't really take into account that they're comparing apples and oranges here, where we are talking about one of these large language models, so like a GPT-3 or equivalent, which is trained by some of the hyperscalers over extensive periods of time with large clusters. So what this doesn't mean that as a company, as an individual, when you train an AI model, you will pollute the planet 300 times more than taking a flight. It just means that some of the research in the earlier days, they didn't really put it in perspective in terms of what damage or what kind of impact AI can have. But it doesn't hide the fact that out there, whether we talk about the government here, or Europe, other countries, there's still some suspicion that AI might actually harm the planet, that, you know, building just some more data centers and finding other ways of scaling infrastructure endlessly would have a negative impact. And so I knew back then when I was preparing the TED Talk that I also had to find other evidence going a lot deeper into the numbers to kind of debunk this myth that AI is harmful. Personally, when I've been debating AI now pretty much since I changed my career in that direction some 8 years ago, I feel it's much more aligned with the arrival of the internet, where maybe there's some chaos. There's content presented to you that you might not find otherwise, and that might not be kind of the predominant voice of the government, or it might be some anarchistic views as well. But it's up to each individual how to use this source of new information. If you're using it in the right way, it can be some really new insights at your fingertips. If you're using it the wrong way and kind of believe without double checking and questioning, it might lead you down in a different path. And it's in some ways that is similar to AI is being used. But let's come back to the Sustainable Development Goals. I said earlier that there's only a couple of them that directly pay into an impact on the environment. But the rest of them, it's about the society and the economy itself, because you also need stabilization factors there before you can really incentivize individuals, companies, and governments to do something about the environment. So in that sense, some earlier research from Springer Nature and a number of other companies indicated that when you look at those individual targets, most of them are rather enabled by an AI, and only a few of those targets are inhibited. And so this is already an interesting observation, but it's, for me, it was just like, okay, there must be some more numbers there, and we need to be able to dig deeper and find out more, because we do want to know, particularly some of these standard discussions around job creation or in terms of economic development, what is behind there. So leaving the SDGs behind itself, let's look into the numbers in a bit more details. this is based on some great research that my colleagues in the UK did together with Microsoft, where for the first time they modeled the greenhouse gas as, at quite a detailed level. You can see here there's a breakdown by continent, and you can see that using AI, the emissions can come down or have the potential to come down overall by 4%. Of course, it depends on where on the globe you are. There are some where the impact can be even greater, but this is the average just from the greenhouse gas emission side. And we're going to talk about some of the use cases and how we are going to get there as well. We saw that till 2030, the Kai-Fu Lee quote is giving us $16 trillion in terms of impact. The reason why we are looking at 5.2 here is that for this particular study, farming, energy, water, and transport, so 4 distinguished segments, have been in focus. And you can see some of the impacts modeled here in terms of quite a lot in terms of North America and Europe, but also in terms of East Asia, where there can be a very positive GDP gain if we play the cards right and continue to roll out AI in the right segments. Now, this is a debate that I had from my early days of involvement in terms of artificial intelligence. I often get asked by companies where I'm trying to help them or trying to give them a strategy in terms of introducing artificial intelligence. Okay, do we have to worry about when you kind of talk to the individual users or the members of the team? Is there going to be a massive replacement of jobs? And I feel that for countries who are quite at a high level of automation, where there is some flexibility around the job market and some flexibility in terms of new skills, there's not that much to worry about. It's true, some of the routine jobs will be replaced, but it's not from one day to the next, and it's not without giving this ample warning that certain sectors will be changed somewhat. But the key thing here is that we have a net job gain of 38 million overall when you look at the global pictures for those 4 segments that I mentioned. So it's a net gain of jobs. That means that there's much more jobs being created, be it maintaining, creating, translating the new systems, or even new industries or new parts of industries being created based on the new insights that you wouldn't have without artificial intelligence. Now, here you see those 4 sectors that I mentioned and kind of in comparison how much the impact can be. And when you think about energy, a lot of countries, including Germany, are trying to take this journey faster. When you followed some of the COP discussions, you know how fast we do need to change away from the coal towards alternative energies. And initially, the sun power, the wind power, tidal and other sources, they will not be competitive. So they take some initial investment to be able to compete in terms of the average kilowatt hour with the existing atomic plants and coal and other means. What this study here found out is that you can use artificial intelligence in terms of a combination of alternative data, insights from other sources using IoT to be able to optimize the chances for alternative energy. So in terms of the direction of the wind, the prediction of weather patterns, the optimization across grids as you supply that. So there's a lot that can be done to make them kind of competitive. In the same way, in agriculture, you can spot pollution early. You can kind of look at monocultures in comparison. You can use satellite images and others to come to a more stable, but yet very performing setup in agriculture. Also for water management and in transport. for transport, not only to help individuals to self-drive their cars, but rather to optimize a whole fleet of trucks or transport vehicles delivering goods, to use a smaller amount of fuel, to be driving behind each other in a lane, to kind of get from A to B the fastest, taking different traffic patterns into account. And when you think about the swarm intelligence, kind of managing the needs of transportation for individuals as well, at some point without the need to have their own car, but rather sharing in a pattern that still makes sense for them in terms of flexibility. So there's a lot of things that could be done and is already being done somewhere around the world for each of those segments. So that brings me to the other definition of intelligence according to Merriam-Webster. It is the ability to apply knowledge to manipulate one's environment. We have been manipulating our environment for probably as long as we can think back, from the early man having the right grip to be able to hold tools, but more lately in the last 100 years in terms of manipulating the environment, in terms of polluting it more than it can take. And it's now our chance to really act on some of those insights that wouldn't be possible without artificial intelligence, to take a different path, to stop what's happening and to take action. So from that side, a lot of my network currently is in Glasgow, still doing some side sessions from the COP. And when it comes to artificial intelligence, I feel that we do need to collaborate more. It takes events like this one, where we raise an awareness that AI and sustainability don't have to exclude each other, or not even competing in any way. But it's also that the people that are building solutions, like me and my team and so many others, are taking ethical and environmental factors into account. As we've seen earlier, the SDGs are not to be taken in isolation. It's rather, if we don't have a fine balance between those, we will not have the capacity and the willingness to do something about the environment itself, and make the access to data and insights and tools even easier available than it is now. So let's all not forget to have and to maintain the beauty of this place that you see on this slide, a very nice beach in Australia, but also for the rest of the planet. The world was given to us. Yes, it's our oyster, but if we want to keep it that way, we have to make sure that we take care when we go and find the pearls, in terms of harvesting the resources, but also supplying our energy. So with that, I like to leave you with go forth and protect, very much aligned with COP26.
Beautiful presentation. So we are open for question and answer, and I'll request all the participants over here to ask questions specific to the speaker. For an example, either to Michael or Daksh or Mr. Sumant Parimal. Whoever you want to ask, please raise your hand and you can unmute yourself, or if you wish, I can unmute yourself and then you can ask the question. Even though we have got a couple of questions from the social media, but I will always give the chance to the panel first, because it's by invitation to join here. If anyone got some question, please raise your hand. Thank you, Amit, for coming, and he's a near and dear friend, or rather I would say my brother, for so many years. Thanks for all the supports.
Yeah, thanks, Arijit. Really appreciate it.
If not, then I will go to our Q&A chat box. Okay, so there is a question for Mr. Daksh. There is a question in our chat box, in the sense, not here in the social media. Someone is asking, her name is Parimal. Let me read that. Primal or Parimal, I can't actually pronounce your name because it's actually written in some Thai language. I tried to translate. What is the next layer of advantage when we talk about nanotechnology? And I am a student here, want to pursue my next layer of education. What do you suggest how to go about it? Now, I'm not sure which college you are studying or what is your education. I'm just repeating the words. So over to the speaker.
First of all, I mean, thank you for your question and handing this over. I feel when I look at the use cases that have kind of been researched for this presentation, the most applicable part for nanotechnology, which I think you mentioned, will be in the transport segment. You've probably followed the news and you know that Tesla, as well as NIO and others, are already working with the next generation of batteries in terms of taking power much faster, but also giving a much higher range. But I can see even in terms of different material science, even in the grid system that is necessary for charging those cars, but also for the grid system that we need to take a variance of energy coming in from alternative sources. Definitely a big use case for nanotechnology. So if you are studying this, I mean, personally, I've always felt that a mix of business and technology has helped me furthest. So for me, it was the realization that at a certain point, I needed to understand how startups in the space operate, what makes them successful from a business side, and the technological insights also. So I feel that it takes more people studying innovative solutions and disruption. But what it definitely takes even more is a startup ecosystem and founders who have a technical and a business mind. So I would recommend to combine those two and really see where you can apply some of the knowledge that you gain studying to the real world and test it out early and quickly in a kind of a lean startup or in trying out certain features before you actually build it.
Okay, so your input, Dux, if you can give your inputs as well, the same question.
Yeah, sure. I think Michael rightly said a mix of business and technical is a really good combination. I think nanotechnology is participating in almost every field of technology, even in fields like medicine. There could be applications in areas such as cancer treatment as well, energy conversion, batteries, semiconductors, obviously. So the field is really, really wide with diverse applications. I think one good question for this individual to ask themselves is to sort of see whether they want to be more on that very technical side of things, or to have a combination of a business and technical, as Michael said, right? There's a lot of good universities offering different courses. I think a good place to start would be to just explore and see what specific area, this individual likes more, and then sort of decide whether to be more on the technical side or on the business side. And, you can succeed in whatever you choose to be, as long as it is what you want to do. But definitely the field is very exciting with applications in almost every fields of our life. I hope that answers the question to some degree. And then I can be reached out separately as well. I think Arijit mentioned that, we have another way to communicate amongst all of us, right? And I can be found on LinkedIn as well. So feel free to reach out.
So please, for all the audience and for all the participants and all the speakers, feel free to connect each and everyone in your social media. Even though we have our internal network system, wherein we usually communicate, conduct meetings, and interact with each other. After the summit is done, we all will send to, we will send the links to all of you. So sorry, so that you guys can join and you can probably connect with each other. That solves a lot of things because it's a internal core network. You can raise your question or answer it. Okay, coming back to the next question, I'll probably take 2 more questions from the social media. It's actually blasted, to be very honest. Specific question to Daksh and Parimal, or 3 of you, any one of you can take that, I guess. It's a question, do you feel that robots will be smart enough next 3 years to take human work? And if yes, then what is the possibility for humans to upgrade and uplift their own technical knowledge? Another part of this question, I'm just changing a little bit. How do you feel that this new technology can be adopted into the developing countries? What we can do? 2 set of questions. 3 of you can answer one by one, please. I will ask first Daksh to answer this, then Michael, then Parimal. Please, your views. Shall I repeat the question or?
I know, I think I have some thoughts that I can share. I think automation definitely is taking over a lot of the jobs, but that doesn't mean that, humans won't have jobs to do, because at the time of industrial revolution, a lot of the jobs that were done by humans were taken over by machines, but that didn't really mean that humans were out of work. We still came up with different jobs that only we could do. With time, machines are definitely getting smarter. At some point, cars will become autonomous. A lot of companies are working on the technology, and some of us may lose our jobs at that time. One of the ways that I guess the jobs that are harder to replace are the ones that require more thinking and more skills, because those are harder for the machines to learn because they take longer time. So I would say just upgrade as much as people can on the kind of skills they have, and do the kind of work that requires you to think a lot, because those would probably be it would take more time for machines to be able to reach that stage on a larger scale, at least. I think, and artificial intelligence obviously has a lot of applications in the developing world as well. I would think some of the other speakers in the forum are are more skilled to answer that question than I am. So I would rather listen to them.
Thank you. Michael, please, your conclusion.
Sure. I mean, we said it earlier when we talked about the impact overall. It's a shift. It's not just a replacement. But we also, when I mentioned the different definitions of intelligence, right? There is a lot of different aspects of this, and I feel that particularly roles that are customer facing, where you can show empathy, where you can show understanding, where you can relate to people, are the ones that will be even more in focus, despite all the digital channels and so on. I feel that even all of the use cases that I built over the last 8 years, yes, there were some banks with compliance teams of hundreds of people, and we helped them to become more efficient. But it was only ever an intelligent assistant. It was never fully replacing the human. But when you take the department with you on that journey, they're actually grateful at the end, because you've taken a lot of their routine tasks away. You make their life more interesting, investigating the things that matter. In the same way, in private banking, you create digital channels for customers, and you allow the advisors to actually have a chance to review other insights. When it comes to healthcare, you are not replacing the doctors. The doctors are always a scarce good, but you're trying to use their time in a way where they might have the brain capacity free to spot maybe some other conditions being present. So in each of those cases, it was important to take the teams with you, but it wasn't a replacement. In the same way, I don't see an outright replacement for many roles. I see that certain companies might not have to hire new people in certain areas, but it will be a retraining. Personally, I believe in lifelong learning. I went back to education after some 10 years in my role to do an executive MBA. It could be so many different things from coding or other things that can help you to fully understand the impact and still be relevant for the future. So don't be scared of learning. Go out there and do something digital that is at the forefront of disruption, and I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Mr. Parimal, your inputs, if you want to give, if you're there, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Rajit. In fact, this fear and this question I am facing since the start of my career. When I started at junior manager and management trainee in Steel Authority of India Limited, Bokaro and DSP plants. I visited Durgapur steel plant. Well, huge modernization we were driving. So similar kind of threat people and workers and even employee expressed in those early years of 1990s when Rajiv Gandhi was introducing first. Those days when first initial wave of automation was introduced. So I think we found that the productivity and efficiency of enterprises like Tata Steel and SAIL Steel and all went up. While with the kind of lesser manpower for a said activity. So no, you have always option to utilize the high value human potential in a higher research or some new innovation or some new product development. So in fact, in one of our estimate of 5-year research recently, we proposed that in India itself, 6 billions of decision making needs to be given to the robots for sake of the country development. Otherwise, if a high potential human being remain doing some repetitive tasks, then country will not grow. At the momentum we are targeting to achieve $5 trillion economy. And then subsequently to $15 trillion economy. For that way, our job roles need to be also evolved. We need to leave certain repetitive tasks and very, kind of basic tasks to the machines and computers, and we have to learn the new tasks which are very value adding. So this should not be treated as threat to the job. That's my perception here.
The question was actually not the threat. Practically, the person wanted to upgrade his skill set, but I guess that you got your answer, and it's a beautiful answer from 3 different speakers. So I have got small permission from all the panelists and the speakers. We are actually flooded with a lot of questions, but I'm going to take only one more question from the social media, and later on, if you can log into our Facebook page, you can see those questions. You can directly answer there. The relevant person will get the answer if that helpful. Well, it's an interesting question from Christina Lee. How about the EV run automotive? How far from the electric run cars everywhere? Is there any kind of policy that every first world country governments are taking? If yes, how far we are there? Question specific to Michael.
Sorry that I didn't quite catch the
I'll try to make it simple. And she's basically asking how far we are from electronic battery run cars. What are the new latest government policies from the first world countries? Are we going towards that, or we are going for a mixed mode kind of situation in next 3 years? That's our question, probably.
Okay. I'm afraid I can't really give an answer across a lot of countries here, because I'm now after 16 years in the UK, I'm based back in Germany. What I know here is that The legislation has already been changed back in May. So now the politicians opened the door for self-driving cars in terms of level 3 and 4. And with that, of course, the electrical runs in terms of the grid system. But I know for sure that it will take probably at least another 10 years, depending on now the new government finding together and prioritizing this, until the grid system is actually there to cope with this, right? So the charging system is kind of the bottleneck right now. Tesla is already opening up for theirs to be used much wider by other manufacturers, but there's still a lack of charging stations, and it's still difficult to run this. I think this is the main blocker in terms of completely shifting to electrical cars, at least for Germany. I think the chances are that quite a few other European countries have the same issue, but I wouldn't be able to comment from a global perspective. In terms of India or China, I really wouldn't know the maturity of the grid system there.
Super. Okay, so we are open for any kind of question. If there is any from the existing panel, any other speaker, any other person, they can raise their hand and we can take question. If you can kindly do that.
Yeah, I do have one question. Am I audible, Arijit?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, great. So my question is for Michael. Actually, I have been a ESG practitioner. So I would like to understand PwC's stand on ESG, whether you are focusing on the governance part, since PwC is known as an audit firm, or also you are contributing to sustainability or environment perspective, or is it only related to the investment part of ESG?
So maybe we can take a step back. Earlier this year, the global chairman came up with a new multi-billion-dollar investment program, calling it the new equation. And one of the key elements of that is the ESG part. So PwC sees it as a key area for them to develop into and to further move into, for the benefit of the firm, but also for the clients. So when, in Germany, when I talk to the colleagues who have been involved in sustainability for some time, I've actually met some colleagues who have been sustainability experts for some 20 years, where it wasn't quite in fashion yet. But yet they wanted to come up with new reporting standards that took a long time to come along in terms of Europe changing the rules and the regulations that is surrounding it. But now I think, at least for the German part, we are in a very good position where we have a lot of expertise in terms of reporting and audit, also in an environmental and social setup, where we can help to form those new standards, but also we understand clients tackling some of those tricky issues. But it's something where, as a company, you have to implement some of those rules in terms of recycling, in terms of travel yourself, in terms of discouraging anyone from taking flights within Germany, to shift things to the train. So it's something that the company has been shifting over for a couple of years, and where they have their own quite ambitious targets in terms of net zero and so on. So I feel, when you live it yourself, you can advise others doing so. And it's sad that maybe the world took 20 years to realize the importance of this, but there was certainly, at least for the German part, a readiness and a real focus on this for some time. But like I said, it was the global chairman coming up with new equation, multi-billion-dollar plan. So there's a realization at the very top of the firm of 300,000 people that this is the key thing to do for the future. So I believe that they're really behind this, and I like what I'm seeing there in terms of the drive in that direction.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. With this note, I am requesting if anybody have got any more question, they can. Only one last question. If not, we can move to our next speaker. Marco, okay, no problem. Please.
Yeah, thanks, Ajit.
Oh my God, it's real late night. It's like, what time is it?
Very late, yeah, it's very late. Just on this discussion about artificial intelligence and robotics, we build our business, Ajit, on obviously strong relationships, and our ecosystem, the World Leader Summit ecosystem, has a lot of technologies behind what we do, and also our co-innovate ventures platform that we're launching currently. My question to the panel is, when it comes to relationships and we're looking at robotics, how can humans add value to the future of robotics?
Any one of you can take the question, not a problem.
Yeah, can I
Yeah,
give?
Please, why not?
Sure. So thanks, Marco, for your question here. So you are asking how human can add value in the robotics, right? So that's the question. What I understood, right?
Yes,
so,
because here we're talking about creating the new digital evolution and jobs and creation, and we know what's happened during the pandemic. So we're looking at the post pandemic. So for communities around the world, being poorer countries, developing and Western countries, where do we sit, the human race, where do we sit when it comes to this position of jobs? And I heard a lot of you today, there is an increase in or a shift in the types of jobs. That's fair enough. But when it comes to relationships with robotics, or robots, should I say, in humans, how could this be interrelated in the workforce? And what goals do we have, or what synergies and directions should we implement as we go forward?
Yeah, so very good question. That is, new HR practices are emerging for this field. The human robot interaction, or you can say collaborative robot also in Japan and many other developed countries, even in China and Germany. So in soft floors now, the workers have to work along with the robots, So most of the people are moving into supervisory role or training role. Training is one of the key role for the human being when you say the relationship involves between human and robots, right? So these are the training itself is a very key role, and apart from that, you have to supervise also, so because both have to work, in tandem, and you have to find out that whatever is specified for robots are going in that well planned, So the world is learning about that, and if I say the good example, you can see the chatbots. The chatbots are implemented in many financial sectors, where you can see how the L1 of the escalation being handled by chatbots, and once the chatbots are, when the conversation goes to the deep extent, that means the tickets need to be entered into L2 and L3 level, and it transferred to the human agents, So some kind of the bots are already a good example for this, right? So I think the same thing can be taken for the robots also. Bots are the software part of the robot, so you have the hardware aspects of robots also. So I see a lot of human and robot machine interface is going to be in the training side, training side and the collaborative work, and this is the new area where HR need to work, So hopefully,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you so much for asking the questions, and thank you the panel for giving all those kind of answers. Because we are running a little bit of behind of time, I'll be asking our next speaker to take the floor. If you can kindly turn on video and your audio, Momita Shah. Thank you so much. So Momita is, she calls herself as a data therapist, as per her LinkedIn description goes. And Momita has more than 6.5 plus years of experience in delivering cutting edge analytics products to enable data-driven business decisions using technologies such as SQL, R, machine learning, and statistical techniques. And of course, she is one of the mentor into, I guess, Niti Aayog and Auto Innovation Center. Plus, she is a data engineer at the moment at Fractal and a past technical specialist in IBM. Momita, welcome to World Leader Summit as one of our speakers.
Thank you, Arijit, for such a warm welcome. Actually, that reminds me of my resume that I really need to update few more points. So, hello everyone. I hope you are keeping safe during the pandemic session, and you need to excuse me my background noise. That's that's kind of festive vibes which is going on. So over which I do not have any control. So before I start, why I chose to be part of this, because the platform which Arijit was giving to everybody was like sharing your point of view and getting connected with the people from the same domain on or the complementary domain where we are really interested in, and to show the future generation how they can curate their path into the domain. So with that said, I'll be very specific with the pointers which I really want to highlight in this platform and how one can start with that. Uh, please let me know whether you are able to see my screen.
All visible.
Okay, thank you. So like Lao Tzu says, like the journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step. And why I call myself the data therapist, because data science is a long path and it was since the 80s as statistics, the heart of data science. But right now we have came up with this glamorous name, data science, which is combination of data engineering, data analytics, statistics, and obviously economy. So as a data science, you don't have to be 360-degree. In real life, if you go and work on a practical project, then only two skill set is expected out of you. One would be your primary skill set and another would be your secondary skill set. So for me, I like client facing roles. I like gathering business data. I like to convey the business data into technical term and technical term into business language. So that is my forte. And it comes with a specific skill set. Like you need to know at least a coding language, one reporting tool, and you need to understand how to gather the data. Now, what it takes to be a data engineer? Data engineer are the people who cleans the data. They need not need to know the business functionality of the data, but they need to ensure data integrity, data availability, whether there is a missing data set or not, the granularity of the data, and how the data can be pipelined starting of the data to the reporting level. Then comes the economists and how the economists are involved in a data science. It might sound weird, right? But yes, they are part of it, because at the end of the data science project, everyone wants to see how much we have saved as part of curating this new data science into our business process. Or maybe we are designing this for a banking client. So the core data set is related to the finance. So where the economics part comes into picture. And statistics. Statistics is a heart of this data science. You no need to know any specific reporting tool if you are well adversed in statistics part. So I'm talking about a full set of team. I'm not talking about a single person. So if someone tell you to be a data science, you need to know all these things, just ask him to come to me. Then I'll tell him that that is a very wrong concept, that you have to know whole 360-degree. You have to know only the part where you feel strong about and the part which is required to deliver your project. Now, the advanced version of data science comes with some fascinating tool set where this Google AI TensorFlow comes into picture, and that is more into technical part. Then there are theoretical part where people wants to explore the computer vision part. So there are multiple pathways. So whenever you are starting, just you need to ensure you should be back from the path, and it takes a lot of effort and time. So there are multiple open platforms like Kaggle and all where you can practice it if you are more into the technical part. Now, why women in data science? We were talking about, okay, data science has a lots of opportunity. Yes, whenever a new policy and new technology is introduced, or maybe an old technology has been reintroduced by fabricating into a different name, we see there is a huge gender ratio. Not only America, in every country, including the developing country, they are encouraging girls to participate in STEM. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and management. But unfortunately, the ratios are still less. Or you can say, no, I can see in a CBSE or ICSE, girls is topping. Yes, they are. But you check in those top 10 people, how many girls are there, how many boys are there, and that is the actual data says. We are not interested about the outlier in on the actual data. And there are lots of opportunity where girls can be deployed, including STEM education system, including I mean having some special program where they can be trained from like a on-job training, then in leadership role, of course. So in data science also, I can immediately tell you 10 I mean highly visible women candidate who are excellent, who are like excelling in data science. But apart from those 10 people, you come to a step back and then see how many girls are working on data science and how many boys are working in data science. Because we have always been told coding is a boys thing, and that is a kind of stereotype we still live in. So it's not the case. If you like coding, that's your thing, doesn't matter, and it has nothing to do with your gender. If you like the reporting part or the business interaction part, that is your part, and nothing nothing is going to stop you to take up that part. Now, the latest project or the latest policy which I am most interested in and I'm exploring my skill set over that area is ESG. And like Michael has covered a lot of part in that. So I just wanted to focus in this area. Why and how data science, women, and ESG is connected. The connection is whenever we go to the social part, that comes like how employees are doing. But in the governance part, diversity and inclusion comes into picture. And part of diversity and inclusion is having women candidate include. And when we are saying having women candidate include, that means including starts from normal technology to having include them in the decision making roles, and also include them in all the latest policies which are going to be in business role play. And then comes like when I was asking Michael the question, what is the PwC standpoints, because I am working on ESG part and I want to know after 5 years what this ESG can offer me as a diverse candidate, or even if I have to compete with everyone. not as a diverse candidate. What exceptionally I can do from others, which will keep me ahead of the wind. So the things which I do on day-to-day basis to earn my bread is like work in the diversity and inclusion team, create a report for the shareholders, and this data is related to the ESG data and how ESG scorecard is done. So for environmental, how many resources are done there? Emission can be CO2 emission can be like methane emission. So every kind of gas emission is part of this. And when we say like emission, it also comes as a package of your logistics part, because in logistics, if you are a shipment company, let's say take example of Blue Dart, right? So Blue Dart would be delivering a lot of product across the regions. So how much carbon footprint they are generating over 5 years of period, I need to calculate those report data as part of data science and technologies. And then I have to understand the business data, then I have to show them in the report level. So that's how we need to see what is the score of this companies in environmental part, then in social part, how they are managing their workforce, what are the mandatory training they should go through as a management, and how they are complying to those trainings. Then in the governance part, there are CSR strategies, and in CSR strategies you can do a multiple way community work that varies from company to company, of course, and these all things are done based on the data which is publicly disclosed. We do not discuss about any data which is not publicly disclosed, because at the end of the day business needs to run. But we are on the verge of even if I have a proper word to say, like you should watch COP26 to understand we are in IPCC red zone area. So your success, your education won't matter if there is no tomorrow, right? So that's why ESG is buzzing. But on social media platform, there is one positive and one negative thing. The people who were not even aware of sustainability and ESG till yesterday, they are just updating their profile as sustainability and ESG. So there are many bad data set where you need to see where you can improve in and what actually is the data about, and where you can penetrate your skill set and knowledge to the correct direction. So how can you develop the skill? If you are from SCM domain, which is supply chain domain, try to learn about operation optimization, try to learn in logistics how much carbon footprint is generated, try to learn in manufacturing how you are doing, try to learn in packaging the mode of packaging. If you have noticed, PepsiCo has came up with biodegradable packaging. Why they have came up with such? Because plastic is not environment friendly and they had to find an alternative. So that is kind of area where you can always step into and you can develop your knowledge. If you are from HA domain, then you have to focus on the government policies, and this policies varies from country to country. And the overall the management and this workforce part, this varies from country to country. If you go to investment side, and let's say the investment like IMF has a declared, okay, they will have this much of percentage investment into this countries based on their work area. So it always varies. So I should not comment on something which is subject to change as per the government policies. But again, if you are from like law background, HR background, so obviously policy and human right and workforce is your area. NGOs are also collaborating as part of CSR activities. So you can say like NGOs were there before, like 100 years back, and companies were there before, like 100 years back. How does it making a difference right now? Because whenever we are doing, we just want to increase our CSR score, but whether that CSR score is contributing to my ESG score factor or not, that also you have to check. So that's how these dots are connected, and you have to do, I mean, check which area is your strength. And this is specifically, I mean, what I was saying to summarize in on a single slide, like you have to check like a reporting matter, which is like whether you're focusing on economy, environment, or people. Then reporting of subset of sustainability topic like material for enterprise value creation, and the reporting that is already reflected in the financial account. At the end of the day, you need to check the business KPI, right? You cannot do just charity, you need to run the business as well. But at the same time, it is your first and foremost responsibility to save the business. So then as a investor, you need to see, okay, wherever you are investing, the product, the carbon generation, and how it can use the renewable energies as part of that. So that's how the ESG reporting work and the ESG scorecard work. And with that said, the reporting front and technology, there are multiple tools. If you are a newbie, I would suggest you start learning Excel first. You don't know how powerful is Excel. Anyone from management background here would vouch for that. Yes, Excel is one of the powerful tools. So first start learning with Excel. Then you try to learn MS Power BI, then Tableau. Then there is one tool, and it is pretty expensive, but its functionalities, I am a big fan of it, is SAP Analytics Cloud. So you can also focus on those areas. So tools will come and go, but the policies, business data, and the knowledge stays with you. So depending on your area of interest, you can always explore. And with that said, I mean, I was talking about the ratio, right? And I mean, at this moment, the correct example would be in the panelist list. You can see how many girls has joined and how many men has joined in this meeting. So with that said, I would like to complete my part for today, and let me know if you have any question for me.
Thank you so much, Momita, for your beautiful presentation. If you have any kind of question, please raise your hand and feel free to ask her questions. Hi, Amit. Now we can see you. Anybody can unmute themselves for the question. Not necessary for the video part. It's okay if you don't want to turn on your video. I know that there are different time zones, so okay. So if not, we will probably hop into our social media. I'll take only one question. So there is a woman, probably, yes, Christina once again. She's asking you, Momita, that what is the career path that you suggest for a first year grade student who wants to enter into the field of technology?
Okay.
Next comment from her. She's completely okay with coding. She's already doing it. I'm just trying to translate because it's a mix of English and a little bit of Thai. She's completely okay with coding, but she's trying to understand what will be the next level of education which she wants to pursue. She's giving thanks to the previous speakers as well, mainly Daksh, Michael, and Mr. Parimal about all those inputs. But she's looking for your input because you are a woman like her?
Okay. Thank you for the question. And yes, if you love coding, start, I would say like start opening an account in GitHub, in HackerRank, in Kaggle, and try to do one small piece at a time. Set a goal for yourself, like, okay, 100 days of coding journey. So you count from 199 and then comes to 1. Then take a break for 10 days, 20 days, and see where you stand and whether you are liking that part or not. If you are not liking, then try to explore, okay, with Python, what are the tools associated? Or Python is best for which tools? Do I like those tools? What are the functions of those tools? And which business areas they are very popular in? Because for me, it's like coming from like a middle class background and coming from a developing country. For me, if I'm learning something, I need to convert it in my earning source as well. So yes, you love coding, that is very good. But how you would make it to the career level is always practice, practice, practice. And there are lots of resources. If you need any resources, I would be very happy to help you out. I can get you connected with people who are like coding gurus in these areas. I am always available over LinkedIn. I do not have any social media account. I have only the professional account. So you can always reach out to me over LinkedIn. I'll be sharing you with the all coding materials, where you can start, where you can practice, which group you can join so that you can have open question and they can get back to you. And for me, my personal favorite, of course, is GitHub and Stack Overflow. But right now, I'm shifting more into from last 1.5 years, mostly into this sustainability part. So if you are interested in that part as well, let me know. We can discuss over that. And there are multiple courses. And also, surprisingly, US from last 2 years, they have designed master's degrees specially into this areas. In India, we have only 5 colleges. And if you want to go to, outside US and India, then UK has been, a topper for introducing course related to ESG. You can always go there because let's say, okay, I know today people are doing this manual scoring. Tomorrow they will come up with a tool where you need to just put the data and automatically the score will be generated. So you can always be a step ahead of it. This is going to happen for sure. So you just need to find your strength, and I can get you connected with the people from those domain, and then you try to practice. The more you practice, the more proficient you would be. And for me also this happens, I keep on forgetting things because whenever I'm learning something new, definitely if someone asks me something which I have done long back, I can't answer that. So that will happen. So be okay with that. Learning, relearning, and unlearning would be part of your journey.
Unlearning is most important factor.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we will move to our next speaker. Thank you, Momita. And I know that what actually went through into your today's evening's incident. And thank you so much for joining with all those kind of challenges that you have faced. And we are glad, lucky, and pleasure to have you as one of our speaker. Please be in touch. WLS Summit actually doesn't never ever end with only one speaking slot. We have the entire ecosystem to join, handshake, and grow with each other. We'll be in touch soon after the summit with all those speakers and change makers who actually came here. So looking forward to participate and handshake with all of you guys. Talking about the same, let me welcome our next speaker, Dr. Mary. Dr. Mary, if you are here, please kindly unmute yourself and I can see your beautiful smile. Of course, let me welcome Dr. Mary in my own style, which I'm doing for last 2 days. Dr. Mary Segras is a leadership coach and life training consultant, and she is coming from all the way from USA. And of course, she is doing amazing work with her beautiful mind and exciting educational coaching program that she is providing with many people. I was checking her biography. It's an amazing biography that you have, but I'm not going to, I never ever take the opportunity to introduce any of the speakers. So the stage is yours, ma'am. Welcome to World Leaders Summit 2021. Please enlighten us with your speech and your wisdom.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. And let me just say good afternoon, good morning, good day, wherever you are in your part of the world that you live in. Let me just ask the question. Do you know your why in life? If a person can honestly answer this single important question, that can give them a very satisfying, purposeful, and fulfilling life, then life will be grand, right? So what is that question? I'm glad you asked. The question is this: what is your life? What is your why in life? Your answer will be different from my answer. My answer will be different from each other because we have different whys in life. I've discovered that people are walking through life without knowing their why in life. What I realize, of course, that people know their what. If I ask, what do you do for a living? We would hear things like, I'm a doctor, I'm an engineer, I'm a teacher, I'm a business owner, or I'm a coach and such. Even more important than what you do in life is to know and understand your why in life. I'll tell you why I think it's important to know your why in life. Being the youngest child of 6 children, I was very inquisitive and curious. My favorite question to my parents was, why? Later in life, I would continue to ask that question. I would ask my teachers, my professors, my doctors, my bosses, why? It wasn't that I was challenging the status quo. Okay, maybe I was, but seriously, I wanted to get a better understanding of things. And by asking why will provide insight and the depth of the problem, the situation, where I could better handle the concept, the principle, or the thought. Let me share with you why it's crucial to know your why in life. And I like to compare it with a person that started their own business. I'm sure they had worked out a well thought out business plan and developed a mission statement. That mission statement indicated their services or products they would provide to a niche audience or a niche customer, right? I worked for a large corporation for years, and they displayed their mission statement so that the employees could see it and comprehend it, why we do what we do as a business. Moreover, how to interact and react to their customers and their potential customers. Fast forward, I have my own business, Seegers Consulting Group. And recently I had a meeting with my staff, and it was our first in-person meeting since the pandemic. It was a very foggy morning that morning. And as I was driving through the fog, I began to think that a person that doesn't know their why in life is like driving through a fog. Think about it. Driving through a fog, confused, disconnected, and perhaps lost. I knew it was very foggy out that morning and I could hardly see the road, but I knew my way and I knew my why I was going. Of course, it was my meeting, and it fulfilled my mission statement to meet with my staff so we could strategize the plans and the vision for my company for 2022 and beyond. My why was able to direct me through the fog, and I arrived with great anticipation and excitement. By the way, it was a great meeting. It was so good to see everyone in person. So when you know your why in life, there is nothing that can keep you from accomplishing your goals. Did you hear what I said? There is nothing that can keep you from achieving your goals and plans if you know your why. Let me talk more about the mission statement. I would like to encourage you to develop your own mission statement for your why in life. Let's be clear here, what I'm referring to. A mission statement is a short statement of why you do what you do. In other words, why do you exist? What are your talents? What are your skill set? What about your teaching or your education and your abilities that you can offer to the world that can make a difference to others and to yourself? To formulate your mission statement, you could ask these simple questions. What do I do best? Don't be afraid to ask someone you trust to give you honest feedback about what they think you do exceptionally well. Take a mental note when others would tell you things like, you look like you were born to do what you do, or what you do seems so easy and so natural to you. The next question, how do I do it? Examine how do you do things flawlessly, or what do you do that seems so seamless or without much effort? Again, you might want to ask your friends or your family who you trust that can give you honest feedback about what do you do and how you do it the best. And this might be a surprising discovery about yourself. One last question you can ask, what are the benefits or values do I bring to others? And let me say this here, I'm not purporting you to be arrogant or self-centered, because sometimes it's hard to say something nice about ourselves. We just want to be humble. But I'm referring to know that you are unique and there's only one you in the world and you have special qualities about yourself. So these questions would generate ideas and allow you to dive deeper into your why in life. I know because I had to stop avoiding it, and I did a self-evaluation of myself years ago. I called it a self-assessment to formulate my mission statement. And this process may require seeking out professional assistance, maybe like a mentor or a professional coach, or maybe even a consultant to help you get to your why in your life. And it's okay to seek out professional assistance. It's nothing wrong with that at all. Because I like myself, I am a coach, but yet I sought and invested in myself and hired a coach to help me dig those truths about myself. And yes, it takes work to do that. Not only that, but when you know your why in life, your life will be so more in balance. I'm not saying it'll be happy all the time, because life happens, right? Setbacks and disappointments will always come up, but it will not stop us. We may have to regroup, reset, and then continue on with our journey. So what I'm saying is that you can control your life more by knowing your why. For example, you can set your boundaries of things that you will not do or things that you will do because it aligns with your why or your mission statement. And these boundaries are set at your discretion and what aligns with your mission statement. However, if you don't know your why or your purpose in life, you might be more prone to accept job assignments, projects, and various things that will take you way off track. And you wonder, how did I get here, right? So let me give you 3 reasons why you need to know your why. Number 1, when you know your why in life, it helps you to stay focused. Trust me, you will always have distractions in life. Just like the fog I drove through, because I knew my why, I stayed focused and I did not let the fog deter me to turn around. But sometimes you have to be laser focused, because your friends and your families will sometimes get you involved in things that you said, how did I end up here? So you got to stay focused. And knowing your why, you can eliminate the distraction, because you got to keep everything within your why. When you are focused, you are very intentional. You can wisely say no to things or to events or projects that will keep you off track. So when you're focused, you'll be able to encourage yourself. And you say, why did I start this thing? You remember your why. Number 2, when you know your why in life, it gives your life clarity. When you are very clear about your why in life, clarity brings about confidence. Confidence in yourself, confidence in your skill sets, confidence in your education, confidence in your training, confidence in who you are and your abilities to make a difference. Yes, when there's clarity in your life, trust me, you're able to see clearer, you can think clearer, and you can speak clearer because you know where you're going. The opposite of clarity is confusion. Oh my, confusion can be very negative and it can leave people doubting themselves and their why in life. I like to say it like this: clarity is a beautiful thing. Lastly, the third reason I recommend you to know your why: life is so much richer. You'll have joy in your heart, and basically you'll have fun in life. I mean, life can be so adventurous, so rewarding, just awesome. Statistics have shown that people that know their why in life or their purpose in life, they live longer. That's a good thing. Just think of the benefits of knowing your why. You are freer to be your authentic self. You are true to yourself. You can be trusted by others as they see you are sincere and honest. And here's another benefit I've learned to be true in my life. You live with a sense of gratification because you are achieving your mission statement in life. You're the captain of your own life. That's powerful. So we only have one life to live. So make sure you live your why in life. As a review, the 3 reasons to know your why in life: you are more focused and you know where you are going and how to get there. Number 2, you are very clear about your life and you are leading the way. Even in a fog, even in the storm of life, you're leading your life. And number 3, it makes life even more worthwhile. You're having fun, so enjoy. So don't be that person that's walking in life through a fog, but go live your life with zeal, clarity, and focus. And by the way, have plenty of fun. This is Dr. Mary Seegers.
Beautiful, beautiful presentation. If you have any kind of question, we are open for Q&A round. I guess we are right on time and Mary finished within the right time. Okay, I have got a question before anything goes in a panel discussion mode. From the perspective of leadership, what do you feel as a good leader should have as a quality? And second question, do you feel leadership demands any kind of so-called certification or qualification? Please.
Great question. Thank you. Leadership, especially in the state of where we are now, we need resilient leaders. And what I mean by that, a person that goes beyond and above what they need to do. They're leading people, they're directing people, but first they have to lead themselves. And you really need to know who you are. You need to know your purpose and need to know that you can make an impact on others, on other lives. A person, I often like to think of be bold and lead. And I call BOLD. B is you got to be brave. You know, have enough unction, have enough strength to do it scared, but know that you have the confidence that you can do it. O speaks for outstanding, which is really speaks to your character. If people know that you are, you have integrity, you have good intentions, you know, people will be more willing to follow you. L stands for loyalty. You have to be loyal first to others and also to yourself. And that's reciprocity principle will come. If she's loyal, I know I can follow her. And then D, be decisive, make decisions. People want to know leaders that can make a decision, you know, and so they'll be able to follow a bold leader. And you have to be really, really sure of yourself and confidence. And I think your second question was any qualifications.
Yes.
You know, right. Okay, qualifications. You know, I'm also a John Maxwell certified coach, and he's the guru of leadership. And it's like the training tells us, be perfect in leading yourself so that you can lead other people. You know, you don't want to have people thinking, well, she's not even leading herself. You know, look at her life. And so you have to be an example, be a leader as an example. Thank you for the questions.
Okay, so the question actually comes from the social media, from our Twitter handle. Yeah, so I'm a public speaking coach, and if I want to become a business coach, what is the transition that I need to go through? I have a comment to make before you answer on this, which is an addition from my part. Do you feel that if somebody wants to become a business coach, they have to have an experience running a business? I feel yes, but I would love to understand your perspective.
Yeah, I totally agree. How can you tell somebody about something that you don't know? So you have to be in that position, have worked in a business, have a business, and know how to handle a business. You know, I think of that quote that somebody said, you know, he gave some advice about how to be a financial guru, and yet he filed for bankruptcy. That's insanity, right? So you want to make sure that a person that's giving you, they have that same quality, they have that same, you know, have that background and have experience in it too. And so if you want to be a coach, there's so many opportunities out there. There's certifications that I really recommend you be certified, because everyone's calling themselves a coach, but you want to have that above the average person and have that experience. So you can look into different ways that you can go to different schools. There's like a 18-month course. There's various ones. John Maxwell was also another coaching facility that you can go to. So be prepared to learn and then unlearn. I heard she said before, and then relearn.
Super.
Thank you.
Answer. Yeah. So we got another small question, probably, which is like probably it's a kid that's commenting. What shall I learn to become a future leader? If you can help me out with the answer. I can see the age 16, so I'm uttering as kid. Pardon me if I'm seeing your age as 16. Yeah.
Great question, because you have a desire to be a leader. I would say really look into finding a mentor, someone that you may aspire, you know, inspired your life. That way you can have an example, someone to follow. And you can also surprisingly have a mentor even through a book. Sometimes you read a person's book, they explain their road to leadership. And if you have a desire to impact or to influence someone else's life, in reality, you are a leader. You know, people are watching you, people are following you. So, but you want to improve that craft by looking at a mentor. I really recommend a mentor that, or maybe even a coach that can help you follow in a path of that, of a leader.
Super. Thank you, Mary, for answering all these questions. And I'll ask you to please stay put with us and mute your microphone. This is the time that I should actually call upon our next speaker. And talking about our next speaker, frankly, he is a Bengali just like me by birth, but staying in some other country. Professor Tapas, if you are here, kindly unmute your microphone. Welcome to WLS Summit 2021, which is happening from November 9th to November, happening from November 5th to November 9th. And this is the second day. I'm so sorry about my last author that it started from 9th. It's actually started from 5th, going towards 9th. And Dr. Shen is an expert in nanobiomaterials with more than 25 years research experience from laboratory scale development to the commercial products. And when we talk about 25 years of experience, it's a huge 2 decades plus experience that this gentleman is bringing. Dr. Shen, welcome to World Leader Summit once again. I'll leave the platform to you and please enlighten us with your speech, your wisdom and your knowledge.
Thank you so much. But just for a clarification, you know that when I received the link, I forwarded to some of my network people, and I thought that the meeting will start, my talk will start at 4 p.m. UK time, but we are 15 minutes ahead of 4 p.m. So my only worry is that the people who will be coming to join my talk, they will miss the first 15 minutes.
No, it's actually live streaming, so they can always watch it after it is done. But even though we will accept it. So this link is actually for all the panelists. Others are actually joining in a different link, but they are welcome. I mean, all your connections are welcome here. Not a problem.
Yeah, but my only concern is whether they will be, hearing me live or they will be streaming the past. You know what I mean?
If they're joining here, they can watch you over here itself.
Yeah. So they will be joining 15 minutes later than now. That's the reason I'm saying. Yeah. So, but anyway, it doesn't matter. If you want me to speak, I will start speaking, okay? And I understand.
Else we can wait for 15 minutes, not a problem. We have a lot of different amenities.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I mean,
If you're not comfortable, we can always wait for 15 minutes for them to come and join us. Not a problem.
okay. So it's up to you to decide. But if you want me to speak, I can start speaking, okay? And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak in this audience. And it's a challenging audience where you probably have introduced myself as a researcher, as a scientist, as a university academic. But, you know, when you speak to the business leader or when you speak to the public, you know, they have no idea about, you know, what we do in the laboratory. So our job is to convince the, you know, the investors as well as the general public how we can find a solution for their problem, correct? So that's our job. But, you know, I'm very fortunate that I do work with, you know, many industrial partners, and I organize different international conferences being as a coordinator. So I know, and also I'm very active in outreach programs. So I go to public audience and speak about science, okay? So for that reason, I'm quite comfortable to speak in a language to the audience which, you know, is comfortable for them. So that's the reason I thought it's a great opportunity for me to share what we do over here and what's my vision with reference to nanotechnology in different fields of applications, okay?
But we're not going to start before 15 minutes. You requested something to us, like 15 minutes wait. We'll wait for your audience, not a problem. We can.
Do you have another speaker? Do you have another speaker?
No. We
so how, okay, so that's fine. So if I start at 4 p.m. UK time, and that case I finish at 20 past 4, right? 20 past 4, which is 20 minutes.
You can take all the time, Taposda. It's
okay.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You're Arijit, right?
I'm Arijit, yes.
Okay, so Amit.
I'm the culprit who started this World Leaders Summit and bringing people and asking people to come and join.
Yeah, that's really good. I mean, it's kind of that you gave me the opportunity to speak in front of this audience, which is different from what usually I speak in front of the scientists, right? But the reason I thought maybe we should wait, because I'm expecting some colleagues or researchers from Europe, you know. So they requested me, can you send me the Zoom link? And then I spoke to Amit last night, and Amit actually forwarded me the link, and I forwarded this morning. So I'm wondering whether they will be joining after 15 minutes by the time I will be finishing my talk. So that's the reason I'm saying, yeah.
So we can always discuss. So this is like a homely atmosphere, family, and I can.
I mean, I'm thinking about the time constant, okay?
Don't
so
worry
if
about
you think
it.
that you will wait for 15 minutes, let's talk about how many of us we are. We introduce ourselves. So I'm Tapas from the UK, and I would like to see the other people who can introduce themselves, you know.
Okay, so we have Mr. Sandeep Marwa. He is an amazing personality, the founder and owner of Marwa Studios, and I think he can introduce himself. I think.
Fine, thank you, Arijit. Yes, Tapas, I'm Sandeep Marwa. I'm a founder of Noida Film City, running a film studio under the name and banner of Marwa Studios, and I'm now Chancellor of AAFT University in Raipur. So I'm basically in films, television, media, art, and culture.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah.
And I had a wonderful opportunity this morning to speak from the same platform, which it's fantastic. I must appreciate the efforts of Arijit, because he's been working to bring in more than 120 people from 100 countries of the world together on a single platform. It's marvelous. It's unbelievable. And he has done it so well, single-handedly. Of course, the team is there, but then they need some kind of a guidance, which he has given. I'm happy he's associated with our International Chamber of Media and Entertainment Industry. Luckily, I'm the president of that chamber. It has got around 196 international committees. When I am a global chairperson for media and entertainment for this summit, on the other side, Arijit is also the global chairman for ICMEI, International Chamber of Media and Entertainment. So this is how we are supporting each other, trying to bring in the best brains of the world on a single platform. And it's so nice to meet you here, sir.
Thank you so much, but I must apologize because I'm not attending all the sessions. I missed your lecture as well. But one of the reasons I'm missing this one because of my work commitment yesterday, along with some festival going on, that in India. So there are some commitment at home and some commitment at work. So for that reason, I'm not attending, and I'm really keen to listen if you have recorded the, the whole conference. So I can listen on my own pace whenever I have time.
Yes.
No, the whole conference has been designed so well. I mean, sorry, Arijit knows better. We have 2 sessions a day, long, tiring sessions a day, 2 tiring sessions a day, and best of the brains coming in. They have been divided into these sessions so that they can be recorded, and the material what you are speaking, it's an asset. Let's be very frank. What you're talking, and this can be heard many times on social media, and then I'm happy that all this will be again broadcasted at mstv.co.in. It's another online platform, a television station. So I will request Arijit, once this whole sessions are over, then we will try to put in each and every session one by one with proper publicity and information to all our members here. They can watch on television also, and the television is available on your mobile also.
Okay. Thank you for that. I mean, it's a great platform, as you said, yeah. But at the end, you must have a vision what you want to achieve in 5 to 10 years time. So I'm sure that if people are interested to listen and they come up with some new ideas and they get the connection through this platform, then in the future, Arijit can come up with some sort of further development. It's not just hearing from the people, working together among the people.
Yeah, that's what we do. So I'll give you a small understanding of how we are working and what is actually this summit or the other factors is all about. I can see one of my mentee company from Portugal, he is joining. Okay. So World Leaders Summit is basically the summit as a platform for people to come, join, handshake with each other. We have a chamber which we registered in Australia itself, wherein we call it as a WLS ecosystem. We never ever put ourselves as only as a business association. We wanted to put ourselves as a ecosystem itself, wherein we have several different committees. Each and every committee have got different roles and responsibility. And there is an internal network that we usually run, wherein people come, they communicate, and then we do the business inside that. For an example, in last 1 year, from our funding platform, we run actually another funding platform. We have uplifted approximate 6 different ventures from different part of the world, which includes, of course, one of the startup from UK, 2 of the startups from USA, one or two probably from Australia nearby area. So that's how the funding committee and funding structure works. And then we have committees like women empowerment. We try to handshake with great women who can actually add value. We bring them together. If they are looking for anything, any kind of business scale up, any kind of knowledge, any kind of hackathon programs, we conduct that. Monthly, we have a program which we call as Business Symposium, which is basically for 7 to 8 business owners to come forward and then share what they want to do with us and with others. In the sense, maybe someone is offering cloud solution, someone is offering probably agriculture solution. So both of them come together, find out whether they can work with each other and then handshake with each other and grow. So there are a lot of different layers that we have created in last 1 year. And this is a mega summit that we actually celebrate every year. So we have monthly programs, we have hackathon programs, we have knowledge sharing sessions, we have business meetup, which is a matchmaking program that we call. And then we have Investors Connect, which is basically a pitching session for startups. And we have fundraising that's different than pitching, wherein qualified startups, they go to that layer and then they talk one-to-one directly with the investors and they try to raise funds. So this is the approximate idea I wanted to give you regarding what we are doing. Plus, we have started recently our own business accelerator, which is practically connecting a few bit of corporate companies coming together and helping the SMEs and startup, which we call as co-innovate ventures. We have our own fund over there, which is basically acting as a angel syndicate at the moment. We have a venture capital fund, which we have created, which is directly connected with the co-innovate venture. Then we have recently launched 3 different platforms because a lot of our ambassadors ask, I forgot to mention, we have an ambassador program, people who can dedicate their time and they want to grow with us. We usually bring them in as a collaborator. So from our ambassadors, a lot of people, a lot of business people, they said that why don't we come with our own platform wherein we can sell arts and we can go for NFT. So we are building that. That's not launched yet. There was another requirement from the ambassadors that why don't you guys come up with a complete real estate buy, sell and IoT solution platform. We launched that already. So there are a couple of things which are in the maturing stage. So this is what we are doing inside the ecosystem, and still we are learning, still we are growing and trying to bring values, trying to have, you know, people like you, like Sandeep ji, like Marco. Marco is in mute at the moment because it's like real late night in Australia. It's about 3:30 a.m. probably. He is my partner into these ventures. And of course, we have got several different committee members who are there. Then I can see probably Juan as one of my mentee. He is basically from Portugal, from BGI accelerator. So I keep giving my small bit, whatever I know in last 23 years to the startups so that they can grow and try to give them network connection, and felt that this kind of platform is required. It's not about only me, it's about all of you guys so that we can come forward, handshake and probably grow the ecosystem.
Thank you, Arijit. I think I got it. I mean, I have a reason to connect with the industries. So my first international conference, which I organized in 2016, the title was Academy Industry Meet. So we had several industrial partners along with a lot of industrial sponsorship in that event. Okay, so you know, if you work in the academic organization, they do publish a lot of papers, you know, peer review articles, but they do not actually have some sort of opportunity to speak to the industry. So when the industry and academia come together and sit and discuss in a forum, then both of them share their demand, you know, and difficulties, government policies. So that was 2016. And then 2020, during the COVID, we also invited the clinicians, because if you are working on medicine, pharmaceuticals, at the end of the day, you must have end users, and those end users are hospital clinicians. So we had clinicians for our 2020 Zoom conference. So it was academia, industry, and clinicians, because academic researchers, they create the knowledge, they create the, you know, a small scale product. Then industry take those technology to build in a large scale production, and then the clinicians, they can make use of those in their, you know, patient's case scenario. So I think it's 4 o'clock, Arijit. If you want, I can start talking now.
Please.
Yeah. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak in this audience. And you can see the title of my talk, which I will be sharing very soon. Let me just see my PowerPoint. Is people presenting PowerPoint or is just speaking? I've created some slides, you know, like 10, 15 slides. So because, you know, I prepare things for my presentation, so I can't speak something without any reference. So that's the reason I always prepare something. So I will be sharing a PowerPoint, which I won't bring a lot of science, just what is happening at this moment in the world. Okay, so I'm going to share you. Let me just go to the Zoom and then sharing my screen now. Okay.
You'd be able to. This is a panel link, so you can.
Yeah, I'm sharing now. Yeah. So if I go, and I want to give you an idea about what we do in the laboratory and how we can disseminate our research to industry as well as, you know, clinicians and for general public. So you can see the title of my talk, which is over here, I'll minimize this one probably. Let me just see the view. Okay. And okay, so if I minimize that one, that's great. Thank you. So now I can see my slides without any issue. So you can see, I want to speak about the current nanotechnology and their applications in food, water, pharmaceutical, and medical sectors. And you know where I am at this moment. And there is some recognition which I have got it through my work ethics and work outcome. And the next slide, and you can see my background is my new university, buildings. So you see my background. We have got a multi-million pound investment for last 7 years, and everything has been done during the COVID crisis. And now we have got a brand new campus like thing. So I wanted to present in my back, which is a background. So if I go to the next slide, I can get you a little bit of idea where I'm located. So this is the view of my university when I drive at evening from my home over the South River, and we are located not far from Manchester or Liverpool, the city called Preston, and my university is called University of Central Lancashire. You can see the logo over here. So this university is one of the largest in UK in terms of staff and student numbers, and you can imagine how many we have, around 38,000 staff and student community. And then we have got multiple undergraduate, postgraduate programs. And then we focus mostly, you can see over here, that our courses are based on this one, early career or skill development, CPD. And at the same time, if you look over here, the research, we have got 2 research institutes and 10 research centers. So my association is in the Center for Smart Materials, and that's why I'm coming from nanomaterials and nanotechnology. And we are not also far from London. If I drive myself, it will be like 4 hours drive. But if I take a train from Preston, it's like 2.5 hours or 2 hours by train. So now if I go to the next slide, I wanted to get you an overview of what I can offer to the community. So here is a pie diagram, and my research has been divided into 4 different colors. If you look over here, one of them is red. Red is about nanomedicine, medical, pharmaceutical, drug delivery, sensing, how can you detect something by using nanomaterials. So that's all those related to the medicine. Now, another area, which is, blue color, that is related to the environment, water, soil, how the nanomaterials can be useful for water solution, or soil solution, environment. Similarly, I have a very strong research with the industry, which is a green technology using nanomaterials. And now we have introduced another area, which is in the forensic science. For example, in UK, we have got plastic, currency notes. In Singapore or Hong Kong, I have seen few years back, like 7-8 years back, they were having, but now we have got plastic notes. And how to extract fingerprint from the plastic notes, that is the biggest challenge at this moment in the world. So we have now Lancashire Constabulary, which is the police department. We are working together to develop nanoparticles based fingerprint powder so that you can extract fingerprint from the plastic banknotes. Okay. And these are the different funding agency which has been funding my project for very, very long times. And then there are people who actually work with me as my colleague, as my students. And I would like to acknowledge all those people, all the funding agency for supporting my research at the University of Central Lancashire. Now, coming back to the application. So this is the first one in the food sector. Nanotech in food sector. If you remember my title, I did say that food, medical, water, but I won't focus forensic, I won't focus the green in this platform. The reason I brought this specific 3 different applications, because, there are a lot of challenges we are facing at this moment in the developed world, as well as developing world. The first challenge, you probably know that the microbial contaminants in water, in food samples is a big challenge. In Europe, for example, people are very busy. Both the parents are very busy. So they have no time to cook at evening. So what we do, we go to the supermarket and bring the frozen food and we store them in a freezer. So when you cook the food at the evening, we have no idea that that food is worth consuming. And sometimes what happens, by consuming that food, you may get unwell, and it happens very routinely in developed world. Similarly, if you go to the developing world, we do cook food every day. So we are not that, prone to that type of contamination, but you can think about the hygienic conditions in developing world. Water, is one of the precious item for our existence. You can think of having microbial contaminants. But I can give you some sort of forecast because this is a business platform, and you can see in terms of casualties, how many times people got unwell, how many people died. There are several incidences in UK, in Europe, in America, and I have given some sort of statistics. And most of the cases, they are due to the microbial contaminants. And once people get, those type of sickness, the government has got the responsibility to inform to the supermarket how you can detect those food which are contaminated with microorganisms. And those who are coming from the biological research, they know that in order to identify any microorganism, you will have to do something called, cellular study that requires like 48 hours to grow the cells, and then you can detect. But the nanotechnological tool is so powerful, you can actually detect less than 24 hours time. And in that context, we are working with a company in Germany, which is called Q Bioanalytic. And that Q Bioanalytic and our research merged together to a commercial product. But if you look in terms of the PCR, this is a forecast for global PCR, which is polymerase and chain reaction market, projected to be something like 2 billion by 2027. But that projection was before the COVID crisis. Now you see the COVID has come, and most of the cases, your main detection, main identification is PCR, RT-PCR, reverse transcript PCR. So the PCR market is huge, and everything is based on disease, everything based on contamination. So if I go to the next slide, this is what industry does it. When they try to identify some DNA or RNA from food sample, in this case, they do have classical techniques. One of them is called thermal lysis, another is called spin coating. And in this specific slide, I have got two different techniques. And in those two different techniques, the industry took different food matrices, like sausages, meat, frozen samples, okay? And there are around 8 different matrices. And those matrices has been tested in terms of detection limit, and this is called colony forming unit. And what they have found, which I wanted to focus in this audience, because you may not know all those information, but what I wanted to say that when they have used those two different techniques, they suffer in terms of false negative results. There are a lot of false negative results at the early stage, which has been indicated as red. But when you think about the public health, you cannot afford to have a false negative result. So what we have done in that context, we have used our developed nanoparticles, which is magnetic nanoparticles, and we tested exactly the same, matrices as industrial protocol. And this is tested by Q Bioanalytic. And what we have found that our nanoparticles are so efficient for detecting without false negative results. Only 3 occasions you can have false negative results. And in terms of their performance, even if you have a very, very small quantity of that specific genome, we can detect it using nanoparticles. So you can imagine that this is one of the areas where nanoparticles can contribute for detecting foods, contaminations, water contamination. And we came up with this product in collaboration with Q Bioanalytic. And you can see this product we call a DNA extraction kit for the isolation of specific DNA from frozen food matrices. Now, I wanted to show you a movie to excite you what we have created at the time. And I will minimize it. So I want to bring the movie. And then let me see if it can you actually tell me whether you can see a screen which is different from the earlier one, Arijit? Anyone?
This is a PPT that's running. Are you talking about it?
No, but I am sharing a different screen. So I will stop sharing the previous
share
one
this
and I'm
and yeah.
sharing and I'm sharing a new screen, which is a movie, because this will excite you exactly what we do, right? So I'm going to share this screen now, and it's a movie. So can you see a different screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to share it now. I'm playing the movie, and hopefully the audio will play.
Let's just say that each part.
Can you hear the audio?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Particle is positively charged so that they repel each other. Here's the lowdown. On the left is the magnetizable particle. On the right, an AIDS virus antibody. They bind together because of their positive and negative charges. If the virus is present, the antibody recognizes it and sticks to it. Then the magnetizable nanoparticle is extracted, still bound to the virus. This early AIDS screening method is still in its development phase, but the example shows what a wide variety of roles nanoparticles can play, particularly in the biomedical field.
So you can see that video, how powerful it is as a visual representation to the general public. Yeah, you've got a tiny black suspension which can pull everything away from your water, food samples, and you can select by external magnetic field. Now I'm going to share the PowerPoint slide now. So let me just go back to my slide again. Okay, so I go over here and I start sharing again, and I go over here again. Okay, so this is what we have produced, and I have given you the materials which is involving this specific product. Okay, now coming back to the COVID crisis. Okay, COVID has taught us many things. How to work from home, first thing. Second thing, how to protect ourselves, how to protect our loved ones. But that last 2 years, it has created a huge challenges to us how to overcome this crisis. And in that context, I would say the nanoparticles played one of the biggest role for producing the vaccines. And this is the Pfizer vaccine. And in the COVID, if you look over here, you have got an RNA in the center, and this RNA is coated with a lipid membrane, and then you have got the protein spike. And these protein spikes are helping this COVID-19 to be contagious. It sticks to the surface, and if you come across with the surface, they come and they contaminate our body system. But one thing I wanted to tell everybody in this audience, the reason behind there was a public outcry that you must wash your hand. You must wash your hand, because when you are washing your hand with alcohol or detergent, these lipid layers burst out and the RNA comes out. Protein spikes comes out from the systems. Unless it is an intact virus particles, they are not that dangerous. They are not dangerous at all. So now, what I wanted to say that the nanoparticles, with the help of Pfizer, AstraZeneca has created also vaccine, Moderna has created vaccine. This Pfizer, what they were doing at that time, they were preparing some sort of mRNA, messenger RNA for cancer therapy. So they can create immunity to build cancer. In that context, they created the mRNA corresponding to the RNA in the virus. And this mRNA, they capped with the lipid layers, which is the lipid nanoparticles. And these lipid nanoparticles containing the RNA is the vaccine. So when people get injection with these nanoparticles inside our body, this messenger RNA has got the ability to prepare protein spike in our body system. So then what will happen in our body system? It is actually a mimic of COVID-19, and our body system start creating the immunity. And that's why we are safe at this moment. We open up our university, our businesses, because of the research from the nano community. Now, you may ask about the business community, what's coming up with respect to the mRNA. I collected this information from the Nature Review, which has published a month ago. And if you look over here, I highlighted this one in terms of the market research. You can see how powerful in terms of mRNA research in the future. Okay, it's in the order of 300 billion. If you think about the mRNA market is predicting, because of pandemic, also all sorts of disease detection. So mRNA must be kept inside a nanoparticles. So this mRNA, messenger RNA, can be synthesized, but you must have a platform where you can cap them and where we nanoparticles can play an important role. So coming back to the next one, which is what I am doing at this moment, we are developing these magnetic nanoparticles and connecting with the optical probes for cancer research. And we have collaboration with, Royal Blackburn Hospital, which is a clinicians. Over there, we are trying to build a platform where we can detect the disease in a very early stage using the nanoparticles, which is diagnostics. And if we detect them, then we can know how to treat them using therapeutic tools. For example, if you apply the magnetic field, they will produce localized heat to the tumor, and the tumor can be burned out without having a side effect. Similarly, because of the optical component, we can shine light, which is laser light. And this laser light in this case is the near infrared laser light, which has got the penetration depth higher than UV. So we use the laser light to activate those photosensitizer to heat them. So we have a platform where we can detect the disease in a very early stage. And I would say that the materials which we have produced in terms of commercialization has been used by Royal Philips in MRI contrasting agent. And you probably know magnetic resonance imaging MRI is one of the powerful tools to detect diseases. And Royal Philips is the world leader of supplying the MRI. So those MRI machine require some contrasting agent. Classical contrasting agent is gadolinium, but this magnetic nanoparticle has been utilized for contrasting. Now, this is the market for nanomedicine. You can see the growth. You can see 2013, and this is in the order of billion US dollar. So 2013, it was 1.9. And if you look over here in terms of their growth, in 2025, it could be in the order of like 4 to 5 folds more than what we have at this moment. And in terms of overall nanomedicine in different sectors, therapeutic, regenerative medicine, in vitro diagnostics, in vivo diagnostics, vaccines. So all of them are contributing. But remember, this again was a forecast before the COVID-19. So the vaccine, it has now come as a very large, in terms of forecast, but the current forecast will be appearing very soon in terms of this one, which is Global Industry Report. And this one, they predicted in 2018, well before the COVID-19. So in terms of market research, you can see how potential the nanomedicine research could be. Now, coming back to the last one, which is the water. And in the water, again, if you look over here, that majority of the cases, when we have a contaminated water, we have a disease. So they're interconnected. Medical research and environmental research are interconnected. Now, coming back to one more point I wanted to mention, when people are like 7 billion population in the world are trying to, decontaminate the surface by using detergent, and those detergents are chemicals. They go to the landfill, they go to the water, and you can see the consequence into the public health, in the ecosystem, into the animal in the sea, sea animal. So everywhere it has got an effect. The COVID has created a huge mess, not just, a instant for 2 years, but it has created a huge mess for us to think about how we can stop having another pandemic, how we can stop having, the environmental issue. Now, we are today in a situation where we have got a COP26 in Glasgow. All the world leaders, they're talking about how we can bring, the greenhouse effect to be in the control, how we can control the environment. Okay, so in that context, this topic is really important, that we must, protect our water, we must have water sources which can give healthy living in the developing world as well as developed world. But again, if you look over here, the consumption 2030 to 2000, you see over here, 2030, we will have a huge water consumption because of the global population growth. And the total market, again, if you look over here, $400 billion US. So, you know, the business leader will be always interested to come up with a solution for investment in this specific topic. Now, over here, again, if you divide that $400 billion US into different sectors, industrial sectors, you see 22%, residential and commercial around 20%. And then if you go to wastewater, water reuse around 15%, and rest of them about other parts of the applications. So in this audience, I wanted to let you know that there is a huge potential to grow this specific area of research for the betterment of life. Now, coming back to last materials which I wanted to show you, and you can see that being a scientist, we also think about the arts, okay? So this is one of the membrane material we develop in the laboratory, and this membrane material has been looked through the electron microscope, and if you look over here, the magnification scale, it is in the order of 1 micrometer. 1 micrometer is very small. If you have a 1 millimeter ruler scale, you know how small it is. And if you break that 1 millimeter in the order of 10 to the power 5 times, you end up of having a micrometer. But in this image, you don't see anything, right? You see like a white solid chunks. But if you further enlarge it, you start to look how beautiful this material is in terms of art. You see over here, this is a beautiful porous materials. We developed it. And in this porous materials, you know that we can use as a membrane for separating biocontaminants from water. And you see, if you look further details, you can see in between, you have got the tiny nanoparticles, which are antimicrobial. And we came up with a patent in using antimicrobial nanocomposites for water purification or water protection. So over here, I just wanted to let you know that we work with Tata Chemicals, Tata Innovation Center. Tata, you probably know in India, one of the leaders in Swachh, waters. They created a commercial product, and we supplied our materials and we tested in the context of commercial materials for removal of toxic metal ions like cadmium, nickel, lead. And in this context, again, I would like to tell you that whenever you are thinking about the greener technology, electric cars, electric everything, right? If you think about the 7 billion population at this moment using mobile phones, all of them are, run by batteries. And those batteries containing a lot of toxic metal ions, lot of valuable metal ions, like, silver, for example, they go to the landfill waste. So there is a huge potential how to extract those valuable metal ions, how to extract the toxic metal ions to clean our environment. So in that context, it is very important that nanotechnology can play an important role for environmental issues. Similarly, if you look over here, the dye industry, like those who are producing a lot of textiles, food, they prepare a lot of dyes. They use a lot of dyes, organic dyes. When they go to the water, they can contaminate our rivers. And there are a lot of incidences where, the sea animal died because of the contaminations. Again, we can think of using this type of nanomaterials to decontaminate water before we expose to the river. And here are some data which are very encouraging. For example, if you look over here, how much we have at the beginning by treating with nanoparticles, you have removed everything, mostly everything. Similarly, if you start with an organic dye, you remove everything in terms of time. So coming back to the last slide, where you can see that not only we talk about science, we also disseminate on publication, producing product, producing patents. So these are the latest development in terms of nanomedicine area, my contribution, my research group's contribution, and these are all as an outcome of international networking. In fact, Dr. Amit Banerjee has got a paper in this specific issue, nanomedicine issue. So coming back to again, these magnetic nanoparticles, this is the last slide in terms of conclusions. You can see again the growth of magnetic nanoparticles, which I have presented in different sectors like biomedical, electronics, energy, wastewater, and other sectors, which I have not covered. But you can see in terms of US $1 million, 9.5 in 2014. And if you look over 2050, 2020-25, you have a huge increase. It's like an exponential growth in terms of magnetic nanoparticle research for applications, what I have just now presented. And finally, I would like to bring something which can be done. And I'm very proud to being in UK. And also I'm very proud to present this specific video to the international audience that a curiosity, a curious mind, a creative mind can create something which has got a award. And this award has been announced last week, and this has now a big news in COP26, and I'm going to play that one.
5 £1 million prizes to those who we believe can transform our chances of repairing our planet.
Inspired by the missions to the moon, the aim is to heal planet Earth, to try to tackle the most serious environmental problems. Ceremony to hand out the awards, call to action from Sir David Attenborough.
We don't have eternity. We need to do this now and over the next 10 years. And if we do put our minds to it, I believe we can do that.
Congratulations to Paul Visa. The winning teams are mostly small but with big potential. A project to grow coral in the Bahamas, using special tanks to speed up the process of restoring reefs. A portable machine developed in India to turn agricultural waste into fertilizer so that farmers don't burn their fields and cause air pollution. And a clever design in Thailand using renewable energy to make hydrogen.
Winning this prize is recognition that we are going in the right direction. It will support us to go into mass production, and it will boost us towards our goal of accelerating the access of green hydrogen for everyone.
The Earthshot for Build a Waste-Free World goes to the city of Milan.
Another global challenge is waste. And the city of Milan wins a prize for collecting unused food and giving it to people who need it most. The final prize for restoring nature went to Costa Rica, a country that once cleared most of its forests, but has now doubled the number of trees. The plan now is for the winning projects to be scaled up so that they can make a real difference globally. We'll have to see how well that works out in practice, but in any event, they'll offer something badly needed.
So finally, I wanted to say that thank you for listening, and I'm ready to discuss in the panel. But what I wanted to say that this award, £1 million award, will be every year. So if anybody has got some sort of, idea and they think that they can contribute, that can be submitted for this award next year. So one of them from India, you have heard just now, has got £1 million to create something for the future. So thank you very much for listening, and I will stop sharing and I'm ready to take questions. Okay.
Super. Okay, so I will pull up a question from social media one by one. Well, there are a lot of comments actually from Navneet Puneet. He's saying amazing product development you're doing, kudos. And then he's asking a question to talk more about taking fingerprints from the plastic. He wanted to understand how you are doing it. Then there is another question, or do you want to go one by one?
Okay, so the fingerprint from the plastic node is an initiation of the constabulary, Lancashire Constabulary, right? So I have developed a product in collaboration with Dubai Police, because I had PhD students from Dubai Police as well as master's research. Okay, so they come to UK to study, and we developed a patented materials, and they have claimed that those patented materials can extract fingerprint from porous media like paper, woods, okay, where they struggle to get that information from those porous media. But we have now got a challenge in UK, and we are Center for Lancashire Constabulary. Yeah. And those police and criminal department, we had a meeting recently. They said, if you can develop some nanomaterials which can extract fingerprint from plastic notes, that could make a step change in the crime scene, crime investigation department. So we are working at this moment. I haven't got a product at this moment to extract fingerprint from the plastic notes.
Next question is probably a Bengali, probably staying outside of India. Kaushik, he's asking you, please give 3 inputs about the future of nanotech. A lot of us don't know it. Moreover, if you can kindly tell us how industry can add a value into this.
Okay, so the nanoparticles or nanotechnology, what we are at this moment, if you are going for medical sectors, right? So majority of the cases, the nanomedicine is suffering on toxicity issues, okay? But if you can prepare a non-toxic materials, for example, if you look for peer review publications in nanomedicine area, you can see thousands and thousands of publications, okay? But if you look the total number of products which has been clinically proven to be non-toxic is very limited, like 3 or 4. So it requires a lot of investment to investigate how you can prepare non-toxic nanoparticles for clinical trials. And if you are successful, then you are one step forward. Similarly, if you look for current global pandemic, which is COVID-19, where the nanoparticles are playing an important role for creating vaccine, correct? And the vaccine market is predicting to be very, very high in the future, because we don't want to have another pandemic. So we have to prepare ourselves. So the mRNA vaccine, which is a part of Pfizer and Moderna, you need new platform in a sense, new nanoparticles, so that you can embed those things inside the nanoparticles membrane. So what I'm telling in the nanomedicine area. So now if you go to the environmental area, of course, there are a lot of applications. For example, I can give you one of the classic issues in West Bengal, for example, or Bangladesh. You have got arsenic contamination, okay? And if you go to the villages in the rural West Bengal or Bangladesh, they haven't got any, water which is supplied by the municipal corporation, because they're in a village. So they either take water from the reservoir, for example, a pond or a river, or they can have a tube well, deep tube well, and they take the water. And when they take the water, they have no idea whether this water has got any arsenic. And consequently, there are so many people have been, suffering because of the arsenic contaminations, health issues. But nanotechnology can play an important role, which is called colorimetric detection. You can prepare a nanoparticles suspension and you supply them the villagers, and they put little bit of that in their deep well water. And if that color is changing, immediately they can say, this is a no drinking, suitable for drinking. So you can see that there are a lot of potentials and people are working, but industry, they look a very short-term profit in terms of their investment. But if you look overall global situation, you see fossil fuel, for example, fossil fuel at this moment is around 60 to 70% of our energy production. But in COP26, we are talking about we have to stop fossil fuel. UK, like 10 years back, we had a fossil fuel around 60%. Now we have less than 10%. So we can't, manage to control the fossil fuel production in terms of energy. But there are countries who are not interested, because that's the only source. You burn coal, you burn petrol, diesel to create energies. But now they're thinking about solar cell, and how the solar cells are fabricated using nanoparticles. You understand? So the green energy, environmental issue, all interconnected with the nanomaterials. If you can prepare a solar cell which is efficient more than 30% at this moment, the maximum you can get semiconductor solar cell or organic light emitting diode, OLED. So those have got a certain efficiency up to say 32%. So whatever the solar cell we are getting, we have got a certain restriction in terms of limitation, But again, if you think about this solar cell has got a lifetime of say 10 years or 15 years. And afterwards, what will happen? Those solar cell will go to the landfill. When they go to landfill, you have so much pollution. If you think about the electric car in 2030, we are talking about there will be no petrol or diesel car in UK. We'll have all electric cars. Both those electric cars will be run by batteries. So those batteries, where is it going? Landfill waste. The nanomaterials can play an important role to extract, recycle those things. So green technology, when it is coming, you need to think about for another 20, 30 years after 2030, you have a challenge how you can dispose those materials in the landfill waste. So this is environment. Coming back to the fingerprint, I did already mention green technology. So some of my materials, for example, porous materials, that has been utilized for supporting, important catalytic materials. The catalysts are very, very powerful in converting chemical reaction, pharmaceutical chemical reaction. Like I can tell you, we have worked on enzyme catalysis. Enzymes are very powerful for converting one chemical, biochemical to another biochemical. But the pharmaceutical industry, they have a huge market for producing optically isomers. And if you use enzyme catalysis and you embed them in the magnetic particles, then you apply for applications and separate them by one step separation by magnetic field. So we published several papers. We have been working with pharmaceutical industries, how one can convert a very cheap product to a very high value product using nanoparticles. Nanoparticle support, for example, enzyme or a metal catalyst. Metal has just been supported to the porous media. So I'm just giving you an idea what industry are looking at this moment and how the nanotechnology or nanoscientists can help them. Does it make sense with reference to the question?
Of course. Okay. Dr. Banerjee is asking, he's a brother to me. I'm just taking his question from the chat. I have a question to Professor Sen. How do the people in business or venture funds should approach you if they would like to engage and invest in your research for product development?
Okay, so the first thing first, okay? The first thing, if they like a specific technology related to nanomaterials application, they can informally contact me, correct? But eventually when you go for collaboration, it has to go through the university, administration, in university business model. So Amit, if you ask me how one can approach in terms of industry or venture capitalists to fund our research, initial point will be informal discussion followed by official discussion with my business department in the university.
Okay. Super. I have a small input to give for this, Amit. Of course, if any kind of new technology that is being developed by the university, usually it happens in a three-way collaboration from any kind of fund, whether it is a VC fund or an angel body. Usually, venture capital funds usually go for a complete ROI session, and there is a separate kind of VC fund which works with university invented products. And if that is patentable or it is applied for a patent, that takes a lot of advantage in terms of venture capital fund, to be very, very honest. I can see one of our friends actually joined from Turkey. Aishi, welcome to WLS Summit once again, but we are almost done with today's session with Dr. Tapas Sen. I have a small input to give. There is another person who actually asked, and this is the last question. I'm not going to bother you after this. He's asking about, let me pull that question properly. Give me a moment. Yeah. I'm mixing my question as well within this because that question was a little bit of, different. In future, nanotechnology could also enable objects to harvest energy from their environment. That's my understanding. So the question is that a new nanomaterial that is coming up, do you feel that this will actually affect human lungs. Your point of view.
Okay, so human lungs are you talking about, which is an artificial human lungs? I mean,
No, the
human
normal
lungs,
one. Normal
yeah,
one.
human lungs is a very classic example of a porous system, a porous membrane, where you take oxygen and you have a transport, two-way transport of gas through the porous membrane, right? So your question is whether nanotechnology can fabricate similar to a mimic of human lungs, correct? I mean, there are a lot of research going on at this moment for stem cell, they're trying to build organs, but there are huge ethical issues in that context. But honestly, if you ask me as a materials person, material scientist or nanomaterials, I don't think we can think at this moment to create something like an artificial lungs, but there is no limit for science. There is no limits for sky. So there is a potential. But at this moment, I would like to tell you that there are a lot of potential nanomaterials. There are a lot of nanomaterials has been used for tissue engineering, okay, biomimetics tissue engineering, but not in the context of developing organs, okay?
Agree, totally agree, and completely understand this. Well, I think we are done with almost all the questions that we had from the social media and from myself as well. A small request, Taposda, I think I can call you as Taposda in event as well. Please be in touch with us. We will be probably done with the summit on 9th of this month. After that, we would love to have a conversation and handshaking method to work with each other.
Of course, I mean, I'll be very pleased to support and get support from you guys as well. I mean, I do research in the university, but you can see that I am not restricted to be only scientist, okay? So I communicate with the public, I communicate with the industrial leader, I communicate with the clinical staff. I published paper, but not for the sake of publications. So I publish paper when I think that it can contribute to some extent, okay? And sometimes I do coordinate people to contribute to form in the form of a special issues like what I have presented. So I'm very keen to hear from people. But at the end of the day, our job is to find a solution for the betterment of life. It's not that we only keep on working in the lab and publishing papers or whatever we are doing. But at the end, we want to have a betterment of our life. So if you can save the environment, you can save the health medicine. But to finish with that, I would also like to say that, there are a lot of things one can do themselves without having a stress. They look after their health in terms of good nutrition, exercise, walking into the nature, and that can actually eliminate a lot of investment on medicine research. If everybody is healthy, there will be no research for medicine. But when people are getting unwell, then investments are coming up. So indirectly, the industries are giving you junk food to eat, yeah, and they will say that once you become unwell, we have got another sector of industry, they will invest on money on medicine. Okay, so that's the way the cycle is working. The industries are producing something for people to be unwell, and then another sector of the industry, they're creating pharmaceuticals to keep them fit. But if you look after yourself, you don't need any industrial input, and you look after your food habit, nutrition, and that I want to finish with that, my phrase. Yeah, be well, be safe.
Taposda, I'll be inviting you on 8th and 9th as an attendee to the same panel. We have got Nobel Prize winner scientists who are actually coming, and there is an organization based out of USA wherein I'm a part of the founding member as a board member called the Future of Medicine. There will be amazing discussion regarding the same similar kind of topic. And yes, across the world, these things are actually a very crucial point, that industry actually produced a lot of things which is not very good for human body. Then they produce something which we call as medicine. Rather, instead of that, we could have probably gone for a cure rather than asking people to go one by one, part by part. You take this, you take this pill, you probably suppress that.
That's the reason I'm saying.
Yeah.
If you look after your health, the wealth is not, distant away from you. Yeah. So that's the phrase I want to say to finish. Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taposh, for being here and enlightening all of us. If you have any question for him from the panel, please feel free to ask him. Else, we are good to go. I'll give first.
Arijit, I just wanted to apologize that I will have to quit this meeting. Yeah. But if you send me the details about that meeting on 8th or whatever, 8th or 9th, you said, I will be happy.
It's in your email box.
Yeah. So I'll be happy to join. Okay.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting once again. And thank you, Amit, for inviting as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for all your support and all the participants, all the members, all the chairpersons, all the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sandeepji, for being here. Like, you have been a great support from the beginning of World Leader Summit when we thought of working this out together. Thank you, Aishi and Juan, for coming. Thank you, Dr. Mary, and all the other dignitaries. Dr. Marwa, if you want to say something as a closing note, please.
Oh, I will listen then. Yeah, thank you.
You're muted, sir. Sandeepji, you're muted. Sandeepji, your mic is muted. Your microphone is muted.
I'm so happy, Tapasji, that to know that you are from UCLan, University of Central Lancashire. This is just to inform you that I've been representing this university in India for 3 years. And we tied up with the university. We opened a branch of UCLan in India, and I was nominated as the president UCLan India. And, and we've been conducting media courses with your university.
But just to finish with that, we have given, honorary doctorate to Saurabh Ganguly.
Saurabh Ganguly, yes.
Yeah, we have given honorary doctorate because he played for Lancashire cricket.
Oh, wonderful. That's nice.
He played for Lancashire cricket, so we picked him up as an honorary doctorate.
And I've been to Preston 2 times. I've been to the university 2 times.
Okay.
Wonderful. It has grown much bigger.
But you must come now. You must come now because we have invested something like 120 million to build those new campus-like things,
Would love to be there, sir. Would love to be there.
Please come, yeah.
So I'll take your address from Arijit, and also I will inform the other contacts I have from UCLan.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Stay tuned. We will be starting the session tomorrow itself, and we have an amazing speaker tomorrow morning. Guess what? We are going to have a kids panel, 7:30 a.m. Indian time, and 7 o'clock we'll be starting with the speaker from Argentina, and the event flows with all the investors and the VC panel, and then eventually in the second half, we have more and more people who will be joining us from various different industries. Stay tuned. World Leader Summit is happening from 5th through 9th of November. Keep blessing us, keep giving us love, and please join us and support us as you are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.